Day 3, NFL free agency live coverage coming at you here from Mitchell Renz, host of the Raiders Report. Also, today is a very important day. The new league year starts in about 4 hours from now. It's 4 p.m. Eastern Time, 1 p.m. Pacific, which for the Las Vegas Raiders means a lot of things are going to happen. The Geno Smith trade becomes officially official. If the Raiders are unable to find a trade partner for Andre James or somebody along the lines like a Gardner Minshew, they are going to be released. We're going to get some extra money to that. All the other moves also that the Raiders did, from re-signing Adam Butler to going out signing Elandon Roberts, all the other moves that they've made, Jeremy Chinn, they also become officially official today. I know that there's been a lot of Raider fans out there wondering, hey, man, why are we being so safe? Or, why are we going with this approach? I put out a video earlier this morning that I thought kind of illustrates one of my reasonings of why I thought that this team was taking a little bit more of a safe approach. But you know what? I'm ready to get it going. I actually feel really, really good today, considering how bad Wild One had me feeling late last night. But I'm telling you this right now, I'm really excited for today, and I do think that today is going to be a really impactful and exciting day, not only in the NFL, but I do think that there is going to be a lot of shit that ends up going down today around the Las Vegas Raiders. So if you're ready to go, I know Chuggs and I were a little bit late, and I'm not kidding you. I saw Steven Gutierrez is like, Mitch is probably sitting on the toilet again, or he lost his phone. The computer, just because, I don't know if you guys have noticed, we've been using a lot of new graphics. We're trying to always show the players that are signing, and that's what we'll do today. This is not going to just be a Raiders free agency show. Obviously, when all the other news that ends up happening, when stuff goes down, we'll keep you up to date on some of those stuff as well. But because we are trying to get some new graphics in, I don't want to, bore you, but it took the computer a little bit longer to wake up this morning. What up, Exact the Raider, Rich Sensor, Steven, Brian Baca, my man King Shaw was counting down from 400. That's the definition of a freaking real one right there. Edward Nervato, Nick Harding, G-Money, Jeremy Cole, Evil Mitch. I'm ready to have a hell of a day today, and I hope everybody out there is ready to have a hell of a day as well. Once some news does happen, and again, the officials around Andre James, Geno Smith, also Gardner Minshew, they are going to happen. So it's really important that if you're doing something now, it's all good. I want you here with me, though, in 3 hours and 50 minutes. If you're a real one, you'll be here in 3 hours and 50 minutes, and I know a lot of y'all are probably going to be rocking with us throughout the majority of today's live show. I have some fun, I'm going to call them games today, and I wanted to do something a little bit different that we've never done before, and I'm going to give away today some Raiders Report hats, but we're going to give away a Raiders Report hat today every single hour leading up to that time down there. I'll say we're going to have some fun. We're always going to do different deals every single day with the nation, but I'm going to give you guys opportunities today, and there is going to be a Raiders Report hat that we give away every single hour. So when that clock down there says 3 hours left until the new league year, Raiders Report hat. 2 hours, 1 hour, you guys catch the drift. So we're going to tell you what those deals are here in just a moment. Also, hashtag Raiders Super Chat, questions, comments. When we do these style live shows, and we're up here for, sometimes 4 to 8, 9, 10 hours, it's really important. And I'm not saying that I need Super Chats, but I do like to have supers, and I do like to have questions because it gives us a little bit more to talk about. And when we don't have anything to talk about, we kind of get off tangent from time to time, which, I'll be real, I do not mind. I appreciate it. Who knows? Sometimes it even gets me in a Dolphins costume. And to anybody out there wondering, Mitch, you said you were going to give a deal. I know one man's wondering. His name's Wild One. Mitch, you're going to give a deal about eating the hottest chip in the world. I will. And I'm going to give that deal at that time when that bad boy hits somewhere right around 0. I do got to show some love and get a shout-out, though, to our sponsor here, PrizePicks. And I'm really excited because PrizePicks now has season-long for the Las Vegas Raiders. So if you want to go more or less on a few players for a chance to win some money, I'm feeling pretty good about the Raiders season. And when I show you the amount of passing yards PrizePicks thinks Geno Smith is going to throw, I am encouraging all of you right now to go to prizepicks.com/CLNS and make sure that you use code CLNS, because you're going to be able to get $5, or $50 when you play your first $5. And when you see the amount of passing yards for Geno, you can dislike Mr. Smith all you want. He's throwing for more than 3,475.5 passing yards. And I also say that because one of the cool parts about PrizePicks is if Geno gets hurt, like, to me, this is what they're saying he's going to get if he's healthy. If he's healthy and he plays all 17, I am telling y'all right now, he's throwing for at least 4,000 yards. I'm actually surprised PrizePicks is this low on Mr. Smith. So let me know down below. Give me a more. Give me a less. Let me know what you guys are thinking on Geno. But the reason why I want y'all to do these is because there are some more lessons on Geno Smith. There's some more lessons on Brock Bowers as well. So download the app today. Use code CLNS. You're going to get $50 when you play your first $5 lineup. Sign up today. $50 when you play your first $5 lineup. Shout out to PrizePicks for sponsoring the Raiders Report. The new league year starts today. PrizePicks, run your game. So what I want to do here is I want to just kind of, you'll see some of the news that happened, again, throughout the Raiders, throughout NFL free agency. Late last night, the Silver and Black, they ended up signing Eric Stokes. We went live for probably a good 90 minutes talking about this move and why I thought it was another, low-key good move for the Silver and Black to just be able to add a little bit more depth, add some players, and if you're a believer in Pete Carroll and his ability, which he's been able to do his entire career, get the most out of his defensive backs, then I think you're going to like this move. Before we get into this first Super Chat, I'll answer this one. Can we then show them what the Raiders Report hat raffle is? That way people just know. Timothy, happy or hoping you get Diggs and Lockett with Jacoby and Bowers and Mayer. Nice targets for Geno. What do you think? I mean, Stephon Diggs and Lockett, I agree. I think both could be some interesting options. And I do think that we could potentially see more offensive players getting signed today by the Raiders just because of that trade with Geno becoming officially official. And I really did try to go through all of my outlining reasons why I thought the Raiders are going to be more aggressive today, tomorrow, and Friday in free agency, especially on the offensive side of the football. They've been doing a lot of stuff on defense. If I had to pick though between Diggs and Lockett, I'm gonna go Lockett because he's more of a field stretcher, I would say, at this point. Plus, he's a lot cheaper and he's got that chemistry. If you're looking for a Stephon Diggs, I'll call it style of receiver, I'm going to throw out a name like Brandon Cooks because he did win a Super Bowl with Tom Brady, and he's going to be cheaper. So I don't want, if the Raiders at this point, there's not a true number one receiver out there in free agency, and if the Raiders are sitting there going, we have to get somebody better than Jacoby Myers. If that's what you're thinking, you either got to go out and trade for somebody, maybe a Brandon Ayuk, you bring him in on a $1 million deal because that's what it costs for the Raiders if they wanted to trade him. You're going to probably have to give up a third-round pick because, again, it's only a $1 million cap hit this season. It'll be more for the Raiders, in the following years, but it would be only $1 million this year. You could then also, look at T-Mac, Tetairoa McMillan. To me, those are really the only – Tetairoa McMillan is the only realistic option for the Raiders to find a better receiver than Jacoby, and I don't even know if he'll be better than Jacoby in year one. He's the real deal, though, McMillan. So here is the Raiders Report deal that I am doing until the new league year starts. So every single hour, we are doing a Raiders Report hat raffle. So if you send in a $5 Super Chat, you get 1 ticket. If you send in a $10 Super Chat, you get 3 tickets. Send in a 20, 7 tickets. 50, 20 tickets. A hundo, I'm giving you a bang, and you get 50 tickets. Whoever bangs the most on today's show, you're going to be the MVP. I got a special prize for you. But every single hour, so let's say hypothetically, in hour 1, you do not win. Next hour, you have a chance to win. So every single hour, new tickets, new wheel, new chance to win a Raiders Report hat. No matter what, we're giving away 4 hats. Right now, it is Joseph Gomez and Raider Pace have the opportunity to win a Raiders Report hat. 2-man race would be pretty electric. 2-man race would be pretty electric. Gutierrez, y'all owe us a boot for the wait. There was a part of me where I thought about getting a little bit crazy to start today's show, but I'm telling y'all right now, the only reason why I'm not drinking, and I'm really not going to drink until that clock hits 0, is because I am anticipating a wild day. And I know that yesterday was slow, but yesterday was slow around the entire NFL. And a lot of times when it's the entire league, that tells me that maybe they are all kind of, knowing something, or they're all just listening to everything that's happening. And I bet you there are players out there that are saying, well, before I sign with the Las Vegas Raiders, especially if you're a wide receiver, you want to make sure that that trade is 100% going through, right? Like, think about it. If you were Tyler Lockett, why would you sign with the Raiders right now? Because there is a chance, and I get it, very, very small chance, but you don't want Tyler Lockett. If Tyler Lockett signs to the Raiders and then a Cliff Kingsbury situation happens and now we don't have Geno Smith anymore, Lockett's going to go, I don't know if I want to come here anymore. So I think that today is going to be a crazy day, and I hope that y'all are ready for a crazy day. We do have 1,600 people already tuned in here to the Raiders Report, and if you haven't already, make sure you click that like button. Let's get those numbers up here. I know we always appreciate everyone that always shows us a lot of love, but we do get a lot of new people when a lot of our OGs, our real ones, go down there and hit that like button. Every 500 likes, we give away a free ticket. Cool. I'm in. I like that idea. Every 500 likes, we're going to give away a free ticket. Yeah, I mean, maybe we give away more tickets. I don't know. This might surprise you. We're not afraid to make a deal on the fly. Who's a bigger diva, Michael Thomas or Stephon Diggs? I think both of them are pretty diva-y. I'll be real. I would say Michael Thomas is probably the bigger diva, where Stephon Diggs, there were some times people said that he wasn't the best teammate. But I'll tell you this, the question should be, like, for me personally, Michael Thomas is just so far in the rear view mirror. It is what it is. Diggs, he at least still could play in the NFL. What up, Joseph Gomez? I'll be here all day, Mitch. I'm one of the real OGs, 45-plus years and going. Let's go Raiders, man. I appreciate that, and the fact that you've been a Raiders fan for 45-plus years, I think that when people always say commitment to excellence, we always talk about the Raiders. I don't think people talk about commitment to excellence enough for Raider Nation, because you got to have commitment to excellence and to be a Raiders fan, right? Like, you got to be committed. You got to be a loyal dude, and you just got to love your team to be a Raiders fan, especially for 45 years. So, Joseph, I bet it was a lot better when you were younger. I hope that someday I get to have as much fun as a Raiders fan as a lot of y'all were able to have back in the old days. What up, Raider Pace? I know NFL players always work out together, but Geno posted on his IG story working out with wide receiver Stephon Diggs. Do you think that means anything? I'll tell you this. I think it's interesting, and I think it's really interesting, quite frankly. And if you don't think it's interesting, then I don't really know. What's also, I think, cool about that is Diggs is trying to get his work in. He's also probably trying to show teams that, hey, I can still play. I can still go out there despite having an injury. But I'll tell you this right now, I am very, very intrigued by that. No doubt about it. Did you hear that? Raider! Sancho! Bang! The first one of the day. Somebody always has to get it started. Somebody always has to get it started. I respect it. Raider Sancho, anytime I see somebody that bangs for the first time on a show, especially that's going to be a marathon, that tells me you're locked in today, and I appreciate it. Next question coming up here on the Raiders Report. Reminder, hashtag Raiders, or you can super chat. Raider Sancho just got himself 50 tickets. Watching from Orlando, come to watch some spring training with my father. I won't say that part. Shout out to my dad, the original Sancho. I'll tell you this, have a great weekend. Have a great time in Orlando. If you get a chance, my family, we're really into Disney. One of the coolest days I've ever had in my entire life, and I'll stand on this. My dad, my grandfather, and I, we ended up going to Epcot, and the amount of people that came up to us at Disney were like, man, this is like what it's all about. 3 different levels of generations. But my grandfather came down to see me when I was down there my senior year for baseball, and it was one of the coolest memories that I have. So the fact that you're down there, the Yankees, yeah, it is what it is. One of my buddies, he pitches for the Phillies, and he's down. I forget where they are exactly, but my dad actually just drove down from Pennsylvania. He drove all the way down to Florida like 3 days ago to watch, again, one of our friends who lives in Danville pitches for the Phillies. He's in the spring training team. He played at Millersville, which is also in Pennsylvania. His last name's Fosnut. Look him up. Really good lefty. My dad drove all the way down to watch that game and then drove all the way back up. So it was he drove the guy's brother down who can't make that far of a drive. My dad obviously loves the road trip, but that's a really, really cool thing for you, man. What up, Ventrac? Come on, Raiders. Scared money don't make money. I've said this before, and I don't totally disagree with you, but the Raiders have been doing a lot of really smart moves, and I also find it somewhat, kind of a little comical that there's a lot of Raiders fans also that are like, we're just not spending any money this offseason. Well, you traded for Geno Smith, and you're about to give him $40 to $45 million, right? Like, they're about to do a lot of things today that there are a lot of people that are just assuming are already done, and they are already done, but they're about to become officially official today. I think today is going to be a wild day in the NFL. I really do. I think today is going to be one of those wild days. Also, something that happened yesterday that I think that you could see some, we'll call it ripple effects to. Some of those NFL teams going out there and being able to get some comp picks. If you were a team that was looking at, hypothetically speaking, an Andre James, right, and you were going to give up a 2026 seventh-round pick, you might have waited until those comp picks became officially official. That way you knew that you could move on from another pick in the previous draft. Just thinking about it. Should the Raiders sign Keenan Allen? How about this? I like this question. Let me know down below, y'all. Give me a Y for yes. Give me an N for no. Should the Raiders go out and sign Keenan Allen? I'll give a few shout-outs here on today's show. I do know Allen is an option. And when you look at Spotrac, they have him projected somewhere at about $11.1 million, okay? If the Raiders' plan is to bring in Keenan Allen, sign a guy also like Tyler Lockett, but then obviously you're not going to add a receiver in the draft, you better then use that top pick, if it was up to me, on an offensive lineman. Because in some realm, right, if they take Tetairoa McMillan, I'm okay with it at number 6, but you better have gotten another starting offensive lineman in my book. If they want to take Aston Genty at 6, I know that's been a common thing that a lot of people are talking about. If they go out, though, and they get Keenan now, and they go out and they get a guy like Tyler Lockett, older receivers, no doubt about it. Makes me a little bit nervous, but I really do think Keenan would be a good fit on this team. Especially with Geno. He's a good route runner. He's just got to stay healthy, and he's got a connection with Chris Beatty. What up, Rick Kelly? Let's do something today. I'm with you. Yesterday we literally went live and for 90 minutes for the Eric Stokes signing, and it was one of those things where I compared yesterday to fishing so many times where, you go out fishing, and you're sitting there all day, and I don't know how many people have liked to fish, gone out fishing. Where I grew up in Central PA, there wasn't a lot to do, right? I mean, you want to go fishing, it was something that you could do. But when you sit out there for 4, 5, 6, 7 hours and you don't get anything, it's a little bit of a, son of a gun. That's what I felt like yesterday was. And then when we got Eric Stokes, even though it wasn't a big fish, it was still nice to be able to reel one in. What up, little Fapjack? If the Raiders sign a veteran wide receiver, maybe we should draft Genty to secure that role for a few years. The 2026 free agency receiver market is much wider. You're not wrong. And I saw a tweet earlier this morning that was showing the amount of 1-year, 2-year, 3-year, 4-year, 5-year deals in free agency this year. And the amount of 4, 5-year deals is so little compared to the league norm. And this is a offseason that a lot of people considered, not a very strong free agency class. I feel like we don't hear that term as often as what we do for the NFL draft, where we say a lot like this is a weak quarterback class. This is a strong running back class. We talk about that more in the draft. It doesn't really get mentioned all that much in free agency, where I do agree with you. This is a little bit of a weaker class. I do want the Raiders, though, to add at least one veteran wide receiver. I think that you need to add at least one. Obviously, I love Jacoby Myers. Brock Bowers is a great target. But after that, your wide receiver room is a bunch of unknowns, right? It's a bunch of I hopes. And when you go out and you get Geno Smith, this is going to be a team that believes that they can win right now, get a veteran receiver, and then if you want to go out and draft one, I don't think it's a bad idea. Let's keep it rolling here on the show. We got, again, Patrick B., one of members of the Mount Raidermore crew. Very smart and strategic free agency so far. Handpicked guys. There is a method going on in the office. There's always got to be a method to the madness, right? And when you sit down and you look at what this team is doing, I tried to figure out, and it's the video that I put out this morning, where they have added one player on offense and they have added a bunch of players on defense. I think that the reason why they're doing that is because they want to wait till that trade with Geno becomes officially official, and then I think you're going to see them start doing some more offensive stuff today, tomorrow, maybe Friday. They're still going to fill a few gaps, no doubt about it, on the defensive side of the football. But I really do mean this. And if you were a free agent, would you take the gamble to go to the Raiders until that Geno trade became officially official? I mean, it's still a 99% chance that it's going to happen, but in my mind, I can understand why an NFL free agent might not want to go there right away. But it's going to be fun. Today I think is going to be a good day. And instead of, you mentioned the word strategic. Think about Roberts playing 3 for 37. The Raiders, in their mind, they're going to try to, I think, replace Spillane with Eichenberg, a rookie. Jeremy Chinn, 2 for 16. Also then, they go out and they get Elandon Roberts, 1 for 3. A lot of the Raiders' moves have not been, we're going to try to sign one big player to replace another big player. But if we can go out and sign maybe 2 to 3 dudes to help replace that role and be an overall deeper team, I mean, that's been the success of John Spytek clubs. That has been the success of Pete Carroll clubs. That was the success of the Washington Commanders last year. I said up here on this show, and it was probably about 3 weeks ago, and I said, if I was the Raiders, I would do what the Commanders did. You make 1 or 2 big splashes. Geno Smith is a big splash. And then you go out and you try to do a few other things where you build a lot of good depth. That's what the Commanders did. And it worked out pretty well from them. We got some news here. It's the Texans. They agreed to a 1-year extension with veteran offensive lineman Zach Thomas. Does that ring a bell to you? I mean, the picture Aaron Wilson posted of him is a remove BG post, like with no background. Anytime I see that, I go, yeah, I don't know who the hell that guy is. So the Texans, 1-year extension with veteran offensive lineman Zach Thomas. I do think, though, you could also see a lot of teams doing some of these minor moves before the new league year starts. I hate bringing them up. FKC's down below. But the Kansas City Chiefs today, they freed up $49 million. They restructured Mahomes' contract, and they restructured Chris Jones' contract to free up some money. Because as a team, you got to get underneath the salary cap limit by 3 hours and 30 minutes from now. What up, Rockwell? Thoughts on signing Cam Robinson for left tackle, moving Glaze to guard, and taking T-Mac at number 6? I don't really know why we would get Cam Robinson. He's not an upgrade over Colton Miller. Where, to me, if you're going to bring in a tackle, okay? To me, if you're going to bring in a tackle, I'm looking at Will Campbell. I'm looking at Armin Membao, where those are the 2 guys that I would try to bring in. And if you are going to move a guy, you bring in Will Campbell, you could put him at left tackle. There's some people that think that he might even just be a left guard. But if you were to put him at either left tackle or left guard, Colt Miller did play right tackle at one point, again, many, many years ago. But it could be an option for somebody like Colton Miller. Though I think if you tried to move him, if I was Miller, I'd say I want a brand new contract. I got $0 million guaranteed on it. In terms of Glaze to guard, Glaze to me, I would like him to be a backup. I would like for them to add a tackle. Armin Membao is slowly turning into one of my favorite picks at right tackle because he also is very comparable to Trent Williams and Tristan Wirfs, a guy that John Spytek drafted. If we can't win in the trenches, I don't want to hear names like Ashton Genty. I don't want to talk about other things because if we're not having a great offensive line, then trading for Geno Smith is not as smart as what it needs to be. And drafting a running back like Ashton Genty doesn't make sense if you don't have a great offensive line. Let's go to Jacob Holt. One of my favorite sneaky pickups. I think we trade for Garrett Wilson. Okay. He's been unhappy with the Jets. What do you think, Mitch? I'll tell you this right now. Somebody asked me yesterday, a second-round pick for Garrett Wilson. I would do it. If you told me pick number 37 for Garrett Wilson, I would do it. I think that he's good, and I said this last year, and a lot of people got mad at me for it, but when we were talking about all the Davante Adams stuff, I said if I was the Raiders, I would rather have Garrett Wilson than Davante Adams. But it's also because he's younger, because of the way that contract is. I'll admit, if you go out and you make this deal, you might have to give him a brand new contract. We will see. I would rather him be okay playing on one more year at that rookie deal because you technically don't have to give him a new contract for another 2 years, right? Like, I think that checks out. You don't have to give him a new contract for another 2 years. But if... Oh, he's on his fifth-year option right now? I was going to say, he's obviously a Ohio State guy, which I think people just assume that means Chip Kelly likes him. There is no overlap whatsoever with Garrett Wilson and Chip Kelly. Chip, again, was a member of UCLA. But we know, all right, so here's the thing. You're right. He's on his, so this is the final year of his contract. So technically, if the Raiders went out and they traded for him, I'm telling you this right now, you'd probably have to give him a brand new deal. Which, saying that, I might still, he's only 25 years old. I do think he would be a really, really, really good fit with Geno. I'd probably still say I'm on board for giving up pick number 37. You'd have to go out there. You'd have to pay him again, and it's going to be a hefty contract, I'm not going to lie. But I do wonder if it doesn't cost nearly as much as what some people think, because Justin Fields and Garrett Wilson, I don't really see that connection all that much, and that might surprise some people considering the fact that Fields and Wilson, did they play together? There's got to be an overlap in there. I'll tell you this, though. If I was about to hit a prove-it year, okay? Think about you're in the final year of your contract, and you are Garrett Wilson. And this is an honest question. Do you want Justin Fields throwing you the football? I don't know if you do. They played together at Ohio State, right? They had to have. He was at Ohio State from 2019 to 2020. So yes, they definitely played together, which maybe I'm wrong on that then. Maybe he wants to play with the quarterback that he played with in college, but Justin Fields don't look the way that he did in college. And I was somebody that liked Fields. At $20 million, $30 million guaranteed, I can't believe the Jets gave him that deal. Internet issues, 8-hour streams, at home, at work, at the doctors, rocking with y'all all week. Call your shot on new signing you think the Raiders make today. R.I.P. to the tuna. Shout out to Kevin Baker, man. That's unbelievable. Rocking with us all those times. It's greatly, greatly appreciated. I will say it's not going to be a shocker. I'm going to go Tyler Lockett. I could see the Raiders giving Geno Smith that brand new deal today. And if I was the Raiders, that's what I would have worked on, right? You had your press conference, and it was basically just Malcolm Koonce chilling at home. But if I was the Raiders yesterday, all I would have worked on yesterday is what is the structure of Geno Smith's contract looks like. That way, as soon as the new league year hits, you know exactly what type of money you're paying Geno. Every single person out there knows that Geno is going to be your quarterback. They also know how long the plan is kind of for Geno. And when you do that, that's going to show all these other potential free agents what the Raiders' plan kind of is. So once you get the Geno thing in, then I think the dominoes are going to start to roll. Let's go to Magic City. The Liddy City. What is the point of having salary cap space and not use it? Max locked in, Wilkins locked in, Bowers locked in. Nobody else will warrant high dollars outside of Geno. Being cheap never equals success. You know what's actually kind of funny? When you go back and you look at the history of teams that have spent way too much money on free agents and look at the way teams are spending money like the Raiders are right now, what's actually crazy is the way that the Raiders are spending their money in free agency right now. There are so many extra studies that show that that's actually the smarter way to do it, and the more irresponsible and bad way to do it is like the way that the New England Patriots did it, where they just spent a lot of money on players, but they spent so much, they put a lot of eggs in some baskets, where I think what the Raiders are trying to do and say, all right, instead of putting a lot of eggs in a few like baskets, I just want to build one giant basket and get as many eggs in that basket as I can. which hopefully that analogy makes sense. But I quite frankly, I don't understand how Raiders fans don't like what this team has done this offseason. And I think it's because, quite frankly, I think just because Raider fans are just so used to the way a bad organization runs that they're not used to seeing how a good organization runs. I hear you out, but I don't really think that they're being cheap. They're being smart, and there's a big differential in that, right? Like, here's my question to you, Magic City. If you walked into Target right now, and you walked in there with the mindset that you were going to get a gallon of milk, let's say you wanted 2% milk, right? That's the only milk my dad will drink, 2% milk. Though I went in there with the mindset thinking I'm going to be able to get it for $3. No, he's trying to be a little bit thinner, a little bit healthier, 2% milk. And then they're marking it up for $4. I'm sitting there going, okay, I could probably buy milk for $4. And then all of a sudden, you get an announcement over the loudspeaker, and it says, milk now is $9. I'll tell you this, I'm not going to spend $9 on Nate Hobbs, Trevon Merrick, Robert Spillane milk. What I'm going to do is I'm going to say, Dad, I know you wanted 2%, but you know what? 2% milk is $9. I'm going to get you 1% milk, which is maybe a little bit of a Jeremy Chinn action, and I'm also going to get you another thing of skim milk, which maybe is Elandon Roberts, and that duo of milk is cheaper than what we were going to pay big time, and you're going to be able to get by, and you're going to be good enough. That's my analogy to the way the Raiders are handling this, where, yes, they wanted to bring those players back, but they are handling it the right way, and they are making smart, calculated decisions instead of just handing a blank check and spending money in Target. Because I'll tell you this, the way the Patriots are spending money is the way Alex spends money in Target. The way that the Raiders are spending money is how I spend money at Target. Also, if anybody out there wants to put a little bit extra money in their pocket, you can get $50 when you play $5. Go to PrizePicks.com/CLNS. PrizePicks.com/CLNS. Jimmy Nutton, what a last name, says, I want milk right now. Well, you know what I want? I want y'all to get started with our sponsor, PrizePicks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app out there, with over 10 million members and billions of dollars in awarded winnings. PrizePicks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. You pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up to 1,000 times your cash. Run your game all season long on PrizePicks. PrizePicks also is the best way to get real money this season. Which players are going off, which ones aren't. Make your picks in less than 60 seconds and watch your sports opinions turn into real money all season long on PrizePicks. So for Brock Bowers, this is what PrizePicks thinks his more or less should be. I'll admit, this one is more intriguing to me than the Geno Smith more or less, but 100 yards for the second-year tight end, Brock Bowers. Would you go with more? Would you go with less? They also have, like, Bowers and Geno, like, different more or lesses as well for, like, passing touchdowns and receiving touchdowns. We'll show you those throughout the majority of today's live show. But I love PrizePicks because, like, you can put in Brock Bowers more, Geno Smith right now more, which is what I've already done. And then you are going to have to pick another player from another team. That is important when you do season long. You also can't do like Brock Bowers receiving and Brock Bowers touchdowns. You can only do one player for one stat. So that is important to remember. But I at least wanted to be able to show y'all that PrizePicks does have season long stuff for the Raiders, because I was sitting up here over the past few weeks going, we were talking about, MMA. We were talking about basketball. We were talking about baseball, which those are all things that I like. There's nothing like the Raiders, though, and I know that's how Raiders fans are, where I also feel I'm a lot more confident and I can make more money in my pocket when I do season-long stuff or when I do things around the Las Vegas Raiders. So if you're trying to run your game all season long, go to PrizePicks.com/CLNS. Just make sure that you use code CLNS. I mean, I'll see this right now. The amount of mores I see from Punisher, Mark, the Tree Boys, King Shav, the OG Lizard, Nick, and Randy Garcia, bro, it's all more. So if that's how you feel, go put your money where your mouth is. What up, Jonathan Smith? As a kid, I didn't care to fish, but I could sit still for 2 minutes. As an adult, I love it. For free agents, I'm going at it and chill out with y'all, enjoy a couple, and celebrate all of our catches. I love that, dude. No. Well, that's what I was saying. It was a joke to me because we always talk about him being kind of a dinosaur. Yeah. I mean, that's up to you. I don't think he cares, but kind of funny though when he's. Oh, really? I gotcha. I think it's funny though now where there's at times I'm not a hunter, but when I was a kid growing up, my dad was the type of dude where like if we wanted to go out in the woods and we wanted to hunt, we would get up at like 3:00 in the morning because we had to be sitting either in the tree stand or in the fort by 4 a.m. Like that was the thing for my dad. Had to be in the fort by like 4:30 was pushing it. If the sun was coming up, we were late. And that's how my dad operated because he was like, oh, they're going to hear us. They're going to smell us. We got to be sitting. We got to be ready to go. Now I almost wonder if I would like a peaceful night out in the woods with my dad. I'm not going to do any of the hunting stuff. I'm not a hunter. Don't want to be. But I think I could hunt now or just sit out there. When did you develop your fake announcer voice? You know, it's kind of funny, and I would say this to anybody out there because I don't talk this way in general, but when you sit up here and you talk for the amount of days that I talk, the amount of hours that I talk, quite frankly, if you don't start to use your diaphragm, if you don't use your stomach, you're going to lose your vocal cords, you're going to lose your voice. I would compare it to, and I get it, like people are going to make fun of it because it's not the way that I usually talk, but if you don't use your stomach, I would say it'd be like if an NFL player never stretched, right? Or if a guy never took care of his body or worked out the right way. I get it's a little bit unconventional for some people, but at the end of the day, you just sent me $2 to hate, and I'm going to keep on doing what I do. JC Raider, my man, ex-Raider comedy. If Stafford gets hurt, Diva Adams will have his old teammate, Jimmy G, throwing hospital balls. I'm telling you what, and I'm never going to root for an injury, right? And I said this yesterday, JC, so hopefully y'all can think this is funny. Little random deal here. The Commanders safety Derek Forrest is finalizing a 1-year agreement with the Buffalo Bills. Derek Forrest. If a Derek Forrest falls in Buffalo, does anybody hear it? I said this yesterday, though, JC, where I was like, I'm never going to root for an injury, right? I'm not going to root for Matthew Stafford to get injured. If he does, though, I'm telling you what, I'm tuning into the Rams, right? Which is something I never thought I would say. If Stafford goes down, if you're a Raiders fan, keep that one in the back of your mind because I'm going right to that game. And I can't wait to see Jimmy G throwing hospital balls to Devontae Adams. And I'm not somebody, again, don't want to wish injury, but if you believe in karma, Oh, he was? Oh, that's awesome. Jimmy G was above it. That's amazing. Hey, man, if we get to 500 likes, I'm going to give away a free ticket for a chance to win a Raiders Report hat. Actually, you know what I kind of like the idea of? What if we have 15 minutes until we give away a hat, so plenty of time. Here's something that I'll consider doing. Once we get to 1,000 likes, I said we give away 2 tickets. 1,500, 3. 2,000, 4. We'll keep going up as long as this show goes today. So hypothetically speaking, we are 20 likes away from hitting 500. Once we hit 500 likes, we'll give away a ticket for somebody in the audience right now. If we could pick somebody that doesn't already have tickets, okay, cool. So we'll pick somebody that doesn't already have tickets. So we already have 500 likes right now. So if you want a chance to win a Raiders Report hat, I want to see some LVs down below. If you want a chance to win a Raiders Report hat. And again, friendly reminder, $5 super chat, you get a ticket. $10 super chat, you get 3 tickets. 20, you get 7. 50, you get 20. 100, you get 50 tickets for a chance to win a Raiders Report hat. And we're going to do what? Is it going to be a wheel? Yeah, it's got to be a wheel. Though, I'll tell you this, that would be like 4,000 ducks. What? Oh, true. We're also doing a 50-50 raffle today, and we'll do this at the end of the show. Like, whenever we decide to log off, that's when we'll end up doing the 50-50 raffle, which I'm telling you this right now, if you're Nathan Wolf, you got to get in. Because Nathan Wolf has won both of our duck races, and the only other person, there was one time Trivan had a chance to win 3 in a row. I don't know, Anthony Green, if you're here, I believe you had a chance to win 3 in a row. Nico Laz, I want to say, had a chance to win 3 in a row. But I don't think anybody's actually ever won 3 duck races in a row. If you want a chance to win some money today, it is a $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. Yesterday, Nathan Wolf won $240 and $450. Jeremy Cole, got it. Jeremy Cole, you got it, you got it. Also, Nathan, I did send you the money after the live show yesterday. We kind of got banged up a little bit, and that's on me. I forgot for a second, so I apologize for that. But I did end up sending it to you, so hopefully you got it. I also put a message in at the end of that live show. Let's go to Renee. What up, Renee? I'm at work taking a fat one. Love it. What did I miss? Can I get a Raiders from Mitch and let's drink it up for the Houston Raiders game? Raiders! I mean, I know this. When the Raiders and Texans play this year, it's going to be legendary. I'm already going to warn y'all right now, though. Chuggs will not be with me. I don't know who's going to produce that show. Oh, I mean, it's not. It can't be you. You got to do your thing.
Yeah. Do we go down to Houston though? That is the main question. Do we go down to Houston for that? Do a little,
I'll tell you this right.
You can do a meetup. I can do a meetup, probably in separate locations, but we have a free place to stay.
I almost think it'd be kind of cool where I bet you I could find somebody in Houston and say, hey, this is what we do. Would you be down to host a Raiders-Texans thing?
Well, I know of multiple good bar locations around the area of Houston that we can go. Okay. Would y'all be down to do a meetup in Houston with Mitch? I could possibly be at that one, and then I'll do my Texans one at another time because there's a bunch of Texans content creators down there that want to do a meetup collab with me, something down there.
Sure.
Would y'all be down? Y for yes and for no to do a meetup in Houston for that Texans game?
Yeah,
we have a free spot to stay, so we would just have to drive down together.
Well, we driving wouldn't happen. You driving.
Yeah, I mean, I would drive down there.
I got you. I'll pay for gas.
That's fair.
If you drive, I'll pay for gas.
We can stop at Buc-ee's.
You sound like Alex. This is how I know you're from down here. Like, we can't go anywhere. Like, if Alex wanted to make a Target run, she's like, well, we got to drive an hour first to Buc-ee's before we can go to Target. People are obsessed with Buc-ee's.
But no, yeah, we could do a Houston meetup. We can hang out, and then we could just, depending on what.
Oh, my dumb ass, I was about to be like, well, when do they play? Schedule will come out in May.
Oh, I was going to say, depending on when they play, we can either leave Saturday night, or if they play, like, the 3 o'clock game, we can do Sunday early morning, like leave at, 7 or 8 a.m., 4-hour drive in, and then we just get set up for the game.
I'm down to go to Houston. I'm totally down to go to Houston. Let's go to, when you say you got a free place to stay, just like your place? Like your parents' place?
Yeah.
Okay.
My mom has 3 guest rooms, and then my brother has a couple guest rooms as well down there.
I'm in.
Empty nester.
Yeah? All right, fair enough. Randy Garcia. Hey, Mitch, question, Kupp or Lockett? Who's better, and who would you rather have? I say Lockett. I mean, if Cooper Kupp can stay healthy, Cooper Kupp is a better receiver than Tyler Lockett. Though, based on the money that I think is going to end up coming in, I'm going to go with Lockett just because he already has some of that connection with Geno Smith, and I don't need Lockett to be anything more than a 3. I think if you go out and you get Cooper Kupp, you're probably going to pay him like a wide receiver 2 just because who he is. And to me, we already kind of have a Cooper Kupp. And I know Kupp is an elite route runner, and when he's healthy, he is better than Jacoby. But Jacoby is already a good blocker. He's already a good route runner. He's already got sure hands. So we have that. Kupp at this point of his career is not a field stretcher. Lockett is still a field stretcher where, I don't think people give Lockett enough credit. Like, he is a great deep ball tracker. And I'll just keep throwing this out there, and I keep saying it. I would want Lockett to come in and be a bridge wide receiver to just teach Trey Tucker how to be a deep ball catcher, right? And if he can help him out, and I don't know if he can. Maybe it's not even a possible project, but that's also another reason why I would want to bring in Lockett for maybe like $7 million. And here's the thing. I don't even know if it's going to cost that, right? Like, DeAndre Hopkins just went for 6.
Yeah.
So in my mind, like, it could be like $5 million for Lockett, where I would say Kupp's probably still going to get in that $9 to $10 million range. So then if you bring in a Lockett, you let him compete with Trey Tucker. Worst case scenario is Trey Tucker beats out Tyler Lockett and he's your number 3. The other scenario is Trey Tucker's your number 4. You have Lockett as your number 3, but you have a style of a receiver that can be a really good competition, and Trey Tucker's going to be able to learn from that. It's kind of why, I almost like it's why I like the Eric Stokes move so much, because he's an athletic freak, first-round pick, and right now I would say he's probably your cornerback 3, cornerback 4 to compete with Jack Jones. And, Jack, we've seen, when he's motivated, he's good. When he's not motivated, and you don't have anyone pushing him, he's not that good. Stokes is going to push Jack Jones. And if he doesn't, then Jackson's going to be out of here. We cut his ass, save $3.3 million. Let's go to John Rodriguez. F. Lockett, I want Becton.
I get what you're saying.
Right, that's like saying, I don't want McDonald's, I want a steak.
Yeah, it's like you can have both.
Yeah.
That's like being, getting Lockett will not affect in any way the Raiders' ability to get Mekhi Becton.
Correct. Quite frankly, I actually think by you going out and getting a Tyler Lockett, it helps you get a Mekhi Becton, right? Because if you go out and you get a Cooper Kupp, a bigger name guy, Stephon Diggs, that's going to cost a little bit more money.
He probably wants to win.
Diggs is on Geno Smith's Instagram right now. Instagram story or whatever. I kind of want to, I almost wonder if I can, here, let me see. Maybe I can get a screenshot or something. Send it to you. What is happening? I just tried to click on Geno Smith, and it's acting all sorts of weird for me.
It's like he blocked you because you're following Tyler.
That's actually hilarious. Wait, he blocked Tyler, right? Oh, yeah, that's funny. No, I got Geno. We're good. Yeah, so he is he's working out with Stephon Diggs 4 hours ago. Working out with Stephon Diggs 4 hours ago. He's working out with some other people as well, but kind of interesting, right? What up, Los Oakland? I remember John Gruden overpaying players. Hardly win. Look what happened. Trent Brown, look at the money left to the Patriots.
See, yeah, that's the other good point of you can spend big money on guys for potential, like Milton Williams getting the contract he got from the Patriots.
It's an overpay.
Is an overpay, and it's honestly, it's crazy because as
somebody who follows Christian Wilkins. No.
Somebody who follows the NFL, Milton Williams hasn't been a starter for the Eagles the past 3 seasons.
Correct.
He hasn't been the starter. Before it was Fletcher Cox, Jordan Davis. Before it was, Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter. This year he didn't start. He wasn't a start. He was a rotational guy. He got a lot of snaps for the Eagles. It's not like he didn't play, but.
And Williams is a good player, right?
Yeah, he's really good.
But my biggest fear and I liked Williams, and it's funny. I can remember I did multiple shows. You go back 2-3 years ago.
I was just about to say, last year, Mitch did a video last offseason, trade a 4th-round pick for Milton Williams.
Multiple trades that I've offered. Just like Raider fans that called me dumb for wanting to give up a 4th for Jordan Love. Like, we do put out a lot of content, but we do think about it very hard. But, like you're bringing up, like Trent Williams, Corey Littleton, LaMarcus Joyner, Nick Kwiatkowski, Carl Nassib. I mean, we've gone out and we've tried to spend big money, and that doesn't always translate to wins right away, especially, like, to me, if I was the Raiders and I go out and sign a big contract like that, it's because you already know what you got, right? Like, if 2 years down the road from now, and the Raiders kind of have, like, their mojo going, they feel like they got a good culture, they feel like they know what they have, right? All top to bottom. That's when you can say, all right, I'm going to go spend a little bit of extra money. But, like, my biggest concern with Milton Williams for Patriots fans out there, and I was talking to this to, one of my buddies who was friends with me in Boston back in my days, and obviously wanted to know what I thought about a lot of their moves. And I said, Milton Williams is a good player, but, you should be concerned. And I say concerned because he was never the main guy, right? When you're on that defensive line for the Eagles, he was an afterthought. People weren't concentrating on him, and Williams would get a lot of one-on-one opportunities. Him getting paid that amount of money now, he's going to be the focal point, right? And I'm not saying that he's not going to be good, but 26, that is a lot. We got a signing here. Marcus Valdes-Scantling, MBS, is going to the Seattle Seahawks on a 1-year, $5.5 million deal.
Nice.
MBS going to Seattle with their Sam Darnold. I'm not going to lie. That smells like a Happy Dad from last night.
Very first hat raffle coming up in 3 minutes.
Ooh,
last chance to get in. 2 ways. Super chat, or we need 350 more likes to give away 2 more free tickets.
Yep. We have one we addressed outside. Offensive linemen. I actually think that the Raiders don't fear their offensive line as much. I agree with you. I still want to add another O lineman, but this is a team that added Alex Kappa. I think he stinks, but it's somebody that they believe in. Linebacker, we still need to add a linebacker. You might be able to find one in the draft, but you only need to have two, right? You have Liam Eichenberg, but their signing of Jeremy Chinn and Elandon Roberts is going to help replace Robert Spillane a lot better than I think what people realize. Them also going out and make sure they did Isaiah Palomal. The fact that that was the very first move that they did tells me that this organization knew how difficult it was going to be able to be to keep Nate Hobbs, to keep Trevon Merrick. And you saw, Isaiah Palomal's not those two guys. But you got to give that young man credit. He's gotten better every single year that he's been in the league. He's also got great ties to Troy Polamalu, which I'll take those ties. I think that type of shit is important in the NFL. But then even on top of that, he's played safety. He's played corner. They've used him at linebacker. And the fact that they put him as a priority tells me that they said, you know what, we might not be able to bring back some of those guys. But if I can at least use that 3 safety, which Patrick Graham uses a 3rd safety, that helps out that defense a little bit. Yes, we need another cornerback. Eric Stokes is going to help out with that. There is still plenty of talent to play. You tell me right now we go out and get Asante Samuel Jr. today. Even Kendall Fuller might not be as popular for some people. I think Fuller would bounce back with us. We're doing good. I think that we are in a better place this year than we were last year.
We need 300 likes in the next minute and a half to give away 2 more tickets.
We can do it. Come on, man. We got 2,000 people here.
I want to give away
I'm going to give you
2 more tickets.
This show, the way it operates is, imagine it's 3rd freaking down, and it is the Raiders going up against Kansas City, and that announcer yells, "Let's get loud." If we're trying to get to 100,000 likes, I'm looking around at all y'all right now saying, let's get up on our feet and start shouting right now. We're going to be interactive. And if you don't like interactive, I'll be real. Yeah, we're definitely not the show for you. If you want to sit there and watch a YouTube guy that never gives you a shout out, never even acknowledges your existence, I'm not going to be the show. But I like hanging out with people, and I like being able to show DJ Loaded, Stoffel the Badger, Josh Agonda, Atro, Lil Flapjack, Flip Mode. You guys are taking time out of your day. There's nothing more valuable in life than time. And when you spend your time with me, I'm going to make sure that y'all know that I see y'all rocking with me. 40 seconds to get it in.
Magic City said got 3 more tickets on you.
Yep.
And if you send it in after the it hits 0, I'm just going to put you in for the next one.
Yep, that's how it's going to go. That's why we're doing it. If you want to get in this hat raffle, you got 20 seconds to do it. $5 is 1 ticket.
150 more likes.
$10 is 3 tickets.
150 more likes.
20
Let's
is
go.
7. 100 is 50. A 50 is 20 tickets. We're going to give away a Raiders Report hat every single hour leading up to the brand new league year. 2, 1.
We didn't get there. We'll give away 2 tickets for the next one. JD, you only shout out people when they pay. No, we also shout out people when they're assholes in the chat. So appreciate you, JD. Appreciate you.
Well, you know what they say, you are what you eat.
JD, you nasty dog.
You nasty. Dude, I'll tell you what, he wants to come in last place for a duck race. No doubt about it. King Zay, Salvador, and you know what? Yeah, and who was the person? I don't even remember. JD? Here's the thing, dude, right? That's just so far from the truth. I feel like we do a really good job of always showing love. But I'll always say this too, right? This is our home. Think about it, right? It's our home. I want people when they walk into our home to treat Chuggs and I with respect. And I'm telling you this right now, if you walked in my house saying some shit like that, I'm not afraid to put you in your place. But at the same time, you would do the exact same thing to me, right? So we try to run this like a family, like a friendship.
I'm
not afraid to call you out, but you also shouldn't be afraid to call me out. It's all good.
I don't go into your Wendy's and tell you how to flip burgers.
Stop. All right, let's get this wheel spin a rockin'. Whoever this lands on, you're going to go home. You're going to go home with a Raiders Report hat. If you do win, you either got to send me $1 on Venmo to claim your prize, or you got to follow Jeremy on Twitter at Jeremy Chuggs. Send him a DM with your first and last name and shipping address. I'm
going to give this a couple shuffles. Every day I'm shuffling. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Who's getting it? Who's getting the Raiders Report hat? My money is on Sancho, but that's also because
he has the most.
He's got the most. I think it's going to be him. There you go. Sancho gets the dub. Sancho.
Dub City.
All right.
Dub City, baby.
The next Raiders report raffle, 58 minutes from now. 58 minutes from now.
We are 70 likes away from giving 2 free raffle entries for the first people. I see Antonio Hernandez. You're going to be one of the first people to get in on the new raffle. I'm going to put you in there 3 times.
Oh.
Antonio Hernandez, you're in on the next raffle. Same with Chase Coe. You're in on the next raffle.
All right, I hear you, Mitch, but you obviously... All right, I think I already answered that one.
Oh,
yep.
Here, we'll go to the next one.
Yep.
Renee.
What's up, Renee? Hell yeah, come down. I got you guys. To Houston?
Yes, sir. A lot of people want to go to Houston.
I've never been. Never been to Houston. I heard it's sweaty down there.
You've also heard from people in the office. We live in Dallas, and everybody up here hates
There's a weird,
Houston.
rivalry.
Everybody up here in Dallas hates Houston.
I would say the rivalry to Dallas and Houston is probably similar to, Oakland and San Francisco.
Yes, exactly.
Boston and New York. I'm not kidding you.
Here's the dynamic. Houston is more of
Alex hates Houston.
Houston is more of down-to-earth people who are, multicultural, a lot of different cultures down there in Houston, a huge melting pot, more wide and spread out, and I feel like a little bit more laid back and chill. Okay. Dallas is full of snobby people who have their nose up and thinks their shit don't stink. So that's the difference between Houston and Dallas.
I don't know if you guys know this. Chuggs is from Houston. So I think that proves my point exactly.
It's true.
But that's my point, though, right? People from Houston don't like people from Dallas, and I'll admit, I don't really care where I'm probably a little bit in the middle. I do think there's a lot of snobby people in Dallas. I'm not afraid to admit that.
There you go.
But again, I've never been to Houston. I'll let you know what city I like.
See, Malachi, look what he said. Chuggs is right.
Yep. Be careful what you say, Malachi. His head, if it gets any bigger, it's not going to fit in that box. What's up, Raymond? Why don't we go for young wide receiver Colts Pierce better than Lockett?
I don't think he's a free agent.
I was just going to say, I think Pierce
got one more year.
I think he's got 1 year left.
Now, as a trade candidate, yes. Let me check his contract.
I brought up Alec Pierce last season because he was the go-to guy for Gardner Minshew. So I'm pretty sure he does have 1 year left on his deal.
Yeah, he's a free agent next year. He's on the last year of his rookie deal. He's got a very tradable contract. The Colts did sign Ashton Doolin in free agency, another wide receiver.
And he's either going to be catching balls from Anthony Richardson or Daniel Jones.
The Colts can save $3 million by trading him. They also have Michael Pittman Jr., who they recently paid a contract extension. An interesting idea.
I would say this. Indy's not going to give you Alec Pierce for probably anything cheaper than... if I was the Colts, I would want at least a 5th-round pick, right? And our pick right now is what? 143, I think is what it is. They just switched up all the Raiders picks, which I should probably know it off the top of my head. I just got to look at it once and I'll know it. Raiders draft picks, because it just switched up recently now that the comp picks are officially official. Let me go to the full draft order. I guess my point is this.
That could be
I don't want to give up a 5th.
Andre,
when I could just sign
Lockett. I actually
Lockett.
love that idea. If the stuff is true about Michael Mayer, would you swap Michael Mayer for Alec Pierce? Both 2nd, 3rd round picks. You're getting a wide receiver. They're getting a tight end. They feel a need at tight end. You feel a need at wide receiver. Why for yes and for no? I like that idea from Andre. Would you do that trade?
I think it's an intriguing idea. I do. My biggest fear, though, is this. And maybe if you trade for Alec Pierce and he's got 1 year left on his contract,
you'd have to give him a contract extension. That would be part of the.
And that's why I'm process. I'd rather than to be honest, I think it's a good idea, and I like when we get questions like that because it makes you think a little bit more. But the only reason why I would probably say no is because I still think Michael Mayer is a damn good tight end too, and this team is still going to want to try to block, and Mayer can block. He can do some different things. But then also you still have Mayer at 2 more years on a cheap contract, where I actually think if you traded for Alec Pierce, you'd have to give him an extension, and you're essentially giving an extension to a guy that you know for a fact is your wide receiver 3.
Yeah.
Like, I still would say you need another receiver.
I mean, I think an extension would be a reasonable one, too. Like, you'd be able to get him at, like, a $7-8 million a year for a couple seasons extra. I'd rather pay $7 million a year to Alec Pierce than Tyler Lockett.
Would you rather pay a 5th-round pick $7 million to Pierce or 1 year prove-it deal for Lockett? Like, I don't think Lockett's deal is – I bet you it's a year or two.
Yeah.
For Pierce, you're signing up for a little bit longer.
Adam.
The Chargers are re-signing linebacker Troy Dye to a 2-year, $5.5 million deal.
Before we get to Adam's Super Chat, we'll get to yours in just a second. We are 25 likes away from 1,000. We're going to give 2 free tickets away. Who wants a ticket to get – show him the beautiful hat. One of these bad boys. We've been getting a lot of questions about these. We're giving these away. We're doing a raffle every single hour on the hour. So once that new league year hour hits 2, we're going to give another one away. We are 18 likes away from giving away 2 free tickets.
Oh, yeah.
So if you are like, man, I don't really.
2 free tickets. Whoever can spam LV the most down below. 2 free tickets.
Let's go.
I think we do it 2 people, though. Right? It's not one person.
No, yeah. It's 2 different people get a free ticket. 2
different people. Cool. And then if we get to 1,500 likes, we're giving away 3 tickets. So there's an opportunity this hour, 5 tickets. There's an opportunity this hour to get to 9 tickets.
You know who's not getting a free ticket is JD. You're not getting a free ticket.
Unless he apologizes.
Yes, unless he sends me.
I need a I'm sorry, Mitch and Chuggs.
Mm-hmm.
And then I might consider it. You know what? If JD has the cojones to say, Mitch and Chuggs, I was wrong, I'm sorry, I'll give him a ticket.
Yeah. Javier Naranjo, you're getting one of them.
Okay.
Let's see who's going to get the other one. Javier Naranjo got the first one, which pretty sure Naranjo means orange in Spanish. So Javier Orange.
According to Vic Tafer, grain of salt, Cooper Kupp is going to have a pretty good market. There are a lot of Sean McVay disciples out there, including Raiders quarterback coach Greg Olsen.
Yep. Raiders are a team. Texans are a team. Niners are a team. They just traded away Debo. All people who could be in for Mr. 2 Girls, 1 Cooper Kupp.
I saw Dre Scandrick. Mitch and Chuggs, I'm wrong, and I'm sorry. I don't think that was him. Dre Scandrick?
I'll be able to see. No. Other person. Wrong person.
No, Dre, I respect the hustle. I respect it. I really do.
Honestly, that guy probably did leave.
He probably left?
Maybe.
I mean, probably. I would leave.
All right. The other
If I got clowned like that and I knew I was wrong, yeah, I'm leaving.
Let's see. The other free ticket I'm going to give to, I see David Langs a ton. I'm going to give it to David Langs.
David Langs.
Any relation to Scott Lang, a.k.a. Ant-Man, in the Marvel Universe? No? Okay. Next Super Chat. Adam.
I don't know. Adam, hey, Mitch, what are your wishes for running back, and what do you think will happen? My wishes for running back are the Raiders. You know, to me, I would like the Raiders to be able to target a running back on round 3. Maybe that's Trevian Henderson. Maybe it's Quinshawn Judkins. I just think that both of those backs we already know fit with what Chip Kelly wants to do, and I would like to be able to use some of those earlier picks on something else. If you tell me right now, if today the Raiders went out and they got themselves a Mekhi Becton and told me that they're going to also go out and get maybe another like tackle or something like that, and they just really bolster up that offensive line, I'll sit up here and I'll say I'll take Ashton Genty. That'll be my wish. But right now, we got to be able to find a veteran running back that this staff has confidence in that can pass protect. Kenneth Gainwell was somebody that I mentioned. He ended up just signing to, I forget what team he went to, but J.K. Dobbins is somebody that I would consider. I think somebody like a Rico Dowdle, who both of those running backs are top 10 according to PFF in pass blocking, which will be important. I really hope Sincere McCormick is healthy, and if he is healthy, you know, you can maybe bring back an Amir Abdullah, who's a good pass-catching running back on third down. Maybe you want to bring back, you know, Alexander Madison. He can also pass protect really well. But it's a cheap veteran running back that you can pair. That cheap veteran running back will be your RB2. Sincere McCormick will be your RB3, and then you draft your RB1. That's the route I would go, because this running back draft class is so deep. It really is. It is super, super deep.
So deep.
It's deep.
Whoa.
Let's keep it going, man. Hopefully that answered your question.
Dylan.
What up, Dylan? Would Justin Simmons be a good safety pickup and fit for a true free safety on this team?
Yes.
Also, yes, he would. And, this is the other reason why I get Raiders fans wanted to keep Trevon Merrick, 3 for 51. It's also a chance to earn up to 60, right? That's a lot of money for Trevon Merrick. Or you go Justin Simmons, who has been consistently one of the better free safeties in the NFL. I get it, 32 years old. But until we see a rapid, and I mean rapid decline from certain guys. I know Simmons did take a little bit of a step back this season, but I'll also say this, and I was talking to our Falcons guy, and I think Raiders fans will appreciate this. The way that the Falcons players are looked at on defense, I don't think is fair because of how bad they played down the stretch, where there was a stretch of games, if y'all remember, with Kirk Cousins, where he threw 9 interceptions, 1 touchdown in a 5-game stretch. The amount of times that their defense was put on the field in really bad situations last season, I would sit here and go, if for somebody that didn't watch many Falcons games, you look at a lot of the numbers that some of those defensive players had, and you're like, man, they kind of struggled on defense. But then I would also say, imagine if somebody ripped apart the Raiders defense last season, or even the year before that. I would respond with, yeah, there was some ups and downs, no doubt about it, but they weren't nearly as bad as what we thought. Think about how many bad interceptions the Raiders had, and then the defense after, being on the field, it's, shit, man, we got to go right back out there again. And that happened a lot, and I think Justin Simmons still can play at a high level. He's not the elite shutdown safety like he once was. But at 31, 32 years old, he played at $8 million last year, which tells me he's probably going to be at around 5 or 6 this season.
What happened to Jalen Mills?
He fell off a cliff.
No, yes. He just
Not literally, but
he just tweeted out, confused and frustrated, can't even explain how I feel right now.
Interesting.
I'm wondering if that's a personal thing or if it's a NFL thing, he just got cut or something. I don't know.
Could be.
It was a weird tweet of
I mean, Philly's, even Chauncey Gardner-Johnson said it the other day. He was like,
was Jalen Mills on Philly?
No. I'm saying more we see players at this time of the year. Chauncey said he thought it was an April Fool's joke. So I almost wonder if Mills just got told something and he's like, I can't believe that.
Yeah.
But how many years ago was he on the Eagles? I don't feel like that was that long ago.
I want to say 3 or 4 years ago, maybe.
Really? That long ago? Wow, yeah, 2020. That actually blew my mind.
Yeah.
Jets last year. Patriots from 2021 to 2023.
Yeah, because I remember after that.
I would have said 2 years ago, so that's on me.
Because he was on the Super Bowl team with Nick Foles.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I got it. Santos says, Mitch, what would be your last meal? What would be your last meal? Top 5 last meals. This one's for Brandon Jasper. Brandon always loved a good top 5.
Top 5 last meals?
Top 5 last meals. Can I get some tunas down below?
One of them would have to be a classic steakhouse dinner. Steak, mashed potatoes, mac and cheese, maybe some. Oh, I'm not eating. Actually, no, I was going to say a vegetable. I'm not eating vegetables on my last meal.
I was just going to say.
I'm not worried about my figure. I'm eating horrible. I'm eating a chocolate lava cake. Another funny one would be just a monster chili cheese burrito. So as soon as I die, it's just
a mess.
Yeah, it's a mess.
It's a mess.
Whoever's cleaning up after me is who did this?
I mean,
is this a homicide case? Because there is chili cheese shart everywhere.
I think if I had, I have a weird obsession with crab legs.
Oh, crab legs are great.
I also think it's a great thing to eat at your last meal because it takes forever.
I'm more of a crab cake guy. I
love a good crab cake. Though there's a part of me, I would want the fat, a big burger. I love a good burger, a great chicken sandwich to me is hard to beat.
Dude.
I would want something sweet. I agree.
A really, really good southern meal of either chicken fried steak or fried chicken, mashed potatoes with gravy, some cornbread. Yeah, seafood gumbo in that, like a true Southern meal.
See, I would rather have like a po' boy than anything you just said. I'm definitely a sandwich guy. I would want something like a chicken parm. I love a good chicken parm.
You're more of an Italian food guy. Like, I like Italian food, but you're like, you come from a Italian family. Magic City, we can't be delusional, nation. Teams are built through the draft. All of our best draft picks weren't even paid and are now on other rosters. Spend on free agency while building and retaining our draft picks using the money.
Yeah, and I think, the way that teams are won, and this is, again, the way that the Raiders just haven't done it, the way that the Raiders did it, which is why I always think it's comical when people are like, let's bring back John Gruden. I'm like, I don't understand how anybody as a Raiders fan would want John Gruden just because of how much of a disaster he was as a talent evaluator from trades, free agency, the draft. The way teams are built, the way that teams are, like winning teams are built is through the draft, right? Where you hit your big picks in the draft and you have those really good players on cheap contracts, and then that helps you be really great to then pay your big players down the road. What bad teams do is they spend a shit ton of money in free agency, don't do well in the draft, and that puts you in a horrible spot. That's what the Raiders have done for the past few years.
Raider Sancho, that's hilarious. He just put chicken French.
Chicken French. We can't be delusional, nation. Teams are built.
That's what I just read.
Through the draft. Oh, yeah, all right. I actually didn't read that. I Ron Burgundy in that, and I think everything I just said was in that super chat.
No, I read it, and then you answered it after I read it out loud. Antonio.
Love what you guys do for Raider Nation. Live here in L.A., working outdoors. Rain or shine. Raiders! What kind of work you doing, man? Working rain or shine? I'll tell you this. Working outside, I think my least favorite job ever. Attaboy. Working on a roof in the rain was horrible. Like, I'd much rather work in 100 degrees than working in the rain on a roof, but that's because I was afraid of heights. When I used to work valet, a rainy day for valet sucked. It was so bad. And I was in Northeast Pennsylvania. It was not good. Though, even like hot days, when you were a valet driver, some of the cars you would drive in, dude,
yeah,
it was bad.
Chase, I will fly out from Columbus if y'all go to Houston.
So again, we're not going to go to the game itself. We would go down there like the weekend. Let's say the game's on a Sunday. I would actually tell you, if the game's on a Sunday.
What the plan would be, for, at least in my thought, would be Friday, I would do a meetup with Texans because Houston people are already down there. So Friday makes more sense for me.
Cool. Saturday
would be, we do a Raiders meetup because I'm guessing a lot of people would fly in the day
I would want to go, like, as soon as, Friday, I would want to leave on Friday. That was going to be my point because we'd have off Friday, Saturday. Yeah,
Friday morning we leave. I would do a meetup that night.
Do we bring the girls? The Jets agreed to a contract on a 1-year deal.
I don't know.
I don't have a problem, but with those type of things, I like to keep it work.
Yeah, that would be the thing is I probably wouldn't bring Danny because it would just be a lot for her, and I don't know how long she would want to hang out at the.
I get it. That's the same thing for Alex. Meetup. That'd be my only thing. Like, they can. And again, I love Danny, I love Alex, and Alex same way. Like, when I go to a Raiders meetup, like, she's come with me to a few of them. After like 2 hours, she's like, "All right, I'm good." And usually 2 hours is when the beers just start flowing.
Yeah, I can't break my hand if she's there.
That's true. Chase, go! I will fly out. Love it, dude. Corbs, third consecutive binge day. Sent you 10 for Jersey yesterday.
Yeah, the winner of the jersey was actually, or the Raiders gear was Raider Mitch, who has, I don't know if Raider Mitch has gotten back to us yet. He has 24 hours to respond, so that's at the end of today. If he's not in, I'm looking for him in the chat today. If he's not in the live chat today, then we might just have to give away his stuff tomorrow if he doesn't respond.
Yeah.
Because the rule is 24 hours.
We give you 24 hours. So hopefully you're here, man.
Yeah. Usually we're actually being nice. Usually it's either 24 hours or you have to be there at the time of.
Yeah.
So
Which, again, I hate when somebody wins something and they don't get it, but I also don't want people who watch the show who spend their money to try to win something, and then a prize goes unclaimed, right? If a prize goes unclaimed, that pisses me off.
Yeah.
I mean, it does. I mean, we end up just giving one away then, but still, it sucks, man. It does. Mario, trust this coaching. Don't matter who, sign and shine. I like what this coaching staff is doing, and it's why I'm not panicking. And I've seen a lot of people on social media panicking, and I get it, right? I get why Raiders fans want these big-time splashes. You want to feel like that you're getting better. But as a Raiders fan, you already got to feel that we have gotten better this offseason. And there's still so much left to be done, right? And a lot of times, it's the quarterback is such a simple spot. But how much we were able to upgrade with going from Geno Smith to what we've had, I mean, that is like 3 wins right there, right? Like if anybody would have asked you, would you rather have Geno Smith or would you rather kept Roberts, Blaine, Trevon Merrick, and Nate Hobbs? Type 1 for Geno, type 2 for those 3 players there. And there might be a few people that type 2. That's totally fine. But because we didn't pay all that money that I just mentioned for everybody typing 2, we were not only able to trade for Geno Smith, we were also able to re-sign Malcolm Koonce and Adam Butler, right? And I would take Adam Butler, Malcolm Koonce at their values over those other 3 players. And it's not because I don't like those 3 guys. I think as a Raiders fan, we loved Robert Spillane. I freaking love Nate Hobbs. Trevon Merrick was my guy. And losing that, it feels like it's a little bit of a gut punch. But they're also getting unbelievable money. And I'm happy for them that they got that money. But I don't value a player over the shield. And for that, we got to move on, dude. Like, to the Raider fans that are still freaking out about Spillane, Merrick, and Hobbs, I'm going to look at you the same way I talk to people about Derek Carr. It's time to move on. And that's okay. It's okay. It's time to move on. We got almost 2,000 people here in the building. What up, Tyler D? I tried sending them my first super chat yesterday. I rear-ended someone. Stay off your phone while driving, kids. Mitch, you make this channel feel like Oakland tailgates. Thanks for all you guys do. Yeah, here is a friendly reminder to act responsible when you watch the Raiders report. I'm guessing everything's good because I know this. If it would have been like really bad, I don't think I would have told everybody about it. But since you did tell us, I hope it's a story that you can laugh about now. Like, do you have a story that you could think of off the top of your head that in the moment you were like, that was bad. Bad, bad, bad. But now you can sit back and laugh about it? I mean, I was going to say, if you want to eat first, you can.
My very best friend from Houston, which when we go down, you'll probably
Who also hates Dallas, probably.
Oh, yeah. When we go down, you'll probably meet. He'll want to meet up and go to the stuff with us. But whenever we were in high school, I was on a date with this girl, and he was talking to her friend.
Okay.
And he's messaging her, and she had one of her eyes was a lazy eye.
Okay.
And I'm out on a date with her friend.
Okay.
My best friend messages the girl who I'm on a date with, one of her friends, and tells her, you're actually pretty cute for a girl with a lazy eye, is what he messages her. We're like freshmen in high school.
I can tell this guy has never talked to a girl in his life.
The girl I'm on a date with turns to me and goes, did you see what your friend just told my friend? And in my mind, I'm like, I'm with you. How am I to see that? So no, I have no idea. She sends me she shows me the screenshot of his text, and I'm like, well, I'm not getting any tonight.
I mean, you want to talk about not having a high IQ. That's your buddy, after saying that, I worry that he didn't fill in his name correctly on the SATs.
Oh, dude, it was a sad life lesson. But yeah, don't ever point out probably somebody's biggest insecurity and say, you know what, you're actually kind of cute regardless of that.
That's wild.
If a girl had a massive mole on her cheek and you go, besides that mole, you're actually really hot.
Mole. Like, you'd probably be better off doing that.
Yes.
Holy cow, dude.
But yeah, that's probably the funniest story about me and my best friend.
I have one that I will not share, but
I give him shit on that to this day.
To this day?
Yes.
I don't know. I mean, the one story I have, I swear to y'all, I'll never tell it because it's not about me. So I would never want to put that on somebody. But I think when you can sit back and you can laugh at something that you did, even if it was like, you're just like, I can't believe I did that. I think it's always a good learning moment. So Tyler, put your phone down. Put your phone down, bro. Noah, singing shuffling after talking about Wendy's.
I think this is after I said that Wendy's joke about JD earlier.
I bet he likes Wendy's. You guys like Wendy's?
Chance.
Do you like Wendy's? What up, Chance? Chuggs, change of pace. How has Houston's free agency been so far? I know you crashed out about the Tunsil. Also, F Houston, never seen so many bad drivers.
Well, you don't want to go to Dallas either, because that's something the two cities have in common. Maybe it's a Texas thing.
I'm not kidding you. It's Alex is like, oh, you hate driving? And it's not that, like, I don't like to drive. But since I've moved down here, I just can't stand it because I am a rule follower. Like, I really, truly am. Like, I'm not going to pass somebody on the right. I'm going to pass you on the left. I'll stay in the left lane until, I'm going to get back over to the right if you want to pass me. Like, I am a responsible driver is how I would, honestly, Alex thinks I'm too careful, but in my mind, I think I'm responsible. I hate Dallas because it's literally no rules. I mean, you could be driving in the middle lane and you're looking to, try to get off on your right side, giggity, and you're trying to rear. There could be somebody going 90 or 100 miles down 75. And, we kind of talked about it earlier, some snobby people with some money. The amount of reckless people that are driving, look at, what's his name? For the Chiefs.
Rice?
The amount of, those instances that I see all the time on 75, which is a 5-lane. I mean,
our main highway.
Yeah, it's bad, dude. I hate driving down here.
Renee, I'm from Cali, lived in Dallas, and now Houston. They do hate each other. It's like the Bay versus L.A.
Okay, Bay versus L.A. Renee, from the Bay to L.A.
And Renee's going to be one of the people that meet us down there.
Hell yeah.
What part of Texas got the best barbecue? All of it. There's great barbecue all over Texas. I've been to Austin, obviously amazing barbecue down in Austin. Dallas has some legit spots. Houston has some really good barbecue as well.
My favorite place in Dallas, if you guys are ever here, there's two places
Hutchins.
I would recommend. I was going to say, if you want to know about Hutchins.
We're talking about best barbecue in Texas. Oh, my God, it's Hutchins. It's not. It's Hutchins by a landslide. Trizzy Trace is a big Hutchins guy. If you didn't know.
I'm big on the Hutch.
Big Hutchins guy.
I got a hunch for the Hutch.
I'll say this. If you like vinegar-based barbecue sauce, maybe that's not the way is that Hutchins? Because Pecan Lodge is one of the places that is very well known. If you look it up, it's probably a top 5 barbecue spot in the world is like what it's ranked. I don't love it as much. My favorite place, it's called Slow Bone, and it is open 11 a.m. to 3 p.m., and it looks like a house.
Dude, one place that I love,
it's amazing,
which I never get to eat, it's called Cadillac. It's actually one of the places that got a Michelin star in Dallas.
Really? Okay, I'm listening.
They're only open 3 days a week from 10 to when they sell out, which is usually around 2. So they're only open 3 days, and they're only open until they sell out of barbecue.
I've never heard of this place. That's how you know it's good.
It's bomb.
In my mind, when I was looking up barbecue spots, and I thought to myself, if this place is only open 11 to 3 every day, I'm like, they got to be making a killing.
My stepdad's family is also from Lockhart. I saw somebody say it out, in the chat. Lockhart is kind of like how Melissa is to Dallas. That's what Lockhart is to Austin, but think of even less people. Like, I can't say that. I haven't been there in a long time.
Yeah.
But whenever I went last, there was like nobody there. But they have like 4 or 5 insanely good barbecue spots there.
We do have some NFL free agency news. The Jets have agreed to a deal with, it's not loading, Rashad Weaver on a 1-year deal. Don't know who he is.
Oh, that's an edge. He was with the Texans, like on their practice squad, I believe.
Rashad Weaver?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Former Titan as well.
What up, Infamous? We got to build the trenches after watching your earlier video this morning. I hope we get aggressive for Becton. Wanted him over Murphy and Holland. Again, the video I put out this morning was like my thoughts on maybe like why the Raiders have been all defense, not a lot of offense, and why they've been kind of, being a little bit more patient. And I only say that because, again, right, this is going to be another example of we just got to stop listening to beat reporters. If they don't do anything this week and they're not aggressive, I think we just got to we got to stop, right? It's getting out of hand how often they miss. But it was reported that the Raiders were going to be super, super aggressive during the offseason, which I think is also adding a little bit of fuel to this. Why the hell are we not being aggressive to the offseason fire? They are making smart, calculated moves. But if you were to tell me Byron Murphy, Mekhi Becton, or Javon Holland, which guy would I have wanted out of all those? I would have sat up here and I also would have said Mekhi Becton, which probably would have got the least amount of money out of all these dudes. Maybe a little bit of a risk. The only thing that scares me about them not looking at Becton is they already went out and got Alex Kappa.
Yeah.
So, and I think Mekhi Becton is light years better than Kappa, but that regime trusts Kappa. No cap.
Honestly, they do trust Kappa, and the only daily fantasy sports app that I trust goes by the name of PrizePicks. Get started today with PrizePicks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app with over 10 million active members. Did you know that, Mitch?
I did know that, and I don't know if you knew this, Chuggs. I know today's Wednesday, but PrizePicks also offers weekly promotions that can lead to big-time payouts like Taco Tuesday. Each Tuesday, PrizePicks discounts select player projections up to 25% to provide even more value for your lineups. Download the app today. Use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Sign up today and get $50 instantly when you play $5. You don't even need to win to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed. Download the app today. Use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. PrizePicks, run your game. So you're going to see a little note up here that's going to say, like, you can't make this lineup. And the reason that you can't make this lineup is because I have 2 Genos and 2 Brock Bowers also, in the same lineup.
Only you have to do more than one team.
More than one team.
It can't just be the Raiders.
So I wanted to be able to just show that and say that to you, but I also just wanted to show the nation, if anybody out there wanted to do season-long projections, more or less on PrizePicks, you could do it with these 4 players here. So these are the only 4 that are available right now for the Raiders on PrizePicks, which it's going to change as soon as, I think today is going to change a lot, as soon as like deals start becoming officially official and we know who some of the starters are going to be. But if you see any of those, like Brock Bowers, 5.5 receiving touchdowns. You look at like Geno Smith's, really interesting.
22.5 passing touchdowns really interest me. You can use these picks or you can go against them. Do the lesses. It doesn't matter. Just do it over on PrizePicks. $50 instantly when you play $5. You don't need to win your play to get the $50 bonus. It's actually guaranteed. So get started with our friends over at Le PrizePicks. Corey, you're up.
Who would you draft round 1, round 2, round 3 to make our offense unstoppable? The way that I'm going to do this question is I'm basing it off of what we have right now, okay? What we have and what we have right now. To make our offense unstoppable, basing it off of what we have right now, I would go with, man, I don't want to say it depends. That's such a lame thing to say. Let's go Marcus Membao or Will Campbell at tackle. I like, Armin Membao, the right tackle from Missouri. I'm going to put him at right tackle. He's so comparable to Trent Williams and somebody like Tristan Wirfs that I think John Spytek's going to look at it. So there's that answer, okay? Then in round 2, I'm going to look to add the best wide receiver that I can who's available to me on the board. Maybe it's Emeka Egbuka. I think he's going to go in round 1, but if he's available there in round 2, you could consider it. If you're looking for a running back, I would also consider going a running back. But if it was up to me and we're based off this team that we have right now, I would say offensive line, either wide receiver or running back, and then either wide receiver or running back. That's how I would go with it. Perfect world, you want my absolute perfect world, I would say T-Mac at 6, Booker, the offensive guard from Alabama, Let's go with him at 2. I don't know if he's going to be there either. And then Quinshawn Junkins or Trevion Henderson in the 3rd round to make our offense unstoppable. That would be a fun offense to me. Let's go to
Malcolm.
What up, Malcolm? I've been busy with work the past few days. Can you give me a quick recap of all the moves we've made in free agency up to this point?
I'm actually glad you asked that because I know it's one of those things where it's like, when you're in class and everybody has the same question, but nobody wants to raise their hand and ask it. Yep. I feel like this is that question.
Malcolm, I appreciate this. So we'll talk about first was the Alex Kappa move. 2-year, $11.2 million deal. That obviously happened before, free agency started. Raiders also did an important move, which I think needs to be mentioned, re-signing Isaiah Polam out at 2 years, $8 million. Then you went out, you got that Max Crosby extension, 3 for $106. Geno Smith trade for a 3rd-round pick, Devontae straight up. I believe that Geno Smith contract is going to happen here in the next 48 hours. Adam Butler re-signed him late in the night, 3 years, $16.5 million. Len Boyd, $5 million guaranteed. Then on Monday, you signed Jeremy Chinn to 2 for $16. You re-signed Malcolm Koonce for 1 for $12. Late on, would have been Monday night as well. I don't have the details on this one yet. Lonnie Johnson Jr. ended up going to the Raiders, which we will get details on Lonnie Johnson Jr. today. That should be mentioned. Elandon Roberts, 1 year, $3 million. And then late last night, Eric Stokes, 1 year, $4 million. Some other things that'll happen today besides the Geno trade becoming officially official. The Raiders are moving on from Andre James. The Raiders are moving on from Gardner Minshew, and we're going to be able to get the money for that. If at any point somebody has this question, like from Malachi, don't be afraid to let me know. Divine Diablo signed 2 for $14 to the Atlanta Falcons. Trevon Merrick, 3 for $51 to the Carolina Panthers. He could make up to $60. Robert Spillane, 3 for $37 to the New England. Nate Hobbs, 4 for $48, $16 million guaranteed to the Green Bay Packers. Trying to think if there's any super other notable Raiders players that got deals. I think that's it right now off the top of my head. Malachi. But this is why I want y'all to subscribe, and I appreciate the fact that you, again, had the confidence to be able to ask that question. If you guys need to stay up to date on all things going on around the Raiders, I promise you, we're going to be here. We're going to be rock with all y'all. Make sure you click that subscribe button and make sure those notifications are on. How would you like Tez Johnson in round 4? I like Tez Johnson in round 4. I don't know if Tez is going to fall to round 4. And I know, here's the funny part. Depending on who you talk to, will tell you Tez Johnson had a bad combine. And I say that because he ran a 4.51, which really slow for Tez Johnson. And he's small receiver, right? Like he even said in a quote before the combine, if you blink, you might miss my 40. You could have blinked a few times, Tez. What he did really well, though, was the short, intermediate quickness routes, 3-cone drill, the shuffle. And a lot of times, like when I watch Tez Johnson play, he's a lot faster than what he ran. And I care so much about somebody's tape and their speed on a football field so much more than their 40-yard dash time. Chuggs brought up this point, too. He thinks that he's going to be a Bronco by round 3. So he lived with Bo Nix's family. For those who don't know that whole story, they essentially took him in. He literally considers them his family. He calls them brother, sister, mom, dad. They brought him in. So his relationship with Bo Nix, I think that that's going to be a team that drafts him so much earlier than every other team, because they're going to try to do right by Bo. And that's I know Tez is going to say he wants to play everywhere. I think he wants to be a Bronco, right? I mean, wouldn't you want to go play with your brother? I would. I would want to. And the fact that he had a little bit of a bad combine, but his skill set does fit with Bo Nix. Being somebody who's really good 5 to 10 that can stretch the field. Let's go to the next one. Rolling in here on the Raiders Report. I should also remind y'all, 19 minutes away from our next Raiders Report raffle. If you're like, Mitch, how the hell do I get in to get a chance to win a Raiders Report hat? After I answer this super chat here from Kings, I just want to show the list again. Best bed rest all week. Thanks, guys. Had double disc replacement in my neck and was electrocuted. by 1,500 volts in September. Should have died, so thank you guys for helping me. Got pictures to prove it, then almost died in surgery. How many tickets? Well, you just get 7 tickets for that. Yeah, I'll tell you this, that's crazy. My dad was one time electrocuted, and he has a picture of it where his hair is actually completely stood up. And when he explains the story, he said it bounced him back. I don't know if you're here, Dad, but he said it bounced him back 5 to 10 feet. It like really like blew him up. That's really scary. We're going to give you some extra tickets. Also, the discs in your neck. My mom had neck surgery when that's probably almost 20 years ago at this point. And I can remember the issues she had after, which, again, we lived in where it was cold. When it would get cold, her neck, it would bob like a bobblehead. But it's because she said it was after the surgery, and I noticed it really bad. But when she was cold, her neck just wasn't strong enough, and her head all the time would go like that. It's a long road ahead, bro, but I'm glad that in a really difficult situation, you're able to put a smile on your face. You're able to have a good time. And I think more people got to have that type of mindset in life because you're always going to get thrown curveballs, right? You're always going to get thrown shit at you. And if you've never had any shit thrown at you, you're probably from somebody from Houston who thinks that you're just from Dallas, right? You just get to live prim and proper. But you always got to be able to bounce back, dude. So salute to you. So here is the raffle that we are doing every single hour. If you want 1 ticket, $5 super chat. 3 tickets, $10. $20, 7 tickets, 50, 20. If you send in a bang, we're going to give you 50 tickets. So far, the MVP of today's show, Raider Sancho, who also, by the way, is going home with a Raiders Report hat. Love it, dude. Those are the ways that y'all can get some tickets if you want a chance to win a Raiders Report hat today on the show. Also, there is ways to get it for free. If we get to 1,500 likes, we're going to give away 3 extra tickets. We've already given 2 this round. We will give away 3 extra tickets if we can get the 1,500 likes before the time. That clock down there below says 2 hours. If you're wondering when the new league year starts, your either eyes are closed or you're blind. I don't think any other option. 2 hours and 15 minutes away from the start of the new league year, and I think that's when you're going to see a lot of stuff start to get rolling. I really do. Mr. Slim, you in. Sergeant Fighter, love it. Triple nickel, baby. What's the difference between beer nuts and deer nuts? One costs $1.79, and the other is just under $1. Dude, I'm telling y'all right now, I'm saving that for my dad. That is, if anybody ever sees my dad in the chat, somebody remember to tell me to tell him that joke. He's going to love that. He's going to love that. The tickets do not carry over every hour. Every hour, it's new tickets. I figure it's the fairest way to do it because we had a lot of people over the past 2 days that, missed the chance to, see if they won or not. And I was like, I get it. We're going live for 8 hours. You sit there, you put something in for a chance to win, and 8 hours, 9 hours later, the raffle's done. I said, how can I do something today where it's every hour? So it's every hour. We're going to give away a Raiders Report hat, and if you want a chance to win one, get some raffle tickets in there. Sergeant Fighter, that's an A-plus joke right there. What up, Raymond Cerna? Should we try to pick up Zach Shaw, la 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 la, la 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 la, Zach la la la. I'll tell you this, I do love me some good Zach Charbonara. You get a little Zach Carbonara. It's an inside chat sports joke. I think Zach Charbonnet, in all honesty, is a good running back to pair, obviously, with Geno. Good runner between the tackles, good here and there. The only reason why I'm going to say no is because I'm not going to trade when this year's running back class is as deep as what it is. Sure, yeah, I get it. But I don't see them. They already have Kenneth Walker. And then who's the other guy? I think they like the 1-2 punch, though, with Walker and Charbonnet. I mean, they're not Zach Charbonnet. I mean, Charbonnet was good last season when Kenneth Walker got hurt. When Charbonnet had to start, and I only know this and remember it because I picked up Charbonnet in a few fantasy leagues because I was really, really thin at running back, and he did well. Like, I mean, they were giving him 20-plus touches. You're not giving a running back 20-plus touches that you don't trust. Again, same regime, but they are switching up a lot there. And, I mean, if they are trying to totally switch it up, then sure. If it costs anything less than a sixth, I'm interested in it at that point. But at the same time, you could always just draft a really good running back in a deep, deep class. 1,500 likes. We're going to give away 3 free tickets. We're about $250 away. Rich Wolf, what's up, my dog? Canes and spaghetti would be my last meal. Not together, right? You're telling me, this is probably one of the most drunk thoughts I've ever had. I bet you it's good. If you told me I could get a chicken parm with Cane's tenders, like the Cane's tenders, you turn that into the chicken parm, a little bit of sauce, and then I can just dump a cup of cane sauce on it. Drunk thought, no doubt about it. I'll put cane sauce on it. Every bite. I bet you that's good. You don't think I think I could put, I love cane sauce. I think I could put a cane sauce on anything. Minus something sweet. I love it. Corbs, Chuggs, $10 jersey was to be named for tuna. I don't know what you're talking about, Corbs. I think he said earlier he sent in something. The only other, I mean, I was going to say, Corbs, I actually think that you're already on. So we started the jersey. I'm going to open up this deal a little bit later on today. Again, we're doing a Brandon Jasper jersey. We've been signing people's names. I thought you were already on here, Corbs. I'm not going to lie to you. Da, 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 da. Let me see. If you're not, then yeah, I'll add you. Yeah, I have so many names on here. Corbs, I got you. I got you. Though I'm saving that for a little bit later on today's show when, let's just say some people from Mount Raidermore will be here later. Shout out to the nation and my cousin, Miso Soupy. I'm trying to think of, like, is this like Dre Scandrick, do you like Wendy's? Like, is that one of these jokes? Do you like Wendy's? Do you know the joke there? I don't know. Are we allowed to say the joke? Because that's what I felt. Lou Williams' favorite barbecue, Magic City. You're not wrong, dude. I mean, I think that's why James Harden got thick. He was just eating too much down there. Resign Marcus Epps if he passes a physical. He was solid and a great leader for our safeties. I think you mean the guard Becton. Okay. Mekhi Becton. The only reason why I'm going to say no to Marcus Epps is because you already have 2 strong free safeties. You got one in Isaiah Paul-Mal and Jeremy Chinn. If they told me right now that they're bringing back Marcus Epps, I'm going to sit here and go, Jeremy Chinn's going to play way more of a linebacker role than I ever thought that he possibly was going to play one. If you're going to bring in a safety, though, it's got to be a coverage guy at this point. Because you are, like I said, you already have your strong safety. Marcus was a great captain, really good player for this team. I think he was a big part of the reason why, the Philadelphia Eagles a few years ago had him play the most snaps. He's a good player. But we need a free safety more than we need a strong safety because we don't have a free safety yet. I'm all on board, though, for going out and getting Mekhi Becton. And I think, honestly, a lot of people are. Luis, who can still we get that can be a true cornerback 1? I don't know if there is maybe somebody that can be a true cornerback 1. I would say Stephon Gilmore could be a cornerback 1, but you would probably look at him the same way you look at Jacoby Myers as a wide receiver 1. You don't love it, but you know he's a good 2 option. And I do think if you brought in a Stephon Gilmore with an Eric Stokes, with Jack Jones if he's still here, and then also Jacorian Bennett, that's like, I can rally behind that. I think also somebody along the lines of an Asante Samuel Jr. Kendall Fuller is coming off a little bit of a down year, but Fuller does have some connections, at least to our coaching staff, which you got to keep an eye on. But right now, off the top of my head, somebody might also say Rasul Douglas. Maybe Rasul Douglas could be thrown in there. That one's going to hurt me, though. If we could have had Douglas for way cheaper, and now we're going to go out and you'd have to pay him probably quite a bit. Though, I guess if you brought in Douglas, him and Stokes did play together. Need Spytek's number to show him how to be aggressive. Yikes. How hard are you dialing that? I don't know if you could, if your one arm was that big, do you actually think that's possible? Like, do you think if you were to go to the gym every day, let's say for 10 years, and only work out one arm? I guess it would happen, right? That would be insane. Eric Jones, I've tattooed, all right, hear me out. I've tattooed at DTC in Deep Ellum. Which one is that? Is that, you couldn't pay me to stay on that 4-hour line for Pecan Lodge. Breakfast at All Good Cafe, though, in point. On point. Gotcha. Yeah, I actually think that Pecan Lodge is one of the more overrated. Like, I'll tell you that, I don't usually tell people to go to Pecan Lodge because it's not my favorite. It's actually like probably not even in my top 5 in Dallas. I think there's a lot of other better spots, but it's always a spot that people go to. What is DTC? Because I know there was like a really popular... Which is the one that's featured on Ink Master? Like the guy that's always on Ink Master always tattoos at a place in Deep Ellum. But there was like a really famous tattoo shop actually in Deep Ellum. So one of the judges on Ink Master, because when I started watching Ink Master, I was probably like the lame guy who was trying to get his first tattoo. So I started watching Ink Master. I was like all in on it. And then I was like, oh, like it'd be really cool to get this guy to tattoo me. And then I realized the style of tattoos that he does are just not what I'm personally interested in. I like more of like black and white. But I don't know. DTC, I'd be curious to know what it is. Dallas Tattoo and Arts. Is that by the guy? I don't know. Maybe there is a guy, though, on Ink Master. Dre Scandrick, shout out to the nation and my cousin. I think either he sent this again or we're hitting it again. I don't know. Jacoby Brissett went to the Arizona Cardinals. I heard somebody on this morning on ESPN talking about he sent it again. All right, Miso. Jerry, what's up, Mitch and Chuggs? End of the nation. I'm installing flooring and listen to you guys while I work. What type of flooring? Tile or just like flooring is... My dad actually was really quick at doing it. Now, it depends what type of flooring you're trying to put in, but it can be a fickle mistress. It can be. Jerry Watson, Sin City. We lose a few players. Who cares? We have the best coaches and the best minority owners. Super Bowls and national championships do matter. Haters, be excited. And I think it's actually something that people aren't talking about nearly enough, where it's not only... you have to look at the players that are on your team. And I get it. Players help you win, right? If you don't have good players, good coaches aren't going to win. It's the truth. But I also think when you look at the upgrades that our staff has made, there's not a team in the NFL that's upgraded from a staff standpoint more than the Raiders. The only other team that you could argue is the Chicago Bears. There's not another team out there that is also upgraded with the decision makers that we have. And it's so obvious right now that it's not funny. It's not funny. In fact, I can't wait to see what this team's able to do. Sin City, you bring up a great point. Reminder, y'all, we are about 3 minutes, 42 seconds away from the next Raiders Report raffle. Venthrak, video idea. After this week, make a pre-draft roster projection with biggest remaining needs. I'm telling you this right now, you're going to get a lot of draft content after free agency. Hell, I almost did a video late last night, Raiders' new mock draft after comp picks were announced. Because I'm a psycho, and that's what I think about. I'm like, oh, my God, I got to make a mock draft now. Curtis, did 2 trade backs with the Hawks and Saints, got 18. Who you took what? Malachi Starks? Okay. 40, you went Omari and Hampton. Okay. 50, you went Trey Harris at wide receiver. 52, Wyatt Milam from West Virginia. 68, you went TJ Sanders, defensive tackle. 93, Ransom. And then Kobe Bryant. Yep. And then Stutzman's the linebacker from Oklahoma. I'll tell you this right now, that's a stacked roster. There's a lot of good in there. There's a lot of good in there. I'm on board for it. Also, I'm on board for Carbs Bang! He said, give me 50 tickets, mother effer. But no, that's not actually what he said, but in my mind, that's what I read when I saw that Corbs Bang. What up, Corbs? Chuggs and Mitch, first class, and yes, that was for name on the Def Jasper family jersey. Too much bourbon. Too much bourbon. No such thing. No such thing. Corbs has a great chance to win this one. Not saying it's going to happen, Corbs, but you do have a really good opportunity. All right, I'll tell you one more time. About minute 47 away from doing a spin here for a Raiders Report hat. We will give away 3 extra tickets if we can get to 1,500 likes here on today's show. $5 super chat, you get a ticket. 10, you get 3. 20, you get 7. 50, you get 40. No. 50, you get 20. 100, you get 50. Tickets. Does that make sense? Alan says the Raiders have spent $100 million already. That's not true at all. Again, guys, if you're looking at Over the Cap and Spotrac, it's going to change a lot. It's going to change a lot here in 2 hours. Stay patient. Stay patient. I would say it's like, nah, it's not a good analogy. Never mind. Like, you know you're about to get paid on Friday, right? You know you're about to get paid. Yeah, I don't know if we're about to. I want to be able to give a few away. We are 45 seconds away. This is going to make me nervous. Come on, man. Come on, man. Alan, what am I adding up, though, bro? You know what I'm saying? Like, what am I adding up? It's not like, how is it 100 million? What am I adding up? That's what I don't get it. 19 seconds to go. I don't know if we're going to get there, dude. Cortez says, is Nate Hobbs gone? Yes. He signed 4 for $48, $16 million guaranteed to the Green Bay Packers. Here we go. All right, ma'am. I'm going to need you to spin that. I'm going to need you to spin it, which this one's going to be interesting. Because Corbs has the majority here. And I almost wonder if this is going to be a strategy moving forward of, do you get in a bang at the end? Maybe. Because here's the thing. Sancho won, and he banged. If Corbs wins after a bang, might have to be the way to go. Marcus Mariota going to the Commanders. Back to the Commanders. Mark Prosser, you are the winner of a Raiders Report hat, but you got to confirm with me. Dude, $8 million for Mariota? No, thank you. 1 year, $8 million for Mariota. Mark Prosser, I'm going to write your name down. You either got to send me $1 on Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. Mark Prosser. If they're not here, what do we do? Because, Mark, you got to be here, dude. If they're not here, we'll give him a little time. He was? Mock Prasa. Somebody said, how do you enter? I'll tell you how you enter. If you want a chance to win a Raiders Report hat today, we are doing it for We got Mark? Awesome. Thank you, Mark. I'll send you the $1 right back as soon as I get it. Which, speaking of Venmo, $20 Venmo for a chance to win as it stands right now. Which actually, I don't even know if I've been keeping track of these at all. I don't even know if we even got one yet. All right, I mean, we definitely have people in the duck race, but I haven't announced who's in. I see Ryan Campbell. I got you. LA Crash. Got you. Jerry Kester. Anthony Green. The Rams have officially informed Cooper Kupp that they are releasing him. Moshav. I've got Corbill. Timmy Jones, Josh Cass, Rob Fravor. Mark Prosser. Dude, good for you, bro. I agree with taking T-Mac at 6. Also, like Lockett, I think it would be a good fit. Let's freaking go Raiders, man. Congratulations to you, dude. I mean this. If the Raiders told me they want to try to add 2 wide receivers, what's the most smart way to do it? This actually would be my answer. If they knew for a fact that they had to add 2 wide receivers, this to me is the best outcome. But I still want an offensive line, still want a running game, still a lot of different things there. So right now, as it stands in our duck race, hang on. Right now it is, I got to put Tuna in, it is a $20 Venmo for a chance to win $100 here on today's show. All right, I'm going to refresh my phone, Mr. Prosser, at Mitchell Renz 365, which I will say this. I've had a lot of people try to add me as a friend. I will try to go through a few. Is there any chance, Chuggs, I could hop off real quick and I could just snag a bite to eat? So here's what we'll do, y'all. I'll be right back. I am going to hustle. I'm going to shovel some food down. And then as soon as I get back, we'll keep it rocking here. But the news that literally just happened around the NFL, it is now like basically official. The Rams are letting him know that like they're going to move on from Cooper Kupp, which again, it was known, but they are officially releasing him as it stands right now. I heard Tyreek Woolen. What would it take to get him? 5th? 6th? 4th?
Yeah.
I love, you guys know, like I love Tyreek Woolen when he was first coming out of UTSA.
I think they're going to try to get a 3rd or a 4th. He's a young starting cornerback. So
yep.
I think they would still try to at least squeeze a 3rd out of him. Giggity. All right, Mitch will be right back. I'm going to take over while he goes and gets a quick bite to eat. Also, what did you order? I got the alambre tacos, which is steak, peppers and onions, and some guac on top. Dylan, my buddy is a Colts fan, talks so much crap about the Raiders. Feels good to know, throw it back easily with his Danny Dimes and AR quarterback. Yeah, as somebody who covers the Houston Texans, watching the Colts is absolutely hilarious right now. It's absolutely hilarious. Danny Dimes and AR as your 2 quarterback options, that's like the Raiders last year whenever they had AOC and Gardner Minshew. Not going to be good. Ken Char flew 6 to 8 feet, had surgery 2 weeks ago. Thanks, fam. Hey, get better, Ken Char. Hopefully you're healing up well, coming back stronger, better than ever. Appreciate all the love. Appreciate you hanging out with us. And I'm glad we're able to, give you some entertainment while you're trying to get back on your feet. Spots Anthony, TBH, I'm really looking forward to the Madden Sims Raiders. Yeah, Madden Sims coming up. We're going to do the Madden Sims this offseason. It seems like a lot of people like it. I'm going to try to figure out different ways that we can maybe switch it up. Maybe if y'all have any suggestions, you can let me know in the chat, or if you can DM me on Twitter at Jeremy Chuggs. Let me know your suggestions on the Madden Sims. I don't know. I want to change it up a little bit as well. So we'll be doing those probably again this off season. A quick reminder as well, we are 130 likes away from giving away more tickets, which actually, as of right now, there's nobody else in our next hat raffle. So if you want a chance to win a Raiders Report hat, you can super chat. $5 gives you 1 ticket. I believe $10 gives you 3 tickets. $20 gives you 7 tickets. $50, I believe, gets you 20 tickets. And $100 gives you 50 tickets. So you can go check all those out, or you can get a chance to get a ticket that way. Or if we get to 1,500 likes, which we're getting there. Get to 1,500 likes, we're going to give away 3 free tickets. Next up, Jonathan. How are we feeling? What's up, Nation? Shout out to Tuna. If we sign a wide receiver, would we go after T-Mac with the 6th pick? It depends on what receiver. If you're getting a lower-level guy, maybe an older veteran, of course, yeah, you'd want to get another receiver. If you're going to get somebody who, I need to look at the top remaining free agents. I don't know if there's maybe like Cooper Kupp, Stephon Diggs, I don't think you would. If you got him, Keenan Allen, I don't know if you go T-Mac if you sign Keenan Allen, which that is the name that all Raider fans need to have in their mind. Keenan Allen. He followed his wide receiver coach to Chicago. That wide receiver coach now with the Raiders. It is a very high probability, in my opinion, that the Raiders will go out and at least target Keenan Allen. Let me know in the chat. Would you be down to sign Keenan Allen? Why for yes and for no? I think that is the most likely. A lot of people are talking Lockett because of the connection there. I think Keenan Allen, even though he played for the Chargers, fun fact, grew up a Raiders fan. Keenan Allen was a Raiders fan growing up, just happened to get drafted by the LA or San Diego Chargers, I believe, at the time that they got him. Let me know. Would you be down to get Keenan Allen? I think that's one of the more likely wide receiver options for Las Vegas. John Doe, you're next up. Who's a running back we can get in free agency? I know a lot of people have been talking about the Chubb, Mr. Nick Chubb. What is going on? Oh, no. That was just a rumor. I saw a tweet from Aaron Wilson. I thought it was more signings. A lot of people are talking about Nick Chubb. I believe J.K. Dobbins is still out there to be signed as well. In free agency, Rico Dowdle is the other name that I'm looking at. Besides those guys, I don't know if there's anybody worth going out and getting in free agency, especially because the draft has so many good prospects at the running back position. I don't know if it makes sense to necessarily spend some money at the running back position, but thank you for the super chat, Mr. John Doe. I'm so groovy. Mom's a Packer fan and won't let Aaron Rodgers immunize in peace. She's dying to know where he's going. Same at Chat Sports. We are live on almost half of our channels here at Chat Sports. Our Steelers and our Giants channel are both on Aaron Rodgers' watch. It is reported that those are the two teams that are most highly invested in signing Aaron Rodgers in free agency. Who's he going to go to? A lot of people think he might announce it on Pat McAfee. Let me know your thoughts in the comment section. Aaron Rodgers, do you think he signs with the Steelers or the Giants? Shoot your shot. Give me your prediction down in the comment section. If I had to guess right now, I would guess the Steelers. I'm leaning Steelers. Just internally, that's what I feel. I think it might be easier for Aaron Rodgers to work in Pittsburgh. They also have two really good receivers in George Pickens and DK Metcalf. But let me know. Where do you think he goes? Steelers or Giants? Who cares about Rodgers? Raider Nation. If he goes to the Steelers, I would care because that's another AFC team, another team that you could be fighting for a playoff spot. It's not just about your team. If you're an NFL fan, if you want to be the smartest Raider fan you could possibly be, you got to look at the other things that the other teams are doing. It matters what other teams do because you play those teams. Duh. I am so groovy. Thank you for the super chat. Sewer Rat. Who is our current best pass-catching running back? Is that a requirement for draft targets? I think it differs from, team to team, different offensive coordinators, what they're looking for in terms of a running back. The best pass-catching running back on the team right now? I don't know if it's Sincere or... definitely not Zamir White. Zamir White is not a pass-catching running back whatsoever. I would say Sincere McCormick. Yeah, probably Sincere McCormick. I can't say Dylan Laube. I cannot say Dylan Laube. I don't know if he makes the team next year, if I'm being completely honest. But thank you for the super chat, Sewer Rat. I would say you want a running back who can do both, especially in the league now. But like I said, different offensive coordinators might have different opinions on that. Derrick Henry, not necessarily a pass-catching back. Nick Chubb, not necessarily a pass-catching back. They're both really good as well. Josh, just now tuning in. Sorry if you already talked about this. What do you think about signing Rico Dowdle? I kind of just talked about the running backs a second ago, but for you, Josh, looking at the running back market again, if it's a really cheap contract, I'm okay with it. If it's anything more than like $2 or $3 million, I would wait till after the draft. I think there might be some of these guys. I think Nick Chubb might be a guy that signs after the draft. We see a lot of time veterans who are older in age also coming off injury. Wait after the draft and see, okay, what teams need a running back, and I'm going to go ahead and target those teams after the draft. I could see a lot of the running backs like a Dowdle, like a Nick Chubb, wait until after the NFL draft to see which teams are desperate for running backs, and then the market will pick back up for them, in my opinion. Thank you for the super chat, Mr. Josh Greenbaum. Vic, what are you thinking about picking up Nick Chubb? Like I just said, I think that's a post-draft pickup. I think that's after you do your draft picks. If the Raiders don't select a running back in this year's draft, I liked what I saw out of Sincere McCormick. Let me know in the chat, do you want to see more Sincere McCormick next year? Give me your thoughts on him, yes or no. I thought Sincere McCormick actually looked in a shitty Raiders season where the team was awful, they were losing a ton of games, it was awful. I think Sincere McCormick was one of the lone bright spots on this team. If you watched games last year when they were awful, Sincere looked really good. Sincere looked really good. It sucked that he got injured at the end of the year, so we didn't get to see him finish off the season. But I want to see more Sincere McCormick as a 1-2 guy, so I would wait until after the draft to get somebody like Nick Chubb, because I would want to see, could you possibly pair somebody with a Sincere McCormick? I know a lot of Raider fans are a fan of the Oregon running back, who's more of a bruiser. Pairing him with a Sincere McCormick, I wouldn't mind that. I want to see what Sincere can do going into next season. Thank you for the super chat, Vic, on asking about Nick Chubb. Alfredo, love the show, homies. Best Raiders report out there on social media. Yes, sir. Mustard. Yes, sir. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you so much for watching today's program. Here we go. Ronnie Jones. Ronnie Jones, I think most Raider fans get scared when it's silent, but spending all our money now might leave us with undesirable signings we're stuck with in the future. I would be happy with getting at least a wide receiver or running back, though. Raiders. I feel that. Ronnie Jones. Very, very insightful, very thoughtful super chat here. I agree with it, though. I think a lot of Raider fans get worried because obviously you want moves to happen. You want things to go down. And when things aren't going down, you're like, well, why not? Why can we not see some movement? Why can't we not see some improvement? You know, and I think that's indicative of today's society of we are so instant gratification. I mean, I know my generation, probably the generations around me. I'm 29 years old. With cell phones, with social media, with everything going on right now, we want it and we want it now. We want it Amazon Prime the next day delivery. So when you're having to wait, when you're having to be patient, that's really hard for a lot of people. And I think that gets people to thinking, oh, it's a bad thing, when it isn't always necessarily a bad thing to wait and be patient and see how the chips lie and see what contracts you can do. And also, along with that, I feel like, hold on one second, I'm just fixing a graphic. Along with that, I feel like we also don't know what guys the Raiders have been in on, right? We don't know if they've offered people contracts like some of these guys who have signed on other teams and they've just decided to go elsewhere. We don't know if that's the case with some of these free agents that have signed with other teams if the Raiders had given them offers. So they might have been in on bringing back Trevon Merrick, giving him a contract offer, and the Panthers just blew him out of the water. They might have been in on some of these guys and maybe a Milton Williams, not saying that it was Milton Williams, but maybe like a Will Fries, which the Vikings signed for over $17 million a year. Maybe the Raiders were talking to him. We're like, oh, you're offering how much? I'm good on that. I agree. VT says, I'm from the dial-up generation. That's hilarious. But yeah, I think that plays a part in it as well, Ronnie Jones. Thank you so much for the super chat, and thank you for the insightful super chat as well. We'll get some more super chats in just a moment, but I got to tell you about today's sponsor real quick, and you'll absolutely love them. They are PrizePicks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app with over 10 million active members. Get started today and become part of the PrizePicks community. All you got to do, pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections and watch the winnings roll in. It truly is that easy, folks. And for all of our amazing watchers and listeners, we got a great deal for you. Use that code CLNS. You'll get $50 instantly when you play $5. That is code CLNS to get $50 instantly when you play $5. You won't regret it, and you don't even need to win to receive the $50 bonus. It's actually guaranteed. So get started today with our friends at PrizePicks. Run your game. We had these projections coming up. I think this one, easy money. If they have season-long projections. They're projected for Geno Smith with the Las Vegas Raiders. 22.5 passing touchdowns. We going more or are we going less? Let me know down in the chat. We going more or we going less? Jorge, don't get your panties in a bunch. Mitch is eating right now. He'll be back in just a second. I know you get scary hours when he's gone, but just hold on tight with me. He'll be right back. Actually, he'll be right here.
According to a source, the Raiders would have interest in the signing of Cooper Kupp if at the right price. That is from Tashawn Reed, he says it's hard to see Kupp taking a discount to join a franchise in his, quote, flux.
What'd you call him?
According to Sean Reed, the Raiders would have interest if the price is right. Again, it's coming from a beat reporter from the Raiders, so, you could. I don't even know if it means anything. I actually hate the fact that I am so torn up at times of whether or not I should even tell people what these people say, just because I don't really think that even y'all, when you hear a report like that from Tashawn, Vic, Vinny, Hondo, does anybody actually ever go, oh, wow,
yeah,
that could happen? If anything, now I'm like, they're not going to get him. Yep. It's like, it's not going to happen.
Jorge, get the lotion and the tissues because Mitch is back. Jorge was really worried about where you were at, so he's back. Get the Jergens.
Yo, I'll tell you this right now. That was amazing. They gave us so much food. I couldn't finish it all.
No, I had 2 of the tacos. I had 3 more.
I got the quesadilla. I don't even remember what I got. They gave me, honestly, 5 monster quesadillas.
Yeah.
Cullen was full. Let's just put it like that.
Cullen's a tank.
Cullen is a tank.
Angel, what's better, Cane's or Dave's Hot Chicken? I'm more of a Dave's Hot Chicken guy. I like Cane's. My wife is actually a huge Cane's gal.
Yep. The chicken's better at Dave's. The sauce is better at Cane's.
Yeah, I agree.
When I first moved down here, I was all about Cane's because I never really had it before. I think their chicken tenders are good, but to be real with you, the sauce to me is what makes Cane's. So if I can just go out like a Chick-fil-A sandwich with Cane sauce, I think it's just better.
And this might be a hot take. I'm more of a Popeyes guy.
Dude, I love Popeyes.
I take Popeyes chicken sandwich over Cane's and Dave's Hot Chicken. Just my opinion. Just my humble opinion.
See, I like hot chicken, but I'm not as crazy as Nashville-style chicken sandwiches, where I like more of just a buffalo chicken sandwich. I got to burp.
Oh, I thought you were reading some news happening.
No. I tried to eat too quick, and sometimes when you eat too quick, just keep getting the hiccups, you keep burping or whatever. I was trying to shovel it in for the nation. Speaking of a lot of people shoveling in here, I see my man 93 Nav Man.
Yeah.
Down in the chat. What up, Nav? Hey, y'all.
Super chat's coming.
80 likes away from giving away 3 tickets for a shot to win a Raiders Report hat. Castro, what's up, guys? I'm also with Jerry Watson installing flooring, and I'm listening to the live. Wait, you guys are together? Oh, I think, or you're just installing flooring.
He's
you're also doing it. I'll tell you this right now.
He's we got the whole crew watching you.
If Eric Castro and Jerry Watson are actually together, I want a picture, and I'm going to put it up on the show. Just 2 guys being dudes, installing flooring.
Watching Raiders Report.
If you guys are together, that's pretty cool. I'm not going to lie. Because those are 2 OG names to me. That's wild.
Oh, yeah.
Wild, wild, wild.
Next up, John Alcala. What would you offer the Bengals for Hendrickson? Nothing. I don't think it makes sense at all.
I'm going to be real with you. I'm not interested. And the problem is, Trey Hendrickson is great at getting sacks, but there are a lot of people that don't think that he's motivated, let's call it, on every single snap. And for him looking for $30 million per year, I'm good on that.
So what I was telling our Saints host, Trace, is that Cam Jordan, who's a defensive end for the Saints, was basically talking about Trey Hendrickson, saying he's a selfish player. He only goes after sacks, and he only goes after getting after the quarterback, and he sucks in the run game.
Yep.
And he basically leaves the rest of the defenders out to dry. That's what Cam Jordan, the defensive end of the Saints, was saying about Trey Hendrickson, the defensive end of the Bengals, because they were former teammates in New Orleans.
Yep. Which, Jadeveon Clowney's actually talked about this before, where
he's like, he only cares about sacks because he said that's what gets him paid.
Well, exactly. And there are times where there are players where you'll watch them play on run play. I'm not interested, right?
Do you know what it reminds me of?
Devontae Adams.
Devontae Adams on run plays.
Yeah, and again, if you're going to pay a player that much money, you can't take plays off, right? And if you're going to pay somebody that much and have to give up the draft capital, they better be on the level of somebody, not like a Max Crosby, but they got to be somebody that you can rely on. There's been a lot of people that don't rely on Trey Hendrickson. And it's crazy because, and I'll say this, think about, what teams have been saying third, fourth round pick. Imagine if Max Crosby had 18 sacks and somebody goes, well, we're only going to give you a third or fourth round pick for him. I think that kind of speaks volumes of the way that NFL teams view Trey Hendrickson. Good player, really good player.
And he led the league in sacks last year.
I know he did.
Which is
and
wild.
That's why sometimes I laugh when people go, when they bring up sacks, especially with a guy like Crosby, and I'm like, I get it, sacks are really important, but they're only a little bit a part of the game, right? I mean,
how many of y'all would want Trey Hendrickson over Max Crosby? Because Trey Hendrickson last year had, I believe, more sacks than Crosby has had in a single season, right?
Yeah, Crosby's high is, I want to say, 14 and a half.
Yeah. And nobody in their right mind,
might be 12 and a half.
Nobody in their right mind in the nation would take Trey Hendrickson over Max Crosby.
Nobody. And if you would, you probably also would take Aiden O'Connell over Joe Burrow.
Eric said not literally, Jerry, but installing flooring at my house.
I got you. I was like, I'm not going to lie. That's cool, dude.
Brandon, you're right.
You know who got worse? The Niners. They did. And, here's one of the things about the Niners. And for a long time, I was wondering when the Trey Lance trade would kind of bite him in the butt, but also the signing of players willy-nilly. And I think San Francisco, for a long time with Shanahan, did things the right way. They thought about it. They were methodical. Last offseason, I think that they thought that this was their Super Bowl window with Brock Purdy. So what did they do? Go out and spend a lot of money on their biggest players. Those guys get injured, and now, Red Bay!
Go get those Popeyes chicken sandwiches, Avery.
Just kidding.
No, Avery.
You scared her.
Avery, out of all the chicken sandwiches at the fast food restaurants, what is your tier list of 1, 2, 3 best chicken sandwiches? Or do you not like chicken sandwiches? I like chicken sandwiches. She likes chicken sandwiches. It is a fact, boys. She likes chicken sandwiches. Get the chicken. Get the chicken. Mike's Chicken. Is that the one in Dallas? Okay. It's a local spot. I've been there once. Their spicy chicken's pretty good. Popeyes over Chick-fil-A? Absolutely. She says absolutely. Boys, you know where to take Avery. She wants the Popeyes and she wants the Mikes. Just saying.
I do like a good Popeyes chicken sandwich, which again, I never had Popeyes growing up. I can remember to this day in my hometown when they put in a Taco Bell, there was a Wendy's, there was a McDonald's, and then there was this other random restaurant. I don't even think they exist anymore. It was called Arthur Treacher's.
Never heard of her.
It was like I would say it was the only other random fast food. Arthur Treacher. Says anybody? I might not even be saying it right. Arthur Tree.
I don't know why, but what Avery just said reminded me of that scene from Cat in the Hat when they're like, "You ruined the dress," and he goes, It was ruined when you bought it.
Arthur Treacher's is an American fast food seafood restaurant and former restaurant chain. All right, former.
Dude,
I'll tell you this right now. It doesn't surprise me.
This comment from Rich Wolf is hilarious.
I enjoy watching the whiners crumble. Dang, Niner gang. Oh, dude, that's funny.
Dang is hilarious.
Bro, if you don't say that to one Niners fan that you know this year, I'm going to be upset with you.
Dang. And Tanner, I've actually never been to Cookout. I know a lot of people are big I'm good. Are you good?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I've never been to Cookout. I hear good things just about the value. People talk about the value of Cookout because you can get a burger or you can get a burger or chicken nuggets or quesadillas as your side.
How many Popeyes chicken sandwiches could you eat in 1 hour?
Oh, well now I've been on the slim season, so now I feel like if I didn't care how I felt afterwards and like didn't care about feeling like crap, probably 4 or 5. But now like I can legit go through 1.5 and then I start feeling it in my tummy.
It's not going to be today. Random day in the off season. Would you be down to do a Popeyes chicken? Like, I would love to be able to do another food competition, but then again, I know how I'm going to be also, though.
I just can't eat I can't eat a lot. Like you would beat me. Now with me eating less, I would legit after 2 feel like I have to throw up. And I know you could eat more than 2 chicken sandwiches.
All right, how about this? I'll make you guys a deal. I'm going to make you all a deal.
Now you and maybe somebody else from the office, maybe like a Cullen, maybe somebody who can slam. That might be a conversation.
What if one show, instead of doing I don't know, boots, beer bongs, whatever, we just see how many, a bunch of Popeyes chicken sandwiches and every bang.
I'd be willing to do a Hot Ones. Like a Hot Ones, and each time, each of us have to answer a question that the other one does for each other. I'd be willing to do the Hot Ones with you.
Wild One would probably put a hole in his table watching that.
Renee, hey, Chuggs, bro, what's the best barbecue in Houston? Not found nothing good yet in Dallas. Try Heart 8. Heart 8's good. Heart 8's good. It's not my top. It's not my top spot. I know off the top of my head, I know Pinkerton's is really good. The Pit Room, a lot of people like Truth Barbecue. I think Truth Barbecue is pretty good. Let me see. But the other part about Houston is Houston's so spread out. Like Corkscrew Barbecue, I'm looking right now, has 4.8 rating on Yelp with over 4,000 reviews. So really good.
Shit, that's really good.
But it's on the other side of Houston. It's in Spring. So that's like if you lived in downtown Dallas and they're like, dude, this spot is great. It's in Prosper. So it's like an hour and a half away.
Never going to happen.
But you would technically still be in Dallas.
I gotcha. Yeah, that wouldn't happen for me. I will say this. We are 90 minutes away from the new league year happening. The latest report right now around the Raiders is apparently they are interested in Cooper Kupp. Not saying that it's going to happen, but they are one of the teams that is showing some interest in Kupp.
I think it's a lot more likely that they get Keenan Allen. That's just me.
I kind of agree with you. Raven! Bang!
Mustard!
Mitch, we running that Popeyes eating contest ASAP.
I will say, I have a feeling like I know who's going to win the Raiders Report hat.
I mean, Reband right now has got 100 tickets in the raffle. 100 tickets in the raffle is crazy. I think he's going to win it, dude. Good luck to you, Reband.
But I will say, we saw Corbs get the 100 at the end, and he had the majority of the tickets last time.
Speaking of which, we're 9 likes away from giving away 3 spots for a chance to win 3 likes away for a chance to win. Speaking of a chance to win, I just got a few more people. When we get the hundo up on that screen, Reban, we'll talk about the Popeyes eating competition. I agree, though, like, it's not a disrespect to Chuggs. Like, I know I can eat a lot. I would actually like to try that challenge. If I did it, though, it would have to be, I actually probably want to do it on a Friday because I don't want to, like, my stomach to be just destroyed the next day. And if I did it, I would have to try to do it. The only reason why I'm like a little bit eye-rolling myself right now is because I know as soon as the NFL draft is over, and I know as soon as the NFL draft is over, I'm going to try to get a little bit thin, right? I'm getting married June 6th, kind of crazy, 86 days away now. And then my honeymoon is going to be, I'll tell you this also from the jump, my honeymoon's July 13th to the 18th, so you're not going to see me during those days right there. Also, I don't think I've mentioned this yet. I have a wedding on Friday from 5:30 to 6 on Friday. If any breaking news happens, you guys got to wait. I'm going to be at a wedding, obviously, from 5:30 all the way onto the night.
Or if I'm here, you might be getting an infamous Chuggs VOD.
Sure. Right? I mean, it'll depend, right? And it'll depend on how big it is in terms of, like, the news.
That's
if the Raiders go out and they sign for Tyler Lockett and I'm at a wedding, I'm going to be honest. Alex is going to hate me, but I'm going to probably leave that wedding and I'm going to come here and do this.
If it's during the reception.
No. Oh, my God, no.
I object!
No. If it's during the reception, I'm going to sit there until 6 and then I might beat them out. No, I'm just kidding. I would wait. You got to wait. Like I would be so pissed if somebody got up during my wedding reception.
This is lame. He's not even getting any right now.
Do a boo.
Hey, I sent in a hundo.
What's the duck race at?
I'm so groovy. Speaking of watching what other teams do, which I got in that debate with somebody while you were gone. Somebody's like, why do I care what the Steelers do?
Yes, I mean the ceremony, Chris.
You should care what other teams do because the Raiders have to play those teams.
Yeah, exactly.
How happy are we that Joey Bosa went to the Bills? Don't got to see him twice a year now. Yes and no, but because if you are wanting to be a playoff team, which I think the Raider fans, Pete Carroll, they all have aspirations to make the playoffs, possibly a first round, like, because let's be honest with ourselves right now, with the way things are looking, looks like the Chiefs probably the favorite to win the division. But I think with the Raiders, what they're doing, have set themselves up to be a playoff contender of getting into the wild card at least. And if you're in the wild card, more than likely the Bills might be the first team you play.
Yeah, I mean, to me, that's the Raiders' hope. And I hate saying that because, you want to go into every single year being like, you know what, man, we can win the AFC West. And I will say this. I do think the Raiders have a lot better of a chance to compete this year than what people think. Again, I'm a big believer in Geno Smith, especially after watching his tape. Sorry, that was on me.
Oh, no, you're good. You're good. It was a late clap.
Hey, sometimes late claps are better than no clap.
I think.
But at the same time, I agree with Chuggs where you got to say Kansas City is going to be the favorite to win that division, right? I mean, until somebody knocks them off.
Well, and even if you're thinking of the highest expectations, if the Raiders are winning the division, you're going to have to face the Bills or Ravens more than likely in the playoffs. One of those teams.
Sure.
Like, I would say, barring injury, you're looking at the Bills, Ravens, and Chiefs as 3 teams that are more than likely going to make the playoffs next year in the AFC, barring a huge setback or injuries or something like that.
I actually made an argument to one of my buddies, and he is like, I'm not kidding you, the only Chargers fan that I know. And I was talking to him about it, and he was like, dude, I was super pissed that Joey Bosa left. And I said this, if I was a Chargers fan, I would have been okay with it. And I only say that because the amount of money that the Chargers would have had to pay Bosa to keep him, look at what he just got on the market. If the Chargers would have had to pay him, they would have had to pay a lot of money. And we know Bosa's talented, but that guy can't stay healthy. And he's kind of a crybaby. Actually, he's definitely a crybaby. Let's keep it moving here on the Raiders Report. Can you read the next one? I'm going to tell the people
Mark,
who are in for Ziduk race.
Mark says, up here in Canada, Up here in Canada, boys. Can't use Venmo, eh? But I love that hat, eh? Sorry, Mark. Didn't mean that derogatory towards you.
All right, so Mark can't use Venmo.
You can hit me up on Twitter at Jeremy Chuggs. I'll put that at the bottom.
Yep.
DM me on Twitter at Jeremy Chuggs.
The Chuggs master. The last name that I got in was Rob Fravor. Next name I see is OC Raider. And right now it's a $20 Venmo for a chance to win $110 here on the show, which we will do near the end of the show.
Just hit me up on Twitter, Mark. Maybe send me some maple syrup. Navman, elbows up.
Abdullah probably the best wide receiver at running back. I'm just saying. And I don't know if I totally disagree with that statement. I think the other part that Amir gives you is I want players that want to be Raiders. And I want players that, give a shit. Amir Abdullah gave a shit last year, right? And he looked way, way better as the year went on. He is a good pass-catching running back. You do need, though, somebody that can also pass protect a little bit, and that's not really the strong suit of Abdullah's game. I'll admit, he does it a lot better than a lot of people give him credit for. He is, pound for pound, one of the stronger running backs in the NFL. And when I say pound for pound, just think about his size. I don't mind the idea of bringing back Amir Abdullah. I really do not. But it's not going to be for a lot of money, right? And then you still got to be able to go out and add somebody.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to ask the Raiders fans a question here, because right now, as it stands, we got 2,300 people. Do you want the Raiders to sign Cooper Kupp? Give me a yes, give me a no down below. And from those answers, Chuggs, I want you to pick somebody that we can give 3 spots away to, or 3 ticket spots, because we did just hit 1,500 likes.
So 3 different people.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm getting some other people in the chat who have super chatted into the raffle right now. I want to make sure I'm not skipping anybody. Once I put them in, because I'm putting Anthony, Vic, Drew, all of y'all are in the hat raffle. That's going to happen once we hit an hour for the new league year. Yep. Robbie just got himself 3 right now.
I'm going to go grab chapstick.
Oh, chapped lips. All right, I'm going to give some shout-outs here in just a moment. 3 free tickets going out there. I'm going to give one to Sergio Torres. Sergio Torres says yes. Who else wants one? Let's see. I'm going to give one to Victoria B. Victoria B. She's always in the chat, always chilling. And I'm going to give one to... I got to give one to the mod. Ron Raspberry. Mr. Raspberry, thank you so much for being our amazing mod. And I'm actually going to not be in a small corner right now. I'll be right here. Abdullah, probably the best wide receiver at running back. I'm just saying. Nah, man, you're probably not wrong. But we did talk about it earlier. And I actually, now that Mitch is back, I do remember he wasn't here for that conversation. What are your thoughts on the running back room as it stands right now with, obviously, you have Amir in the wings, but what are your thoughts on Sincere McCormick? Because we were talking about him before you got back last time whenever you were eating.
Do we have the depth charts over? I don't know if we do, but if we do, it could just be something to show. I personally do think, that Sincere McCormick is a good running back, okay? The problem is, though, we've already seen now 2 years where he's gotten injured, and it sucks because when he was first coming out of UTSA, I can remember him being this guy that was a lot of people down here, I live in Dallas, a lot of people were talking about him being man, this is an under-the-radar running back. He's a good athlete. And you saw at the end of last season that he was a good, he's a good running back.
I'm upset he got hurt.
The problem is, though, if you think about the Raiders' running back room from last year, Alexander Madison, free agent, okay? Amir Abdullah, free agent. Who here has confidence in Zamir White? Insert cricket sound. Dylan Laube, who's got confidence in Dylan Laube? Insert cricket sound, right? I mean, Laube's probably going to get cut this offseason. And then you have Sincere McCormick, who I like Sincere, but I just mentioned 5.
Hey.
What?
Daniel Jimenez is in the chat. My guy. I haven't seen you since the I don't think since the season, maybe a little bit right past the season, Daniel Jimenez, an OG. He said, been a minute, Mitch and Chuggs, what's good?
Daniel
freaking
Jimenez, dude. That's a good one right there. There's a few when somebody bangs, they hit. A Daniel freaking Jimenez always hits, dude. That's a good guy. I can remember when I hung out with Daniel, that's probably, 3 years ago at this point? Got to meet him at an event. Really, really cool event. Got some swag. Really good guy, man. We talked for multiple hours.
Al says, why isn't Asante
Raider Mitch is in the chat.
Oh, Raider Mitch.
Yes.
Raider Mitch, either send normal Mitch a $1 Venmo or add me on Twitter. You won the raffle yesterday.
Yeah.
You were there all day yesterday, and then at the end, when we did the raffle, you won, Raider Mitch. So either hit me up on Twitter at Jeremy Chuggs, or you can send a $1 Venmo to Mitch. He'll send it right back. We just need your contact information to send you the stuff.
No, yesterday was for a hat, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, yesterday was for a Raiders Report hat.
Chuggs and Mitch, I sent you a DM. So let me check my Twitter.
From Raider Mitch.
Not gonna brag. My Twitter's kind of been popping off lately, so it's.
You know whose Twitter's popping off more? I'm just kidding.
Funny enough.
Your Twitter would be like a 10 to 10 on Cowboys.
Yeah,
so.
that is true. That is true. Funny enough, Raider Mitch's name is actually Mitch. It's not just a parody of you.
All right, so we do have Raider Mitch confirmed.
Yeah.
You're good. Just send me that. I at least just want to mark them. Raider Mitch.
All right, I'm messaging you right now, and then also Mark, if you Mark Prosser, all the way up in Canada. If you want to send me a DM on X as well, or if you have social media or anything like that, let me know so we can help you out.
Got it.
Yeah, dude, I just opened up my Twitter and I had 9 notifications.
Dude, that's pretty legendary.
you know that feeling?
That's pretty legendary. If I turn on my Twitter and I only have 9 notifications, I get nervous. That's why, and I don't mean to be rude, but that's why I send people over to Chuggs. And there's going to come a time where that's probably not going to work anymore. Hopefully, right?
Yeah, we'll have to send you to Justin.
Maybe. I know we were talking about the running back room. My point with the whole running back conversation is we don't really have a single running back on this group right now that I have confidence in. But if you told me Sincere McCormick could prove to me that he could be healthy, yeah, I would consider him an RB3 on the roster. What up, Al? Why isn't Asante Samuel Jr. signed yet? I don't really know why exactly, and it could be because people are a little bit unsure of the role he's going to play. He is a little bit smaller. I think a lot of people just assume he's a slot corner. Excuse me. He also plays on the outside. And the fact that he plays on the outside, he probably wants to get paid a little bit more like an outside corner. I mean, if I'm Asante Samuel Jr., I look at the contract Nate Hobbs just got, and I go, well, wait a minute here. Why can't I get something like that? And I don't think that there was a lot of teams out there that were really looking to try to pay Asante Samuel Jr. that type of money. And when Nate Hobbs got that deal, I bet you Asante Samuel was like, cha-ching. That to me is why. I don't know if he gets a deal like that. I think the Packers grossly overpaid Nate Hobbs. But sometimes, that stuff happens. Also, 570 Bloomsburg. Are you telling me you're from Bloomsburg? I mean, I think at this point, I would imagine that I'm from Danville. When I was probably for about 5 years of my life, I used to live right next to Central Columbia, the high school, which actually is the high school that Jared Verse played at. And I don't know how. I'll tell you that Jared Verse was good in high school. He is just turned into this unbelievable player. What is this?
Signing?
Giants add offensive tackle Stone Forsythe.
I remember him. Former
Seahawk.
Former Seahawk, was a Florida Gator.
Interesting. Another offensive tackle. I believe he's a left tackle, though.
Off the board. Beto, Chuggs! No judgment. But just noticed during free agency, you've been leaving for the Texans channel. I could just be very late to the party. Are you a Texans fan? Just have the opportunity to start a Texans channel. Yeah, I grew up in Houston. Texans fan. Yeah, wavering throughout my lifetime. As a kid, I grew up in Houston. I was always rooting for the Texans. I've always had a special place in my heart for the Texans because I'm born and raised in Houston. It was hard because, they started in 2002. I was 7 years old. So my first memories of watching football was the Texans absolutely blowing chunks. But yeah, it kind of was a perfect opportunity because born and raised in Houston, had rooted for the Texans before. I'm not going to lie, I wasn't a Raiders fan before I came to Chat Sports. I don't know if y'all would consider me a Raiders fan, but I probably know more about the Raiders than probably 95% of people out there. I cover this team so closely, and, it does have a special place in my heart because this was kind of my start after college of being, able to work in the NFL and being able to work in the sports media space. And y'all have kind of welcomed me in with open arms. And I will always...
Huge David Carr fan.
Oh, yeah. I'll always have a place in my heart for the Raiders and for Raider fans. That being said, the Raiders are playing the Texans. I think I might still have to root for the Texans.
And here's the thing, right? When this is where I get, and I always get shit because this is my job, but people also got to remember when I first started this, I wasn't making any money, right? And I think it's kind of funny at times how we award people that are, wanting to start out YouTube channels. And when you start small, everybody rallies around you. And then when you kind of get a little bit bigger, like we are right now, which we are the biggest Raiders content YouTube channel out there. I feel like people kind of knock you a little bit. But the people that were with us back, I was wearing a silver suit back in 2018. I think those people understand what we do. I wasn't a Raiders fan to start either. Now, this is my team. It's the only team that I care about. But what do we always say here? If you have the opportunity to put more food on your family's table, if you got to put a better roof over your head, I would never get mad at anybody for that. And Chuggs has that opportunity, and I told him to go do it, right? I want him to be able to do it.
And the other part of that is we're trying to grow here at Chat Sports as a company. If you've been around with Mitch since the beginning, you know how much Chat Sports has grown since then. Since whenever I started, it was me, F. Sam. It was me, F. Sam, and Brett. We were the only three producers here at Chat Sports when I first began. I'm not lying to you. Brett was one of our bosses who now, I don't think he's produced in years.
I don't know.
He was producing videos daily whenever I started.
And, I get, we get a lot of, crazy super chats. I see it all the time. Crazy Venmos. We get all that stuff. But, genuinely, we have been able to create, in my time that I've been here, we've been able to create, a lot of full-time jobs, right? Close to 30-plus full-time jobs, which I know might be weird, but when I tell y'all, I don't keep that money. That money goes into creating more content, growing Chat Sports, and my promise was always, and you can go back and look, the more and more love that you guys show me, the more people we can hire here, the more content we can put out. And I think our content this year, I hope that you all have noticed. I think we've taken it up a notch.
The only three hosts that I worked with, Raider Jose, was Mitch, Tom, and Chase. Those were the three hosts.
Dude, on Monday we had what? Five different producers.
That's a lie. And Harrison, there was four. It was Harrison, Tom, Mitch, and Chase were the four hosts whenever I started.
And there was times back in the old days, when a lot of NFL news would happen, I'd have to leave. I didn't have a producer because we didn't have enough manpower to be able to stay and do this.
Rebel Marshall did work here. He actually worked here. He started 2 months before I did.
Yep.
But he only did behind the scenes work. He actually wasn't a producer or a host whenever I started. He was strictly behind the scenes.
You want to piss him off, Rebel? Call him a copy bitch.
David.
Copy bitch.
Mitch, with the release of Kupp, can you see the Raiders pursuing him, and how would he fit in the offense?
So it was reported that the Raiders could potentially be interested in Kupp, and I'll be real, wouldn't all that surprise me? I am somebody that, again, where there's smoke, there's fire. I say it all the time. And if, in my mind, right, if you're the Raiders and you were interested in trading for Matthew Stafford, that tells me you also did some homework on Cooper Kupp. Yeah. If you didn't do any homework on Cooper Kupp and you were interested in Matthew Stafford, that's a fail on the organization. I just think that this team is too smart, and I think that they are too smart of a regime not to do that. It has been reported that the Raiders are interested. it depends what the price is going to be. But if the Raiders' answer is yes, they are interested in Cooper Kupp, I also think Raiders fans got to sit here and go, well, then they're also interested in Keenan Allen.
Yeah. I was listening to you.
I think he'd be a good fit if he could stay healthy.
I was listening to you halfway. I also saw Victoria B, shout out to Victoria B. She's a real one. She's always in the chat. She was just asking us about WNBA. I'm going to put her Twitter in the chat. Actually, Allie Barefoot, who a lot of y'all probably know, does our WNBA content. Big games, she'll go live on our main channel, and she tweets WNBA content all the time for us. She's the main WNBA, I would say, host here at Chat Sports. Victoria, if you haven't already, go give her a follow on Twitter. I just put her link in the chat. Anybody else, if she covers the Celtics, the Patriots, and the WNBA.
There's actually a lot of Raiders fans. Like I know Ed Robbins is always Nabman. Always hanging out on Celtics.
Yeah. So Victoria,
Allie's awesome.
And I know it's scarce out there. There's not a lot of people that cover it. If you're looking for somebody who does a really good job at covering the WNBA, go give Allie a follow. Go hit her up. Her DMs. She's always down to talk WNBA. She really loves it. So
10 months ago, Allie said, I can remember this. She goes, "Hey, I want to go live for the WNBA draft." And it ended up doing 234,000 views. So we do WNBA content. What?
Read Zahn's comment.
I don't know if I want to. Oh, my God, dude. Shut up, Zahn. No, I love you, bro. That's hilarious.
I'm so groovy. Canes in and out together is undefeated animal style.
He's like, Allie, nope, out.
PG, is today a non-drinking day, Raiders?
I'm not going to lie to you. How many people were here at the end of the last night's show when I was wearing a costume? Let's put it like that. Oh. Wild One kicked the shit out of me last night. Raider Ron, they kicked the shit out of me last night.
David said we should do a wrestling channel. David, I've been pushing Mitch. We're trying to go to WrestleMania. We're trying. I'll go. I'll do everything on my Twitter and Instagram, covering WrestleMania amazingly if we're able to go. But that's still up in the air. We'll let y'all know.
When I woke up this morning, I did not really feel like throwing them down. But here's how I'm going to say it. If the Raiders go out and they do some crazy shit, I'm going to be ready. In my mind, I don't want to say that I knew for 100%, but I was pretty confident that the Raiders weren't going to do anything today because I think that they're going to wait for the new league year to begin, for all these things to become officially official, for the Andre James, Gardner Minshew money to kind of kick in a little bit. I think a Geno Smith deal could happen today. I wanted to make sure that I was more than ready and more than prepared for the just in case, because I think in an hour now, the NFL is going to get really, really crazy. And I don't actually like getting all that banged up. I do it once in a while. Don't get me wrong, but when we have days like today where I know for a fact there is going to be, we're probably going to get close to 100,000 people that watch us today. And I want to be able to put my best foot forward because on days like today, we do get a lot of new viewers.
Dr. K.
And I don't want people to just think that we're, just a bunch of dudes getting drunk. I can obviously do that, but I also think I know ball. And I want to be able to show people that I do. Dr. K, offense is better, but defense is worse. Need to make 2 moves. I'm not going to sit up here and say that I totally disagree that our defense is worse than last season. But the only reason why I have been starting to fight back a little bit more on that statement is because right now our defense is going to have Malcolm Koonce. We didn't have Malcolm Koonce last season. And losing Hobbs, Spillane, Merrick, it hurts. No doubt about it. But now I look at, you get a guy like Jeremy Chinn. Elandon Roberts is going to be a player that I actually think it's funny. I think Elandon Roberts is going to be a player that Raiders fans just effing love, dude. Like he is Vontez Burfict type of downhill thumper, Robert Spillane type of downhill thumper. He's not afraid to let you know I'm trying. Like he's me when I was a kid playing Madden. Hit stick, hit stick, hit stick. That's Elandon Roberts, and he's a downhill thumper. Yes, the defense is taking a step back, but still think about the draft. Think about what our coaching staff has always done a really good job of. When I say our coaching staff now, it's Pete Carroll. They've always done a great job developing defensive backs, developing players in the secondary. Our defensive line is secured. If our defensive line stays healthy, it is a no doubt top 10 defensive line. I think you could even make an argument it might even be a little bit better than that. I mean, we have legit 5 legit defensive linemen from Max Crosby, Christian Wilkins, Adam Butler, Tyree Wilson, Malcolm Koonce. That's an outstanding 5. And even for people that don't like Tyree Wilson, it's an outstanding 5.
Lakers.
Listening to the Raiders Report all day, every day. Dentist office while cleaning my patient's teeth. Question, if we don't use all of our cap space money, does it roll into next year's cap space? Yes. It's not exactly maybe like I have $10, so $10 rolls over. But it's not like you have to use all your money. And there are teams that decide, you know what, I'm going to hang on.
That's a cavity. Bang!
I know, right? That's actually hilarious. But I don't think it's one of those situations where like you have to spend it all. And there are teams that will decide not to spend as much money, therefore to be ready for next year. Like I was sitting at home and I like to go and I like to look at different moves that happen. I almost wonder if the Indianapolis Colts are trying to do what they've done the last 3 times, be really, really shitty before a generational quarterback's going to come out. Peyton Manning, Andrew Luck, are they about to try to be really shitty for Arch Manning?
I could see it.
Hey, also, 2 minutes away.
Can we
2 minutes away.
Can we get to 2,000 likes?
And we're going to give away another Raiders Report hat for those of you that do not know the deal. $5 Super Chat, you get a ticket. 10, you get 3 tickets. 20, you get 7. 50, you get 20. And then a hundo, you get 50 tickets. Right now, it's Rebrand's world, and we're just living in it.
Kodiak, root for Epps, Chasen, etc. to get contracts from other teams. Get a haul of comp picks, 4th, 5th, 7th. Sign Lockett, who doesn't count re-comps. Well, I think you'll already get one for Merrick. You'll probably get one for Hobbs as well. So good news there that you'll continue to have some of those comp picks coming down the line. Also, maybe one for Spillane, I believe, as well. He got a pretty decent-sized contract. We actually don't know the exact science of how they do it, but it has to do based on who you're losing and who you're signing. So if the Raiders go out and sign a lot of big-name guys and spend a ton of money, they won't necessarily get those comp picks. That happened to the Texans last year. Yep. They lost Jonathan Grenard, but they signed Danielle Hunter. Because of those 2 things, it canceled out. They didn't get a comp pick for it.
And I think like that's the other reason why Raiders fans at times also, it sucks losing out on Trevon, Merrick, Roberts playing all these other players. But right now, based on the comp formula, this is me doing math, so I hope I'm doing it right. Based off the comp formula, we are projected to get a 4th and a 5th round pick next season.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like one of those things where teams are starting to reward teams for like signing bigger contracts, right? Like the NFL wants players to get paid. So when a guy like Merrick or certain dudes get paid a little bit more than what they were expected to get paid, the NFL's done a good job, I think, compensating NFL teams to help develop that player. But then if you're the Las Vegas Raiders, yes, you did lose out on those guys, but you're able to replace some players this year, and then you're also able to get a 4th and a 5th. You know, if you're the Raiders, that's a smart way to build a team when your window, the Raiders' real window to win a Super Bowl is in 2027. And like that's the year that you got to think about. And it's, I think, the year that they're thinking about as well, because Pete said, you know, it's going to take a little time, 2 to 3 years to get this thing going. Then they structure Max Crosby's contract. They gave him more money in the first 2 years, so that way that he's got a lower cap hit in 2027. The Max Crosby contract tells me that this team is trying to win a Super Bowl in the year 2027. All right, man. So what do we got here?
So we didn't get a chance to get free tickets on this one, but that might be a good thing for the people getting free tickets because I think this is Reband's world. He's the heavy favorite. The prize picks more or less on him winning. I think pretty heavy. Pretty heavy. Shout out
also,
to Prize Picks. We'll tell
1 year, 1 hour away.
1 year away.
Would you go live? How much for you to go live for a year straight?
Oh, I mean, that would be
$10 million. That's my number. If anybody out there wants me to go live for a whole year straight,
you can't be off live ever.
I'd sleep right here.
Yes.
Alex Chuck, might as well just move him in. $10 million.
Yes.
Right here. I'll go live for a year straight. $10 million.
You can't leave this room.
Huh?
The only place you can go is to the restroom. You have to eat your meals in here, everything in here. You have to just sit in here you You could maybe bring in a workout machine or something, but you have to stay in this room. Cameras have to be on 24/7. The only time you get is restroom breaks and 2 15-minute showers each day.
I get 2 showers?
Yeah, and you have to. You can sleep, but you have to sleep on camera.
But that 15 minutes of me in the shower, am I on camera? Or just it's 15-minute shower time?
Just 15-minute shower time.
10 million. I know it's a crazy. I know no one's ever going to do it, but I think I would.
All right.
Rebel said that's prison. I mean, believe me, there's no windows in here, okay? So it would be tough, dude. 365 days?
All right, this is for the next Raiders Report hat.
Correctamundo.
Good luck to everybody. Hope you can beat out Reband. Here we go. He has over 100 tickets in this one. Let's see who it lands on.
I actually don't think he won.
Oh, my God.
He didn't win.
Randy Garcia.
Oh.
Sandwiched in between 3 Ray-Bans on top, 3 Ray-Bans on the bottom, and I believe that's Beto as well. I think Randy Garcia had 1. I'm not going to lie to you.
Really?
I'm going up to look at his super chat.
Yeah.
Okay, no, he had 3. He had 3. Probably makes you feel a little bit better. He had 3.
Rebrand. If you bang right now, I'll give you a hat. If you bang right now, Rebrand, I got you a hat. Randy Garcia, you got to send me $1 on Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365, or you can follow Jeremy for free on Twitter at Jeremy Chuggs to claim your prize. To claim your prize.
Dan Ariola. Salutations from California. Hopefully everything's okay. I know it's a big state, but if you've been affected by the wildfires, hopefully everything's okay with you. Watson and Castro and the whole Chat Sports team also installing flooring and Dude, are we just the biggest flooring YouTube show in the United States? I feel like every floor on the West Coast is watching the Raiders Report right now.
That's awesome.
Type me if you're a flooring expert in the chat. How many flooring experts? How many people? Is that the word for it? People who lay floor. I don't even know. I don't think that's better.
I almost laughed because my dad does lay pipes.
You know who else lays pipes?
Bang! Oh, man, Reban.
All right, Reban's getting a hat. He doesn't have to be in on the next raffle because he's already getting it.
All right, Reban, same thing, though. $1 Venmo to me, or you got to follow Jeremy Chuggs on Twitter. But I'm just going to write this one. We'll figure it out.
And speaking of Venmo, $20 Venmo to get in on the 50-50 raffle. We're going to do that at the end of today's show. So if you want to get a chance to win some money, if you're a flooring expert and want to possibly get that granite.
Granite.
I don't know. Is that an expensive? I don't.
Granite is expensive.
Can you even put that on the floor? Is that a thing?
I mean,
I know granite countertops.
Could you put granite on floor? Yeah, it's so expensive.
James, I don't always lay flooring, but when I do, it's wood.
I mean, I was in a house in Las Vegas recently, and it's the nicest place I've ever been in. Loyal watcher of the show here. You might be hearing about him soonish. I was talking to him this morning. He has this like granite wall that's got like a light behind it. I can't even imagine, dude, how much it is.
Let us know in the chat what you do, what you do for work, or what you do for work, what job you have, or if
man.
Because we talked to
get out of here.
We talked to Cass Joey, and he's living the good life. He's a
stay-at-home dad.
Let us know your hobby, because he's also flying planes out there. Let us know your job.
He also owns 3 different companies, or he's a part of 3 different companies. He's
Fire
an investor.
service, trucker, personal care aide. I'm a pimp. Nice.
Don't say nice to that.
Sorry, not nice.
That man said,
FedEx.
I lay flooring too. No carpet.
Stick said, I'm a framer. I don't know if you meant to say farmer or you're just a professional framer. Like,
if you need someone to be framed for what you did, you're in the right place today. You are in the right place today.
I know somebody who might need your services, and it involves a Dr. Pepper.
That's hilarious. That's almost like you're looking for wet work. You hire him. Do you know what that's from?
Mm-mm.
All right, so I'll see if I can explain the movie to you. That would literally give it away. They're looking for somebody to kill somebody. So one of the people hires somebody to do wet work because they think it's like somebody who's going to help them get rid of someone. Turns out it's a guy, shows up, and he's got a belly full of urine, and he's going to pee on him.
Oh, is that from Horrible Bosses?
Yes.
Yes. Victoria, would you bring back Epps? Mitch kind of already answered this, but no, because of the signing of Jeremy Chinn, it kind of seems
Abdullah, I'm on board for, and I also said Harrison Bryant I'm on board for. Like, I do think there's got to be some truth to some of, like, the mayor situation is a weird situation. And I think as a Raiders fan, it's not fair to say that you don't think that it's a weird situation. And I hate speculating on anything, but when you're away from a football team for as long as what Mayer was last season, and then right away, there's reports of teams are calling about trades. The Raiders might be interested in trading him away. You know, like, you at least got to sit here and go, well, that's a weird situation. I would like to be able to bring in another tight end that we can believe in. And I think being a tight end 3 that can run block, that can do some different things, if you want a best bang for your buck type of tight end, I think Mo Alley Cox.
Dude, I think we got to ask this more often about people's jobs, because the different jobs that I see in the chat, which maybe some of y'all aren't telling the truth, maybe some are.
True.
I see beer delivery driver, vendor / merchandiser, drummer. I've been a chef for 10 years from Giuseppe. Zalesbro, work from home customer service, art installation from Wrong Way. You're an art installator? That's dope.
That's really cool.
We got Jerry says I lay wood as a hobby.
Steve-o.
Steven says a Tesla technician. I repair phones from Jay Pledger. Physical therapist from Jonathan Padilla. A bud tender from Manny Blazin. Nice.
Caleb Tarr is a
dental hygienist.
Bass player and a farmer.
Kay says I'm Batman.
Marwin, I'm 15. I don't work.
Professional power lifter from Dungeon Fitness. The name makes sense now.
Ryan, stripper. Ryan, I thought so.
Navman engineer. I know Zahn, I was really interested whenever he was telling me about his work. He actually installs elevators. Those are the things in your daily life you don't even think about. Like, who's putting in an elevator in a building?
Yeah.
Like, who's installing it? Zahn.
My cousin. My cousin also worked in New York. Zahn, I was talking to him actually about it. And it's one of those things that people get paid very well because nobody knows how to do it. Like, my cousin fixes elevators and escalators.
Zahn said, for the record, I can also lay some wood.
Get out of here.
Ginty at 6 and pair with Chubb on a cheap deal. You okay with that, Mitch?
I don't really get why, right? Like, to me, if you're going to go get Ginty at 6, let him be your power. Like, let him be your guy. If you're going to go get Ginty at 6, I want then another back, maybe as like a pass catcher a little bit. And I'll be real. If you're taking a running back at number 6 overall, that's your workhorse back. It's not let's split a little bit with Nick Chubb. If you're taking Ginty at 6, that's your flipping workhorse.
Alex Banducci says he's a football coach.
Ooh.
There you go.
The Dooch.
Let us know what you think the Raiders need to do.
Crispy, crunchy chicken.
Have you had that before?
In a side Circle K is the best that's bomb. What does that mean?
So Circle K is a gas station. Crispy
Okay.
Crunchy Chicken, sometimes they have like a gas station combo with a fast food.
Okay.
Crispy Crunchy Chicken is a fast food place. Actually, Randy, it's funny. At UNT, at our like school union in the middle, we had a Crispy Crunchy Chicken, and I kind of got really tired of it because my first year, I was always on campus, and I would just eat lunch there, or I'd pack a lunch, and I would get that a ton. I would say it's Temu Popeyes. It's like
you're not selling it. I'll tell you that.
I mean, it's okay. It's not bad, but it's like It's like if they wanted to put Popeyes in a movie, but they didn't have the rights to Popeyes, so they're like crispy, crunchy chicken. Like that
was a little Rick and Morty in there.
I'm so groovy.
Trade. I am told the Bills are expected to trade cornerback Kaiir Elam to the Dallas Cowboys.
The Dallas Cowboys. They continue to want first-round busts. Is Jerry just getting off to all these first-round busts?
He's sitting there looking, and he's like, look at all these first-rounders I have. Look at all of them.
You're telling me we don't draft right? Look how many first-rounders we have. Drew, what's up, Mitch? Been watching the show since you started at Chat Sports. We got to make one more big splash signing, though. Do you think Diggs or Becton if you had to choose? Mitch?
If I had to choose, it's Mekhi Becton. Not really close. The Diggs talk is interesting because, again, if you guys go to Geno Smith's Instagram, on his Instagram story, he's working out with a bunch of different guys. One of those guys he's worked out with today is, in fact, Stephon Diggs. What I do think is about to happen here, and it was reported about 10 minutes ago, that you can expect a flurry of some moves. And the reason why I think a trade like this ends up happening, if I had to guess, that trade is probably going to be for a 7th-round pick in 2026. So you're going to start seeing, I think, some teams say, okay, instead of just outright cutting Kaiir Elam, who we drafted in round 1, can I at least get a something for him, a 7th-round pick in 2026? So for the people out there, for me, I've been wondering if a trade with Andre James could happen. Obviously, it has to happen here in the next 46 minutes, but that would be something in the back of your mind as a Raiders fan. What's something that we could look for? Could a trade with Andre James potentially happen?
We'll get back to the Supers.
Drew, appreciate you.
We'll get back to the Supers, and when we get back, I know we're a little bit behind, so we'll go a little rapid fire on the Supers whenever we get back. But we got to tell you about our amazing sponsors over at PrizePicks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app.
I love PrizePicks. Chuggs loves PrizePicks. Heck, my dog Chuck loves PrizePicks. Download the app today. Use code CLNS. Get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Sign up today and get $50 instantly when you play $5. You don't even need to win to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed. PrizePicks is America's #1 daily fantasy sports app out there with over 10 million members. And if you're trying to win 1,000 times your cash, you can run your game all season long on PrizePicks. Download the app today. Use code CLNS. Get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. If you're trying to run your game all season long, well, guess what? They already got Raiders season longs, more or less. Brock Bowers, 5.5 receiving touchdowns this season. If you say, Mitch, I think he'll get more, which I think Brock Bowers is going to get more than 5.5 receiving touchdowns. I really do. If it's less, I would be shocked. I would be shocked. So for me, my favorite right now, season-long PrizePicks, Brock Bowers, more than 5.5 receiving touchdowns.
Also, John Simpson.
Geno Smith, 3,500.
John Simpson, I see you in the chat. Unless there's something that I haven't seen yet, it's actually not official until this new league year, which I'm going to put up the timer here in just a second. Once this clock hits 0, then it'll be official. The Andre James Minshew releases have not been made official yet, John.
Correct.
So they have been announced that they're more than likely going to do that. But just like Mitch said with the Kaiir Elam, we got to wait until the new league year officially begins because that's when those moves will be made official. Until that time, Minshew has not been released yet.
Correct.
Andre James has not been released yet.
Also correct. And that's a little bit of the confusing part about this time of the year where, you see something happen and instantly everyone's like, oh, okay, that happened. Yes and no. Here's the trade. The Bills are trading Kaiir Elam and a 6th-round pick to Dallas in exchange for a 5th and a 7th-round pick.
Yeah.
So, they're just swapping picks, but sometimes teams do that. And it was one of the things that I mentioned in my video earlier this morning you'll see teams do it because they just wanted to double confirm that they were going to get some of those comp picks. And for the Raiders, they have 2 comp picks in the 6th round. Anthony Williams, you believe so far that we are better with the current additions and subtractings being cheap and all. Yes, this is a better Raiders football team than we had last season. That's not saying a lot, but I don't quite frankly understand how Raiders fans don't think it, right? You added the better quarterback in Geno Smith. Yes, your defense might not be what you want it to be, but at the same time, we didn't have Malcolm Koonce last season. We're going to have Malcolm Koonce this season. Our defensive line, I would imagine, is going to be better. Call me crazy. Another year of our guys working together, another year of development in Tyree Wilson. I think that our defense is going to be better. Yes, losing those guys suck, but what if I also told you we're going to get a 4th and a 5th round pick for them in the 2026 draft? It's a little bit easier than to wrap your mind around, right? Let's go to Vic. Hearing about Geno Smith and Stephon Diggs training together, that made me join the Gram. Mitch, my first follow. Hell yeah, man. First follow on IG at Mitchell Renz 365. Your second follow should be Jeremy Chuggs. Jeremy _Chuggs.
Oh, actually, no.
You got it back?
On Instagram.
Uh-oh.
On Instagram.
It's Jeremy Beadling now.
Well, also, I have my Instagram more as like a private one now because I've just had so many people,
send crazy shit to your significant other?
Yes.
I get it all the time.
I made my personal one private on Instagram, so I have a Texans Today Chat Sports one that I use on Instagram. So I would say for just fans, I'm not really on Instagram. I'm more on Twitter now. Just because my personal one, me and my wife had a lot of shared posts, and then people were saying weird stuff to her, so she did not feel comfortable with that. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
And it wasn't anybody in the chat, nobody that I'm seeing here. It was probably some random person that added me on Instagram and then just said some weird
outlandish shit.
I'm almost positive you've had people say some very weird shit about Alex.
No, it happens all the time. It's actually sad.
Yeah, Robbie.
You think it's possible for the Raiders to get Keenan or Kupp? I want one of those guys as our number one. I don't know if they would actually be like the true number one. Maybe they would end up being it, right? Because I think Jacoby Myers at this point is better than Cooper Kupp. I think Jacoby Myers at this point is right there with Keenan Allen. Like, I think you can make an argument, right?
Should I @Stone in production for Tom?
What is it?
He said, can someone build Elam graphics? Should I @Stone?
No, we'll focus on here. I'll let somebody else do it.
I feel like that should be
I agree. I don't disagree. I do think, though, that because the Raiders are interested in Cooper Kupp, they are also interested in Keenan Allen. And it could be a route that the Raiders are going with where if they go out and they get one of these receivers, then obviously Teteroa McMillan at number 6, I shouldn't say it's never going to happen, but that would be one of the craziest offenses I have ever seen. And you're just going to go 3 wide and a tight end all the time.
Also, that name Darrell Taylor messes a lot of people up. People were trying to correct me. It's Darrell Taylor. I don't know why a lot of people think it's Darrell Taylor. It's not.
Is it Darrell or Darrell? Darrell sounds like Darrell.
Do you know that skit?
Now official, Jets are releasing Aaron Rodgers after 4 p.m. today. The Jets will take on $49 million in dead money by releasing Rodgers. He's being designated as a post-June 1st cut, meaning they'll carry his $21 million cap hit until June 1st when it drops $14 million, saving them $7 million. So essentially by them doing that post-June 1st, they are taking on, I believe it is $14 million this year, and then the math on that is $35 million next season. Now, maybe they try to break it up a little bit, but it was $49 million in total. And the reason why they're doing it post-June 1st is because they want to be able to get the money now, but they also want to segment it off where if they would have just taken the cap hit now, it would have just been $49 million cap hit right.
Yeah. Reband might pull up to the Raider Cowboy game next season. Who with me? And W boys in the chat.
There is no Raider Cowboy game unless it's preseason. I mean, they don't play the Cowboys in the regular season. No, there's no way they do.
The last 2 years they've played
They play them in the preseason a lot.
Maybe.
If it's in the preseason again, there's no game that's more important to me in the preseason than a Raiders-Cowboys preseason game. I love it, Rebam.
J-Row!
I don't understand why Bills fans are so hyped about Bosa. Dude is made of glass. Any rumors around Rasul Douglas? I haven't heard any rumors around Douglas, though I do think that he's the style of player that you could see.
Wait, no.
Pete Carroll?
People are saying they do play him.
The Raiders and Cowboys play this year? Am I tripping?
I know they already put out their opponents.
Oh, no, you're right. Home and away games. I can't believe that. Honestly, that just totally went over my head then. Yeah. All right. That's embarrassing on my part.
Everybody, tomatoes in the chat. Tomatoes at Mitch. Tomato, tomato, tomato.
Yeah, they play because I know they play 12 indoor games and they play some road games.
Tomatoes in the chat. Throw your tomatoes.
Yeah, they play the Cowboys at home. Interesting.
Make him feel you.
So the Raiders' home games are obviously the AFC West, Jags, Titans, Cowboys, Giants, Browns, Bears. Road games, Texans, Colts, Eagles, Commanders, Patriots. Interesting. Yeah, that's on me. I deserve it. I deserve all the L's, especially because of Alex. I'll remember it now. Bring it on.
Look at all those tomatoes coming right at your face.
Bring it on.
Pause. Nav, man, tell us that have been lucky enough to meet Jeremy will tell you bandwagon is a word he does not comprehend. He was family from the jump. Much respect for Mitch and Chuggs. Amazing what you can get from a handshake. Fact, Nav, man. Fact. Hey, honestly,
it's amazing what you can get from a hand, quite frankly.
I knew you were going to say some shit like that. I knew the joke was coming.
It can happen, too, with a hand.
But no, for real, Navman's actually one of the most genuine people I've met.
Genuine?
Genuine?
It's probably like caramel and caramel.
Yeah.
Both probably make sense.
Either way, whatever. I'll finish this. Navman's awesome, okay? Navman's really awesome.
I agree.
Adrian, if we believe we're playoff bound, we got to believe we can go to the bowl.
Smooth.
In playoffs, anything can happen. With Geno and the Raiders, I believe 12-5, and I believe in Chip Kelly.
I believe in Chip Kelly. Dungeon Fitness. Yeah, Ian, we got 36 minutes until the new league year begins. And the way that I want to do this next hat raffle, Chuggs, I want to do it. I guess we could do it right at the start, or we could do it a little bit before. I am worried that there is going to be a slew of things that happen right when the new league year starts. Again, like we should get news here in the next 36 minutes that the Raiders are officially moving on from Gardner Minshew or officially moving on from Andre James.
Yeah, I mean, we'll be ready. I say just everybody be patient with us. We'll wait until the new league year begins, and we'll give it about 5 or so minutes. Wait until.
Do we have the players' cards for Andre James, Gardner Minshew, post-pre? I know they're made. I think they're just good to just move them over real quick because that news information is probably going to come over. And I don't know the numbers exactly off the top of my head, and it would just be good to show when it comes up. But they should only be, 2 to 3 cards. We've used them a bunch. But that's what I'm looking for right now. I'm waiting for the Raiders to let us know what exactly that they're going to do. Because I talked about Minshew a few times being a post-June. Now, they could just outright just cut him. Both are an option. Which, when it was first reported that the Raiders are going to be moving on from Gardner Minshew, it wasn't reported that it was going to be moved on from him post-June 1st. It was just reported that they were going to move on from him. So that'll be something that I'm going to be watching for here. But we are about 35 minutes away, and this is going to be a fun day. I've been waiting for this one for a while. This is when it's the brand new league year and it's all chips on the table, it's when you can really start to see where you think that your football team's going to be going, where they're going to be headed. And because of that, I don't get me wrong, I love answering questions, right, of where do you think the Raiders are going to do XYZ, XYZ. But me also as a person, I don't like giving the same answer over and over and over again. So I always just try to give, a different scenario of what could happen. But to actually know after this week, I think you're going to have a lot better sense of where this team could potentially go. What's up, Ivan? I went to Risky's Barbecue in Fort Worth. Best beef ribs I've ever had. What's your opinion on the best beef barbecue spot in Texas? I'll be real. This is not a question for me. I like barbecue, but it's actually probably Alex's least favorite food. And maybe that's just from her growing up down here. But I'll eat just about anything. But since I really only go out to eat with Alex, we don't really go out to barbecue spots. The only time I really go eat barbecue anymore is with the guys, or if I have a family member come in or a friend that comes in and they're, Usually when somebody comes to Texas, I'm like, all right, bro, like we gotta go get some like barbecue. You know what I mean? Like we gotta go get some. I want the meat sweats.
Okay. So I have Andre James, but in none of the player cards we have like his numbers if cut. It's only if traded.
Really?
Yeah. We've only talked about.
Okay. Fair enough. I thought I had him as a cut candidate video.
No, you had him in the trade candidate video.
That's interesting. Okay. I got the information at least pulled up. I'll know. I got it. I mean, Andre, I would imagine theirs is just going to be an outright. The dead money, 7.2. The money he'll save from Andre James is 1.4. Not a lot of money. The Minshew one is a little bit more important move. Okay. What's up, Miggy?
I moved those over.
Cheers, Sharky Mitch. Chugs in the chat. Sharky Mitch. Sharky Mitch.
He was actually Dolphin Mitch yesterday.
I was Dolphin. I was Dolphin Raider Mitch yesterday.
After trading for Geno, what are the odds we draft Ginty at 6? Cheers from Wyoming.
Cheers. I would say
where everybody
right now,
knows
if you
name.
were to ask me like the odds of who I think is the most likely the Raiders take at pick number 6, probably would say Ginty. And that's just because right now I don't really know what this team's going to do. And I do think that a lot, like when you see a lot of mock drafts and you see something very often, that tells me that there's a lot of guys that are talking to each other that think the exact same thing or maybe are hearing the exact same thing. And it wouldn't shock me if the Raiders try to go out and get Ginty. They no doubt need to have a good running game. I also think, though, that Will Campbell, Orman Membow, and then Teteroa McMillan have to be in that list of names as well. Because relationships are extremely important to the Raiders. And Ginty did meet with the Raiders at the Combine. However, though, McMillan has a better actual coaching relationship with the Raiders than, somebody like Ginty. But both to me are probably options. Jersey Boy, who is your favorite wrestler of all time, Chugs? Razor Raymond will always be the man, in my opinion.
Close. Razor Ramon. He was one of the best heels of all time. Little learning moment for Mitch. Mitch, do you know what a heel is? A heel is what's known as like the bad guy. If you're bad, you're a heel. If you're good, it's babyface. Razor Ramon was a really good heel. And he had like this slick back hair, and he would go like this and go and do it out on like fans and stuff. He'd be like, "Fuck you," because your job as a heel and wrestler is you got to make people hate you. So you have to basically act like an awful person and make people hate you. And he was great at it. He would also have a toothpick in his mouth all the time. My favorite wrestler of all time, I was more of a babyface guy. Love Rey Mysterio. Rey Mysterio probably 1-1. I love Jeff Hardy. I like the high flying guys.
Sure.
Another guy, which I liked him, Rob Van Dam, another high flyer. My favorite non-high flyer guy, I don't think he gets enough love, Batista. The Batista bomb. Fun fact, also, that's how I broke my collarbone whenever I was a kid. My brother Batista bombed me on the ground, and I broke my collarbone.
That was like this when we were talking about earlier, a story that was horrible then that you can now laugh about now.
Yes. Eddie Guerrero is another great one. Even though he was a little bit before my time. I was lucky enough to get to watch some Eddie Guerrero, but he passed away whenever I was a teenager, I believe, or like right in that area. The Dudley Boys are awesome.
Bray Wyatt, R.I.P.
Oh, Sting as well. I loved Sting.
Sting. I can remember I used to have the N64 WWE game. Stone Cold Steve
Austin.
Austin.
Hardy Boys action, little Jeff Hardy. As long as he wasn't.
The Rock was the best in that game. The guy that farts, that was what, Rashiki?
He doesn't fart. He puts his butt in your face, but yes.
That was basically all he did. That was his power move. In that Nintendo game or whatever, his power move was face to crack. And people would be like, oh, man. Like, it's like they just got drop kicked. Rock and Jock. I would be down for signing Kupp or Allen. I think it just comes down to the money with both of those guys. If it's $17, $18 million, I'm going to say that's a bad move. If you tell me I can get both those guys at somewhere around 10, 11, it's a good deal.
S2 Iggy, What's your favorite tag team of all time? I'll answer this, and we actually have to rapid fire some of these super chats because we're getting close to the new league year. My favorite, maybe a deep pull, but they're used to. I can't remember their name of the tag team, but help me in the chat if you've watched wrestling before. You'll get it. Their theme song, whenever they came out, it would be biscuits and gravy, biscuits and gravy. I can't remember their tag team name, but it was funny because one of the guys actually played as like his character was like mental.
Yeah.
So he'd like come out and be like this.
That's
like
scary.
He'd acting like he like doesn't like he's not there, and as soon as the bell would ring, he'd like become like an insane person.
That's scary, dude.
Festus and Jesse. Yep.
Eric Jones, I agree with you. And this is why I'm not really stressing about losing some of those guys. If Malcolm Koonce and Christian Wilkins are healthy, and like, honestly, Max wasn't really healthy at all last season. He wasn't. He injured his knee in week 2, tried to play through it, and by the end of that year, kind of, got to that point where he couldn't do it anymore. If the Raiders are healthy, they will be better, especially on that defensive line.
Gwendolyn.
I had to kill time while Giants Channel takes a break.
Yeah. Marshall, obviously big slacker.
I mean, the only person that I think has been live more than me this week is Marshall. I mean, that's the only person.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with a winning vet in the wide receiver room for Kupp. I am not going to disagree. It's just the money. Where does it going to come down to for Cooper Kupp? And he's got injury. Going back, goodbye. Hey, Gwendolyn, thanks for hanging out. Al Nation, what's up, Al? Night Devil Bang! Wake me up before you go. Come on, Knight. Come on, Knight. Fire me up one time.
With everybody saying,
come on, Knight.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know more about wrestling from you than anybody I've ever met in my entire life.
Good.
Rich, this might surprise you. Richie, not a big wrestling guy.
Really?
It's not a big wrestling guy. Might shock you. Also, we got to give Night Devil 50 tickets.
I know. I was just about to say the new favorite for the next hat raffle.
The new favorite for the hat raffle. I do want to try to do that next hat raffle. It might not be exactly at the new league year.
So what
it might
we're
even be a little bit earlier.
I was going to say, I'm going to let it go until the new league year.
Okay.
We're not going to do it as soon as it's over, but that's when it'll close.
Okay.
We won't add anybody after the time goes off.
Okay.
Depending on what moves are made or what's going on, is going to be dependent on if we do it immediately or when we do it. But that's when it's going to close. We're not going to let anybody else in after the new league year begins. So if you want a chance to get in, get your super chat in before the new league year, or we're 200 likes away from 2,000. And we said we'd give 4 free tickets away. That's your last chance to get a free ticket. So if you haven't liked the video and you want a free ticket, and I don't know what to tell you. You're not doing your part.
You're not doing it. You're not doing it. I am going to look up this restaurant, though. Desert Shark? Desert Shark Tucson. Is it this one? Desert Shark Tucson, your new favorite poke spot, flavorful island vibes, delivery, and dine-in. He said if we ever go out to Tucson, we can go grab some food.
All right.
All right, I'm going to message you. I just gave you a follow. I'm down. I love poke. Alex loves poke. I was actually just talking about going to Tucson, Arizona the other day. I was actually talking about it with Cass Joey because he lives out that way.
We were actually talking about eating poke in Tucson.
See if I can. I had a rock in my shoe. Nope. Missed. I shot at that garbage. I've been stepping on it left and right. We'll find it. It's probably near my phone. It's over there somewhere. I'll find it.
Oh my God.
I was trying to thread the needle.
You were not even close.
I hit the table. The only way for me to hit, that's a hard shot, dude. That's a missile.
All right. We're going to have to rapid fire through some of these supers, guys, because
let's do it.
We're a little bit behind.
Raider Nation in Germany.
Good
Bonjour to you. I used to live in Cologne. Santana. I am an expert hard sticker. Yeah, it's not a doubt in my mind. Nabman, I will floor you, baby. I don't do carpet.
Okay.
Only Brazilian. If the Bengals can't pay Jamar Chase, do you think that we can make a trade like we did for Adams? I would say it would probably cost this number 6 pick, your first-round pick next year, and you got to go pay him $40 million. Kins Char, electrician, but just left the career. I coach football, and I'm a USA Wrestling Club coach full-time. True story, my wife does plastic surgery here in Idaho, which is why I can coach full-time now.
Hey,
Does she need a new client?
Shout out to Miss Char.
I mean, in all honesty, shout out to Miss Char and Miss Char. Dude, that's an awesome thing.
Oh, yeah.
That's awesome.
The timing on the rebrand / laying pipe joke was wild.
Yep. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Signed Kyle Juszczyk had to Google the spelling. And quite frankly, I don't know. I don't know if it's still spelled right. I actually was talking to our 49ers guy the other day about this, and I said, where do you think he could go? He's still a good fullback. I also talked to our Seahawks guy, and I know that Seattle's kind of used some fullbacks in the past. I don't know what this Chip Kelly offense is going to look like. If you're going to go spread, doesn't really make sense to go get a fullback. Slurricane, shout out from San Jose, Cali. I'm a postman, and this show makes walking every day much easier. Love the show. R.I.P. to the great tuna.
Spam those tunas.
Hey, man, if you didn't get your mail, it's probably because the Raiders lost. J-Row, which there's a lot of people that don't have mail then. J-Row, maybe just me, but I don't want Diggs. Don't need him to throw a temper tantrum or be a diva. He was only asked to be traded when things don't go his way. He was liked in Houston. He was not liked very much in Buffalo.
I will say he does have some off-the-field stuff this offseason. I kind of read up a little bit more on last night.
Oh, okay. I did not know that.
Has an open case right now between him and another person that he was involved with. He's saying that she hit him. She's saying that he hit her. So it's kind of like their words against each other right now. So that's ongoing with him.
Honestly, hearing that alone, I don't think the Raiders even pursue him. Then.
And then also, he's been out with Cardi B. So obviously, you know very well. I documented it a ton on Texans today, the relationship between Cardi B and Stephon Diggs. But that is also another looming reason why teams might have their hesitancy.
Gotcha. New Duels, R.I.P. Tuda. Wonder what he would have thought of all this. Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I would love to hear his opinion on it, but I personally think that there's been a few things that have happened this offseason that already proved to me that he's looking down and he's smiling, and I haven't had an answer from him in a while. I am the type of person, there's at times where I'm like, all right, do something, right? And the other day when we were raising money, he's a big Nebraska fan, and Husker Raider ended up winning. I mean, it was like the most random. I mean, it was unbelievable. For anybody that watched it, and I think everybody that watched that said, that's crazy. Tuna was just up there pulling strings, man.
Sayonara.
Probably a long shot, but do you guys think we have any chance at Jamar Chase?
Kind of just answer that, too.
Yeah, less than 1% chance. Darren Ross, lifelong Raiders fan from Maine. Love all your content. Thank you for all you do. Darren, I appreciate that, man. I want to get up to Maine before I die. I've never been there.
I want your crabs.
Lobster.
Oh, yeah, I want your lobster.
There you go.
And your crabs.
Easy.
Finthrak.
Who else is out here on needles and pins? Stop. I'm not even going to read that whole thing. Get out of here.
What?
Go. Nobody says it.
That's the right way to say it.
Nobody says it like that.
Ventrak's
trolling. Get out of here.
I'm out here on needles and pins,
Get out
baby.
Of here.
Needles and pins.
Next. Jonathan, any Vegas trips this year? Both you and Chuggs, I haven't been able to meet y'all the last few times. I would like to be able to go out to Vegas. I know I'm going to go out to Vegas here in a little bit to meet some people, which I'm really excited about. And then maybe in the offseason, I just found out that they're playing the Cowboys. So that might be a trip that we have to make. It does sound like we will definitely take a trip to Houston.
Is it an away game?
Huh?
Is it an away game?
It's in Vegas.
It's in Vegas?
I'll say this. The only way that it would be possible that we could swing it, if you and I took the girls, we stayed at Albert, we stayed at someone's house, he wouldn't mind. And we did a show. We could honestly do a show from his crib. I mean,
and then the girls just go to the game with Albert.
That would actually make me jealous. His tickets are really good. I don't want to put that on him. I mean, worst case, they just chill at his house, which I'm not kidding you right now. If somebody told me you could lock me up at that guy's house for 365 days.
You do it for free.
I might. I might just stay there. Kevin. Oh, wait, I don't know. Did we already get that one? Maybe not be an OG, but I'll be a real one. Can't wait till I can afford to bang for you. Can I get some prayers from my wife from the nation testing for MS today? A lot of prayers. We said this yesterday. How many people prayed for 30 minutes yesterday? I think not 30 minutes. That's a long prayer. That's a long time.
30 seconds.
30-second prayer can go a long way. If you get some time today, save one for Kevin Baker. Kevin, I'll say this. I don't need people to bang on the show. I want people that can bang on the show that actually, can do it. And people that do it, they can do it. I hope that they do it for the nation. The people that watch this show a little bit of love. If when you're dealing with something, and if it could take you away from it for just 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 30 seconds, I hope that it helps out a lot. I'll pray for you tonight, my man. Jerry, do you think that we will be able to get Cooper Kupp? I do think that there's a chance. I don't think that there's a very high chance. But if the Raiders are actually serious in pursuing Kupp, which it's been reported that they are, that also means then to me, in my mind, they're also going to be looking at Keenan Allen. We did just get a little bit of a spike in audience. We had almost 3,000 people here in the building. If you are new to this channel, you can always hit that subscribe button. If you're like, wait a minute, I can't comment on anything, you got to be sub to comment. Jerry, I do, but I don't think it's very high. PG, if Sanders drops to us, do we take him? I really do not think that the Raiders take a quarterback now on day 1 or on day 2. Night Devil, shout out to you. Happy new league year. If you're ever in Tucson, so I just followed your Instagram account, and I promise you this. I will always let people know when I travel. I will do my best if I'm out in Tucson. If you tell me I can get a meal, I'm down to get a meal.
Could y'all do me a favor really quick?
What's up?
If you have a second, Google Desert Shark. Leave a good review for him. Help him out.
I like that.
Nation helping nation. He obviously loves the team, a part of the Silver and Black gang. Gotta show him some love. You could, I'll put it up one more time. Desert Shark, look it up. Leave him a good review. Maybe help him out a little bit.
I'm actually sorry. I was gonna see if I could find where the Google review thing is, and just drop that in there. But I don't know how to. Oh, wait a minute. I got it. Hang on. All right, bro. You banged on this show. It's too long of a link. Desert Shark Tucson. I can't get it.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry, man. I will figure out a way, though.
Mitch, shout out to Ashley for cleaning while we get Raidery.
Raidery? Uh-oh. Shout out to Ashley for cleaning. I like getting Raidery.
Raider Mitch.
Raider Mitch. Love the show, y'all. Thanks for the gear. Want T-Mac or Genty? Spytek said best available. Better than reaching for a position. Those two should be there. I would imagine that those two are there. But he did say best available. I think if you talk to some people around the NFL, they might say Will Campbell and Armin Membao are more important than Tedero McMillan and Ashton Genty. I'm telling you. Watch Armin Membao. Look at the traits that he has. They are so close to somebody like Tristan Wirfs, who Spytek already drafted. Now, man, Genty, really? Look at the teams he played versus last year or any year. The defenses faced in 24 are not impressive. Only OKD was Penn State. Got destroyed. 30 carries, 3.5, 0 touchdowns. Important to think about. I would look at this as not so much as Genty's not the guy you think he is, because I do think Genty is actually as good as what people make him out to be. I would make the point more of, if you don't have a good offensive line, and usually Boise's offensive line was good against the teams that they were going up against. He had a lot of success then in Genty. When they went up against the team where they didn't have as good of an offensive line, you saw Genty look a lot more human. And that's my only case for the Raiders to maybe not take Genty. You just better have a damn good offensive line. If you can look at that line and go, I don't know if that's a top 10 line, then I don't know if you should draft Ashton Genty. Thomas, what can we get for trading down a couple of picks? Definitely depends on who you're trading down with and what they're potentially looking at. But I would say if you can't get either an extra first-round pick or an extra second, then, for you to go to 6 to 12, you better get an extra second and a third, or just an extra first.
Yeah. in next year.
It depends what it costs, though.
Nick Sanchez.
Stafford can play for one reason or another, and Jimmy G ends up being Adams' quarterback one again. I said it before, and I'll say it again. I will never wish for an injury.
That would be hilarious.
But that would be hilarious. What up, Papaya? Shout out from San Jose, California, Mitch and Chuggs, always bringing that Raiders smoke.
Papaya!
Mr. Papaya, man.
And then we have Oaktown Raider 510. His super just came in. I'm waiting on it to upload right now.
Love it, love it, love it.
Oh, and okay, while we have y'all here, we are 170 likes away from 2,000.
Which means 4 tickets.
Can we get there?
4 tickets we're going to give away. This cord is bothering me. I don't even know. We got to get to 2,000 likes.
Oaktown. What up from the Mecca, Oaktown, NorCal? We should trade Mayer and a pick and try to move up. Got to beef up the O-line, get JPJ and Glaze some help.
I like the idea of trading Mayer and maybe you can get a pick for him because I do think losing out on that third for Geno, great trade by the Raiders, but having that extra pick there does give you a little bit of flexibility where I do wonder, and I mean this, I do wonder if, let's say, we don't get a wide receiver that we want. I know the Raiders obviously like Emeka Egbuka, and I think that that's a receiver that they look like and that they say, hey, you know, we can work around this guy for a long time. Chip really loves that dude. I do wonder if the Raiders don't trade back, if they try to trade back up into round 1 to go get him, because it's a Chip guy. But I do think one of the reasons why you could see the Raiders try to trade back in round 1 is then to use some of that picks that they got to then, if they need to, go back up and try to get somebody that they want. And teams do that all the time because, you know, Emeka Egbuka, he's a hell of a receiver. He's going to be a receiver that probably goes in round 1. And getting somebody him that talented at the price tag, instead of going out and paying somebody, you know, like a Chris Godwin for $22 million. Makes a lot of a difference. Drew, been telling y'all for years, come to Omaha.
Omaha!
For the College World Series. So how about this? Right before the new league year starts, can I go pee real quick?
Yes.
Thank you. You got to pee or are you good? You have a normal bladder?
I'm okay.
There are times when I do shows that we've done over the past 2 days, my bladder, I can just tell, gets worse and worse and worse.
All right. We got to get to 2,000 likes before Mitch gets back. We got to get to 2,000 likes. We're over 3,000 people watching live here on the Raiders Report. If this is your first time watching, we break down Raiders news and rumors every single day of the year, 365 days for free. Not behind a paywall, not behind anything. We are the best Raiders community on YouTube for good reason. Hit that subscribe button. It's 100% free. And if you're just joining us, like the video. Once we get to 2,000, we're going to give away a Raiders Report hat. I'm going to give away 4 free tickets to win that hat. If you want a chance to win, your only way is either to super chat. You don't want to super chat, all good. You don't have to super chat on this channel. But you got to like the video if you want a chance to get one of those free tickets. And we just passed 2,000 likes. And you know what? We have over 3,000 people. I'll give you this deal right now. Every 100 likes that we get right now, I'm going to add another free ticket. So if we can get to 2,100 likes, that is another free ticket. I'll have 5 free tickets whenever Mitch gets back. If we get to 200, that's 6 free tickets whenever Mitch gets back. If y'all are able to get those likes going, let's go. Let's freaking go. Just got over 2,000 likes. 9:40 until the new league year begins. We might see some craziness. We might see some absolute insanity. Rebel said the phone is buzzing. Could it be? Could it be a possible move coming in for your Las Vegas Raiders? OBJ got a look. I'm glad I did not read all of that. Oh, my goodness. Here we go. Hoping for Kupp or Kupp. Kupp or Kupp. Not Cooper Kupp. Kupp or Kupp. Let's go. Let's get Tyler Lockett. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Let's get Tyler Lockett. Lockett. Let me know in the chat a player that you want the Raiders to sign. I see a lot of Tyler Lockett's. I see a ton of Tyler Lockett's. Let me know a player that you would like to sign. We just got to 2,100, so we're going to give away 5 tickets. If we can get to 2,200 by the time Mitch gets back, we'll give away 6 free tickets. Lock it. Let's go. Let me know, who do you think the Raiders should sign today? I see Asante Samuel Jr. I see a Chuggs. I see Lockett. I see Becton. I see Asante Samuel Jr. I see Becton, Elijah Moore, Rico Dowdle, Lockett, Cooper Kupp, Kareem Hunt, Becton, trade for DA, no chance. Noodle says, Chuggs, let me get that hat. Hey, let's go. Becton, Rico, Dowdle, Dobbins, Renfro, Keenan Allen, Ezekiel Elliott. I see Nick Chubb, Keenan Allen and Becton. Cooper Kupp, a linebacker. LeBron James at linebacker, okay. Renfro, we got Amari Cooper, Stephon Diggs. Sign Jeremy Chuggs. Trade for Stroud, maybe. Let's see, Cooper Kupp, Hunter Renfro, Nick Chubb, Tyreek Hill. Trade for Pickens. I don't know if he's on the table. They just traded for DK Metcalf. Cooper Kupp, Doncic. Here we go. A lot of Bectons, a lot of Locketts. I see a lot of Cooper Kupps, a lot of Diggs, a lot of Keenan Allens, a lot of receivers. I see a lot of Amari Coopers. I see a lot of Asante Samuel Jr. in there.
I mean, do Raiders fans really want Amari Cooper?
I see a lot of Amari Coopers in the chat.
Like, you really want Amari Cooper? And I mean, I say that because not only, if it was the Amari Cooper that I think we saw maybe like 2 or 3 years ago, even that I'd be like, that guy kind of quit on us. He was like, I don't think he was good last year. Now, Amari Cooper at DeAndre Hopkins contract? Yeah, I'll take that. That ain't going to happen, though. You know, I mean, I don't know, dude. When somebody burns you like that and somebody just gives up on you, what's to say they're not going to do it again? Like, I am the type of person where I will trust you until you give me a reason not to trust you. Which, honestly, I think sometimes gets me in trouble. Because, you know, growing up in central Pennsylvania, like where I did, shout out to the 570, like I grew up in an area where people just leave their keys in the car, you know, like doors are unlocked, and you just learn to trust everybody. But, you know, when you're going to a bigger city, and Dallas isn't even really that big of a city, you can't quite have that mindset that everybody's going to be friendly to you. But I definitely have that. Some would say it's a bad thing. Some would say maybe it's a good thing.
So, I told everybody I'd give an extra ticket away for every 100 likes until you got back. We got an extra 100.
Sweet.
So 5 tickets right now. Spam LV for a chance to get a ticket in our Raiders hat giveaway. I'm going to give 5 tickets away to people spamming LV. So
let's get some LVs going down there in the chat. We're going to be giving away a Raiders Report hat. We've been giving away a bunch of hats today. I want to say we've already given away, 3? Oh, this will be our 4th. Well, no, this will actually technically be our 5th. This will be our 5th hat that we're going to give away today. Good luck to you.
All right.
You want to hear a deal? If somebody bangs right now, we're going to give away 2 hats at the next wheel spin. The next time you spin it.
All right.
I'm going to give 2. Not like 2 go to one person. It's just 1, and then we'll spin it again.
All right. Paul Dole, I'm going to give you one of them. So that's 1 out of 4. Who else wants a free hat? I see. Let's go. Who wants it? I see. K Smooth 21.
Dennis Doyle! Bang!
Let's go. I'm going to go. That's 2 free ones. I'm going to give Robbie Aguirre 1.
Another bang. I'm adding another hat. 3 Raiders Report hats.
I'm going to give the
if
4th
somebody
one.
Bangs.
The 4th one to New Dolls. Noodles, I've been seeing you in the chat all day. And then I'm going to give one to Abby Barrios.
RNFL! Bang! And another one! Holy cow, man. Dennis Doyle, unbelievable. Raider Nation for Life 2025. Unbelievable.
This next one's going to be a toughie.
All right, I'm going to add one more. Last one. If somebody bangs a guy, that'd be crazy. That would be insanity, dude. We almost have the new league year. I can't wait. Somebody said, get spinning. New league year is 3 minutes away. You're not wrong. I can't wait, dude. This is going to be fun. So what, are we going to wait for the new league year and then we're going to spin it?
Yeah, that'll be your last chance to get in.
All right, so the last chance to get in is the 2-minute, 8-second mark. And then after that, again, we're going to be hanging out today. Just because the new league year is about to hit doesn't mean it's going to be like...
There's a lot of names in this piece.
Like, it's not going to be bang after bang after bang for, like, news. There will be a lot of stuff, though, that starts rolling in. So we will do a lot of NFL talk from here on out. Robert Arantes, shout out to you, my brother.
And you know what? I'll still have that deal until the new league year. Every 100, so we need 30 more likes, I'm going to give away another entry. You have a minute and a half. Every time we get to another 100, I'm going to give away another free entry.
All right, I like it. Let's do it. Rick Aguilar, the monkey, I am ready for the new league year. And again, honestly, today, super laid-back day. Not a lot of stuff happened. Yesterday, also super laid-back day. Nothing really happened. When there is news that's happening, and again, if you're new to the channel, we will talk about whatever the news is, right? In the NFL, we will talk about anything that happens around the Raiders.
19 likes away.
There's just nothing really happening right now. We're not afraid to have a good time. People know that, but I also want people that have never seen us before. We're not just two random dudes.
13 likes away.
Banging with 2,700 people. Though, I bet you that blonde chick would.
Rick Kelly's getting a couple.
Rick Kelly! The Steelers are signing cornerback Brandon Eccles. 5 interceptions, 16 PBUs.
All right, we got there. Who's going to get the next free one?
The New York Jets.
Who's going to get the next free one?
We did get there.
I'm going to go with Malachi Muhammad. I've seen you a ton in the chat.
It's a double M right there. What up, Trot?
All right.
What up, Trot?
70 likes away. You got 10 seconds. 70 likes away.
10,
and we're giving away one
9,
free one.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4,
50 likes.
3, 2, 1. The new league year has begun.
And okay, Robbie, I'll let the facts roll in. Robbie,
the new league year has begun. Steelers former starter Russell Wilson is scheduling a visit with the Browns this week. Russell Wilson visiting the Browns. Oh, dude, let's go, man. Already, Russell's gonna visit the Browns.
I think he doesn't like being the Steelers or Giants' second option.
I agree.
I think he's like, screw y'all. Y'all want Aaron Rodgers. The loser gets nothing. Which makes this Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, this is going to go on for weeks.
You think? Oh, I think it happens today.
You do?
He's getting released today.
Yeah.
I think these teams are going to pressure and say, hey, we need to know, because the loser of this between the Giants and the Steelers, I don't know what you do at quarterback. The Steelers have nobody. They didn't.
Yeah.
Their two quarterbacks, Justin Fields and Russell Wilson. Justin Fields just got signed to the Jets. Russell Wilson on his way, apparently, to the Cleveland Browns.
Wilson will fly to Cleveland tonight to visit with the Browns on Thursday before being scheduled to fly to New York on Thursday night for a Friday visit with the Giants. So he's going to meet with the Browns on Thursday, and he's going to meet with the Giants on Friday. Are you sure? I really don't think I think the Rodgers thing is going to be a while. I mean, when has Rodgers ever made his mind up quickly? I mean, seriously, he loves the attention, loves the spotlight, loves when he's in headlines. And he knows the longer he drags it on, I mean, like, that's what he did last year.
So another interesting kind of microcosm of the NFL. Chase Sr., our 49ers host, just put out on Twitter maybe like 40 minutes ago, is it worth it for the 49ers to give Brock Purdy a mega extension, or should they just blow it up?
Oh, I was really hoping the Raiders were going to be able to get Jack Sanborn. He is going to be signing a 1-year deal with the Dallas Cowboys. That was actually low-key one of the linebackers that I was kind of hoping the Raiders were going to be able to go out and get. But he's a younger player. He was the player that I remember the Bears tried to replace Nick Kwiatkowski with. Sanborn. He's going to the Dallas Cowboys on a 1-year deal. Eberflus and Berganzi coached him for 3 years in Chicago, on his way.
I just posted Happy New Year.
Happy freaking New Year, man.
All right, here we go. We've got some more Super Chats to roll through.
Happy freaking New Year, man.
Wait, no.
Who's going to be the first person that bangs in the new league? New league year. Who's going to do it?
We got Dennis Doyle, this hundo.
What up,
Raider
Dennis?
Nation for Life 25, that hundo.
We got the hat raffle coming up here in a little bit.
Orantes with the Super Chat. Rick Kelly. Let's go.
What's up, Rick?
Trot with the $2 Super Chat. Robbie Aguirre. Yo, Mitch, I sent you money on the Venmos.
I got you. Let me check.
Possibly for our duck race at the end of the show.
Possible. And can't confirm. You in, Robbie. You in. Also, Robbie, I appreciate that you sent in a super to tell me, but I promise you that, like, you don't have to, like, super chat to tell me that you're in the duck. I'll check on Venmo. I try to check, every so often, but in the future, just don't be afraid to, like, put Venmo in the chat, because I feel bad now that you spent $10 to tell me that you just spent, 20 for the duck race.
Tyler D. My wife just came up to me and said, all I do is hear that guy's voice every day. Take that as a compliment.
That's funny. That's a huge compliment. And I always say that. While the Giants wait for Aaron Rodgers, expect a visit with Russell Wilson as well this week. All right, yeah, we already got that. Ian, you're late. I don't take it lightly that people allow the people that they care about the most to know that they listen to me. Is that like a fair way to say something? Because I have been told before, and I'll never forget it, and I'm not going to say who it is. They've told me, they're like, is it weird to say that you're kind of like my guilty pleasure? Where, like, he was like, I don't want other people to know that I watched the Raiders report. This is probably like 2 years ago. He's like, I don't really like want people to know it, but I watch you all the time. And I was kind of like, thanks. Seems like a little bit of a backhanded compliment, but thanks.
Aaron, I love you, buddy, but today's not the day.
Not the day.
I can't. I love you, Aaron. I don't think you're watching.
Not today.
I hate it's officially official.
Yeah. Hey, also, first one of the year 2025. Common Raider! Bang! Come on, Common! Common.
He's a not-so-common Raider.
He's a common, not-so-common guy. Dude, what up, Common?
Happy New Year.
Happy freaking New Year to Raider Nation. I'll tell you what, if there's ever been a time to send in some good vibes, it might be now. I hope 2025, y'all, is the year we all want it to be. I hope 2025 is the year that we deserve as Raiders fans. Because I don't know if there's a fan base out there. Maybe, and I hate to even give Marsh this, but maybe the Giants you could put up there is like, if there's an NFL team that just kind of deserves it recently. Though they just won 2 Super Bowls not too long ago. Honestly, F the Giants. The Raiders are the team. The Raiders are the team.
Funky.
Let's go, man.
Play that funky music, Raider.
Funky Raider. If we draft either Genty or Judkins, I will give this offseason an A minor. An A minus. Yeah, I'll tell you this. Now, we still got to do a lot more other than that, but if we could get one of those running backs, and if we could get them at a reasonable price, because I think like that's really important. If you get them at a reasonable price, second round I still think is a high price, but I don't know if you're going to get them at 60 something. Like I don't. You might have to pay 37 because I don't think they're there at 68. We'll see. Also, for those that do not know, the hang on, Ben Van Sumerson re-signing with the Eagles.
Ben Van Sumeren.
Summerin.
Jonathan, kids call you the Raider guy in a good way.
Kids call you the Raider guy.
Kids.
I appreciate that.
Adrian.
Did you get me for the duck race? Stepped away. Sorry. Let me see. The new names that I just got for the duck race, I got Jamari Murray. Jamari, he's going to get 2. Carlos Rod. Nicholas Sane. Hey, can we do the Raiders report thing? The hat spin? Yeah. You said Adrian? Can you go back to that? I just want to see the name. Adrian Rod?
Adrian Rodriguez.
Actually, no, I did not. Adrian Rod.
Adrian!
You were next to somebody who's also name looks just like Adriano, but you guys know him as OC. So thank you. Honestly, thank you for calling me out on that because I do try to go through all the names.
I'm going to shuffle the names real quick. How many hats are we giving away again?
We are giving away 4 hats.
4 hats right now.
4 hats right now. So spin it. First one goes to.
And then once you win, I'm going to take your name out.
Yep, that's fair. Is it possible? Oh, you can just take them all out at once?
Yes.
Cool. Oh, all right, that makes sense. RNFL. All right, bro, so you either got to send me $1 on Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365, or you give Jeremy Chuggs a follow on Twitter.
At Jeremy Chuggs.
At Jeremy Chuggs. Next.
All right. So I took all of his names out. So
perfect.
Everybody has a much better chance.
Oh, yeah.
Here we go. Number 2 out of 4. This one also makes sense. Dennis Doyle. He had a lot as well.
All right.
And now we're seeing
some names.
We're seeing some names.
Starting to see some names.
Here we go. I'll give it another little shove.
Also, I don't know if you know this, but the Jags trade with Christian Kirk is official.
Yeah, that just happened.
Yep.
Here we go. Number 3 out of 4.
The Cardinals are signing former Commanders linebacker Mykal Walker. That was somebody we talked about. Paul Dool.
Which he was one of the free ones. He
Wait,
got
really?
one. Yeah.
Oh, dude, that's really cool.
All right, last one.
Here we go.
And then, yeah, this one. Oh.
Uh-oh.
Wow. Uh-oh. Night Devil, I'm sorry. Sayonara.
Which,
if you can look, he is sandwiched in between a ton of Night Devils.
Wow. Malik Collins has reached an agreement with the 49ers. 2 years, $20 million. I mean, but like that's why I think Raiders fans got to understand how good that value is for Adam Butler. Butler's 3 for 16. Malik Collins just got 2 for 20. I'm sorry, it's not close of a debate who's the better defensive tackle.
If you were one of the 4 that just won, make sure you either Venmo Mitch $1 at Mitchell Renz 365. He'll send you it back so we can get your shipping, or add me on Twitter at Jeremy Chuggs. DM me. Those are your 2 options. To the 4 people, congratulations. I believe Paul Dull was one of them, Sayonara, and then it was...
Marcelo Enriquez, you are in.
And then the other two were, I believe they were both Hundo bombs. One from...
Oh, sorry, I have it all written down. Sayonara, Paul Dull, Dennis Doyle.
Dennis Doyle, yep.
And then Raider Nation for Life 2025.
Yes, sir.
Correct.
How much? $20 Venmo for the 50-50.
Yep. Which, like I said, I just got Marcelo. You in? Done deal. Vikings 230 for Javon Hargrave. That was already happened though, right?
Yeah, that one happened.
So that was $19 million guaranteed. I think maybe that's the update. We'll see what happens in the new league year. I mean, the Geno Smith trade, just so y'all know, is now official.
We do have a new signing for the Broncos, Evan Ingram,
the
2-year deal.
Rams now have officially released Cooper Kupp.
Evan Ingram officially signing with the Broncos on a 2-year deal. I think that's new.
Yeah, he visited with them today. That was reported yesterday because I remember being like, oh, Evan Ingram's going to the Broncos on a visit, signed, 2-year deal. We don't know the amount, though. Yep. 2-year deal for Evan Ingram going to the rivals, the Broncos. Can I get some F-Sams down below? Or an FDEN. The Jags tight end, Evan Ingram, going to the Broncos. Oh, man.
Oh, Noodles. Don't mention it, brother. Thank you for always supporting the show, always being in the chat.
Big facts, big facts. Ventrac, if the Raiders don't sign a free agent today, what's your mindset? That they have been working on getting a Geno Smith deal done all day. I think you have to have something here.
Ken's Char, I did have you in. I believe it was for our last one, though.
Yeah.
Because every hour it resets.
Yep.
So you probably sent in a 10 right before our last one. Because I remember getting you in as one of the last people in our last hat raffle.
I gotcha.
Ken's Char, thank you for the super chat. We also, I gotta go put. I'm gonna go put this up really quick. I'll be back in just a moment, but I want you to answer this question in the chat for Mitch.
Cooper Kupp post June 1st. Oh wow, look at this bombshell. Vikings decision makers are still evaluating their options at quarterback, including Aaron Rodgers, according to Diana Rossini. The 4-time MVP is intrigued by the idea of playing in Minnesota. Holy cow. I actually think yesterday Brett Favre, which, shitty human being, but he did say that he thought that Aaron Rodgers should go to Minnesota. Oh my goodness. What a report by Diana. This is going to be fun. If you tell me right now it's Aaron Rodgers and it's the New York Giants, Minnesota Vikings, or the Pittsburgh Steelers, what team would y'all go to? I mean, honestly, honest question. If you want to answer this one up on screen, please, by all means, go for it. But if you're Rodgers and your options are the Giants, the Vikings, or the Pittsburgh Steelers, where are you going? Because I'm going to Minnesota. If it's like, hey, which money's always going to be a factor, right? No doubt. Money's always going to be a factor. But at the exact same time, I wonder if an NFL player's got to get to a point where he's just like, I've made enough money in my day. I'm going to just try to genuinely go to the spot that gives me the best chance. I see a lot of Vikings down below. A lot of Vikings down below. Also, I got a few extra people that are getting in the duck race right now, which I'm seeing. I got James Guevara. I got you, Guevara. I also got Ryan McBride. Paul Duell. We're all set there, Paul. I have that saved now. I'll hit you up there. I need your first, last name, which I think is that, and then your shipping address. I see Brendan Gutierrez, Richard Kelly, Brooks Nelson. Wait, your name's Brooks Nelson? Isn't there like a golf tournament like that? Vincent Cam, you in? which means right now we are at $20 Venmo for a chance to go home with $260 here on the Raiders Report. Yeah, Adrian, I got you, bro. I said I didn't, that's on me. I said I didn't see your name because it was right next to somebody who also's name was Adrian. So when I saw Adrian in my notes, I was like, oh yeah, I have it, but it's back-to-back Adrians. You guys know him as, well, it's close to Adrian. You guys know him as OC. That's what I was trying to say earlier. You guys know him as OC. Why? You're good. Put news. I agree. I completely agree. Yeah, I think that's a really shitty attitude. All right, y'all. We got 3,000 people here on today's show. If you haven't already hit that like button, please, please, please hit that like button for me. Mr. Neuro, I'm going to be like, I don't get the love around Joe Milton. I do think that Milton is a project. But if you're the Raiders, if you're going to go get a project, go draft a project. If the Patriots are just going to, like, give you a guy for a 2026 7th-round pick, I would still rather go out and get a Jalen Milroe in the 4th round. I just don't value Joe Milton's ability to be able to throw the football. Hang on, y'all. I mean, I don't know how else to say it. He's live asking the question, is a joke. Get the fuck out of here with that. All right, y'all. Sorry, we got some chat sports drama. I got some people being bitches out there. It is what it is. If y'all want to pull up here to the Raiders Report, let's freaking do this thing. I'm ready to get this thing rocking. Mark Nero, what's up to y'all? Mad Dog, what's up to y'all? Miguel Gomez, what is up to y'all? Grant, I see you out there rocking with us here. We're always rocking here. Let's get this thing going, man. Steve Richardson, the running back scares me. It scares me too. Let's go. Let's go. Bring him in then. I'm done with it. He's just trying to help. Alex Benducci, G Money, Greg Dominique, Victor Reyes. I see ya. How is it not delivered in that way? Yeah, I am. Juan Valdez, Timmy Jones, Horror Fanatic Lance. I see ya. Frankie. I know, but he's got to set a better example. Okay. Jordan Scott crashing out. Yep, I know. Diego Adden, I see you loud and clear. It's a frustrating comment when we're live, and to expect that's a backhand. Okay. Former Colts linebacker Grant Stewart has agreed to terms with the Lions on a fully guaranteed contract. But then why would he? I know, it's annoying to me. Alex Stafford. I'm good, dude. Believe me. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. Yep. None of y'all's. Yep. Okay. It's. All right. Okay. What up, Malachi? Nothing, y'all. I agree. Couldn't agree more. Nah, man, I'm not going to do it. Not going to do it. Lions defensive tackle Levi, off his best seasons, going back to the Detroit Lions. 1 year, $5.5 million deal. That's actually a pretty good deal, I think, for Detroit. Also, Cardero Hodge returning to the Falcons on a 2-year, $6 million deal. That's kind of interesting, man. Dude, I don't know what Wilson's doing right now. He's just firing shit out left and right. I'm telling you this right now. I feel like we got to get something going. Because, again, I feel like I'm sitting here. I'm like, man, we gotta get something going. Yeah, honestly, guys, I'm good. We're fine. It's just we work together all the time. And there's just like little things that pop up here and there. I took it out of context. I think we're good. We're all good. Yeah, I promise. We're all good. We're all good. I'm going to stand up for Chuggs. He's my guy. That's a lot of the times the way that it is. But I appreciate the fact that all y'all are concerned about me. I'm concerned. I appreciate it. Obviously, I don't really get flustered all that often, but I'm somebody that I feel like we work really, really hard. And when there's a little bit of disrespect, I'm not afraid to speak up my mind, and I would want anybody to do the exact same thing. And that's really all it is. We're good, though. Buried the hatchet. Hatchet buried. Exactly. I mean, Chuggs is my guy. That's what it is. You would stick up for your friend, right? Like, you'd stick up for your brother. Like, that's my guy. That's it. That is it. All right. Jose Perez. I got you, man. I got you in the duck race. You in. We see Randy Rupert. You're in. Fabian Moreno. You're in. Timmy Jones. You also in. Mr. Jones. Luis Rod. You in. You in. So right now it is a $20 Venmo for a chance to win $310 here on the Raiders Report. Renee, Mitch, I don't know what that means. Would you go out and sign Cooper Kupp? Give me a yes. Give me a no down below. Cooper Kupp is officially a free agent. Officially a free agent. It has been reported by the Raiders, not the Raiders beat reporters, that there is at least a little bit of interest in that move. Because the Raiders have shown interest in Kupp, that tells me that they are okay paying a receiver in that realm. So my question out there to the 3,000 people that are watching the show right now is this. If you're okay with signing somebody on the level of Cooper Kupp, who is another name that's not Kupp that you think at that price tag that you would be willing to sign? To me, the only really names I would put in that Kupp range, and again, I'm thinking probably like 12 to 12's not even, that's probably more. 14 to 10 million, you think? Probably somewhere in that range. To me, that's Stephon Diggs, Keenan Allen. It's Cooper Kupp. Brandon Cooks ain't getting that. Yeah, well, I'm saying if you're the Raiders and you're okay with paying Cooper Kupp, again, if it's reported that the Raiders are interested in Kupp. Amari ain't happening. Amari for that price tag, my heart would be bad. Stephon Diggs, interesting. Deonta Johnson, no. I like Keenan Allen. Deal with the Broncos for Evan Ingram, 2 for 23 with $16.5 million guaranteed. That's more than I thought he was going to get. I mean, that's almost, $16.5 million guaranteed for Evan Ingram. Am I missing something? I think he's a good tight end. I do. He's a good tight end. But I actually think that that's quite a bit for Evan Ingram. 2 for 23, 16.5 guaranteed. It's like a wide receiver, tight end hybrid. I mean, that's kind of how they paid him. They paid him like a wide receiver, tight end hybrid. Because, I mean, if DeAndre Hopkins just got $6 million. And I'm not saying, I get there's a big age difference, but for DeAndre's market to be $6 million and for Evan Ingram to get $16.5 million guaranteed, that is a little bit of... Oh. That is something. Nothing. Nothing. I just find like that. What do you guys think? And it's an honest question. Evan Ingram, 2 for 23, 16.5 guaranteed. The Dwyer's Elijah Moore. See, I just don't know what Elijah Moore's market is going to be. Like, I know Elijah Moore's a good young receiver. He's been with the Jets, bad organization. Been with the Browns, bad organization. I think we like the idea of Keenan Allen and Tyler Lockett because, I mean, one, I'm always going to root for somebody that's a Raiders fan, right? The fact that he grew up a Raiders fan, I don't give a shit if you played for the Chargers. If you grow up a Raiders fan and the first team that you go play for is the team that pays you all your money, you're going to go do that job, right? Like anybody would. And then he gets to go to, hang on. Oh, sorry. I saw comp update and I thought Cooper Kupp. Oh, shit. That would have been crazy. Would have been crazy. All right, since we've been talking about, though, Cooper Kupp so much, and this has been a name that's been thrown out there, obviously quite a bit. My only other question out there, and it's actually the pin comment on today's live show. It's a poll. What's the Raiders' biggest free agency need? Do you think it's cornerback? That's got 32% of the votes. Wide receiver, that's got 49% of the votes. Free safety has got 6% of the votes. And then other is 13%. What do we want? Who do you guys want? I don't think record makes too much sense. There's still too many unknowns to be able to take into that little bit of worms. How about let's go through some soups. What wide receiver should the Raiders target? See, a lot of people saying Becton. Jacob Peters says Diggs. I'm not going to lie, y'all. I didn't know what was... Chuggs said that there was something kind of going on right now with a potential case against Diggs. And it's an open case. And if you're the Raiders, I don't think that this organization takes on that risk. And because it's an open case, again, like we have no idea what it is, right? Like, it's domestic violence from what it sounds like. Yes or no? Along those lines. It's alleged domestic violence. So my only point is, and this is actually, it would be unfortunate for Diggs if this ended up not being true. But in my mind as a Raiders team, yeah, the same thing with Xavier Worthy. That one ended up, not being true. I think my fear, though, with this Raiders team is the fact that they have been careful, but not cheap. They have been smart and careful. I think by them going out and signing a receiver that has that background, it just doesn't fit what they've been doing this offseason. Not to say that, it's not going to happen or it can't happen. I would just be surprised based on some of the actions. Drew Baca, I agree. T-Mac from Skies. I mean, if I told you if Tedero McMillan at his price tag or any other receiver in free agency, I mean, it's not close to me. It's Teteroa McMillan, right? However, though, that also then takes you out of the running for Ashton Genty. That also takes you out of the running to maybe you want to upgrade your offensive line. And it also takes you out of contention if you did actually want to draft a quarterback. We got 2 moves here. Vikings signed defensive back Tavier Thomas. I'll say former Texan. And then the Giants re-signed Amir Smith-Marset, wide receiver. Really good, slot? Interesting. Giants, Amir Smith-Marset. That's what I mean. When I saw that deal to go back, he does have an injury history, I believe. Oh, I'll tell you this right now. If the Raiders would have signed him, I would have apologized ahead of time. I mean, I thought he got hurt last year. No, I mean, he played 16 games. Oh, the injury was what, in 2022? 10 games? I mean, maybe it's the back. I don't know. You never know with somebody's medicals. When you're that big and you miss an entire season because of a back, again, that's the only way in my mind that he's going for 5.5. Dan Chisena signing with the Panthers on a 1-year deal. Yeah, that's kind of what I was like. All right, y'all. We're going to go through some of these super chats here again. Appreciate everyone tuning in to today's show. I got you, Adrian. I got you. This is, I think I answered that one earlier. Jacob Peters, is there's a chance we still draft a quarterback in the first round if someone like Shedeur drops to us? I just don't think so. I really do truly believe that you're going to see this team try to go out there and they're going to try to win in the next 2 to 3 years. And in my opinion, if they take a quarterback, it's going to be somebody on day 3. The 3 QBs they met with, Cam Ward, Shedeur Sanders, Jackson Dart. And then also they ended up meeting with Kyle McCord, Quinn Ewers, and then Will Howard. But I do know that they like Jalen Milroe. It'll be interesting to see what they do. It really will. Xavier, what up, my man? Secure Geno, then go get Kupp. I mean, it's the new league year, so I don't know if anything has actually been like Geno Smith, Over The Cap. Let me see. I don't know if like they updated anything on it. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing really has been updated. Robert, turn this thing up. Let's go, Raiders. Robert around. I'm ready for them to make a move. I gave the analogy yesterday that it kind of reminded me a little bit of like when somebody goes fishing and you're just sitting there all day. You're like, all right, man, like we got to get something. Now that we know certain things have already happened, I'm hoping that I want one move today. And I've been telling myself every day that I wake up, I want one move that I feel good about every single day. And yesterday, there was only one, but I felt good about it. The day before that, had a lot of moves that I felt good about. The day before that, I felt good about it. I have felt good about a lot of the moves that the Raiders have made. I have. And I think that a lot of people have. What up, Corbs? Rodgers one move to copy the Favre cycle. Oh, I know. Green Bay to the Jets to the Vikings. That's a lot of movement there. Peach. Let's just hope he doesn't run for governor or anything. PG shots. I'm all right. I'm all right. I get angry too. Now, here's the thing, man. And I mean this. The amount of times people do shit for us to like take a beer down or whatever. We're buying. Like, you at least got to let us buy a few. You know what I'm saying? And I always love when people do all the crazy shit and, we're always up here. And I hope that people, kind of try to hang with us once in a while. But you got to give me the opportunity to at least, buy a few rounds of drinks. And I think anybody that has ever hung out with me, I'm going to buy the first 2 rounds. Don't be weird about it because I feel like I'm a bad person if I don't. Because, again, y'all always show us love here. So I'm buying the first 2 rounds. You can get the third. I'll get the next 2. We'll just do it like that, back and forth, until somebody falls over or somebody pulls a Rustin Long and everyone's like, all right, we got to cut this guy off. We got to cut this guy off. Nah, it's just like anything, man. You stick up for your people. What up, Christopher? No, you don't. No, you don't. I'm really not. Like, I'm a very cool, calm, and collected person. But when I get upset, I get upset. Robbie, need Keenan or Lockett, in my opinion. Keenan's probably 11. How about this question? Keenan Allen for 11, Tyler Lockett for 7. What would you go with? Keenan, type K, Lockett, type L. Keenan for 11, Lockett, type L. What are we thinking? What? Oh. What a bad day to be named Carlos Correa. I mean, you ever see like that random documentary on the random people that are named Tom Brady? What? Oh. I agree. But that's the problem with the news. It's more important about headlines and clicks than actually delivering good news. 6-time Pro Bowl Darius Slay has agreed to terms with the Pittsburgh Steelers, which we already knew, Adam. Yeah. It's effed up. I mean, it's honestly one of the reasons why I don't like news and politics right now. Because I think that there's different things, right? Watching the news, to me, you should deliver news. If you're watching a YouTube show, like, we're allowed to be a little bit more laid back. I think it's totally different. I really, really do. I will say this. I see a lot of L's for Lockett down below. A lot of L's down below. What up, Nav? Anyone here is anyone. Doesn't belong. We are not. Hey, and I apologize to the person who I was yelling at. And, I think it's just like anything. Like, we work around each other all the time, where I look at every person at this studio like my brother or sister. And, like, when you're around people all the time, like, you're going to butt heads. And I guarantee you this, like, we're going to be fine. I'll get off screen. Like, we'll hash it out. It sucks that it happened. I didn't mean for it to happen. I apologize, honestly, to all y'all that saw me get like that. I don't like to be that person. But at the same time, Chuggs is my guy. And there's certain people I'm going to go battle for. Yeah, but, like, that you're the exact same way, bro. Like, if you and I were hanging out at a bar and somebody was being disrespectful towards Chuggs or I, in all honesty, I can handle when people are disrespectful to me a lot easier. You start doing it to other people like that, that sets me off. Well, and that means the same way. Like, that mean almost, yeah. Like, yeah. Should we get a running back and then draft a wide receiver? I think that you can get a vet running back. You can also go out and draft a running back, and then you can also draft a wide receiver and sign a vet wide receiver. Like, to me, like, that's still the option here. I want 2 more wide receivers, and I want 2 more running backs. And I don't love the idea of signing 2, and then, like, I would rather, instead of you drafting 2 running backs and signing 2 wide receivers, because the money difference there and what you're going to pay a receiver is a lot. But also, drafting 2 receivers and signing 2 running backs, that doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. I honestly do think that the best thing that the Raiders should do, sign 1 of each, draft 1 of each, and get the best player available. Because if your mindset as a Raiders team is to be, like, to be able to go best player available, right? And I do think that that's what this team wants. They want to be able to go up there on draft night and say, I want to take the best player available. I don't want to be forced to take a pick based on a need. And if that's your thought process, you got to just try to do what the Raiders are doing right now. They are trying to find as many players as humanly possible that they are confident in, that they can put on both sides of the football, to just mainly right now on defense, but that they can use to be solid depth, that they can go whatever way that they want to go. Because I don't think that they want to be sitting there on draft night and everyone's going, yeah, their number 1 need is a cornerback. And then they're going to be sitting there going, all right, like, should we take based on need or should we go with actually the best player available? Like, that's the difference. I would go with both. I would go with both. Darius Slay, 1 year, $10 million. Fully guaranteed deal. Slay wanted to play for a contender. Do we think the Steelers are contenders? So, like, that's my point, though. Darius Slay said he wanted to play for a contender. They have. They have made the playoffs. Oh, no. Are they but they don't have a quarterback right now. Well, I'm saying, if they don't get Rodgers, what happens if Russell Wilson goes to Cleveland? Which, I'm not kidding, like, I do think it's a possibility. I really do. I mean, one of the interesting reports that there was out there was that Russell was somebody that the Raiders thought about. Again, this is like way back then, but Russell was somebody that they thought they could use with Shedeur Sanders to help kind of groom him to be that next quarterback. I mean, I almost wonder if you're the Browns, you go out, you sign Russell Wilson, maybe you try to trade back, you still maybe are able to go out and get a Shedeur Sanders. I mean, what would the Steelers do then?
I don't know. They probably joined the #1 daily fantasy sports platform on the planet in PrizePicks. That's probably what they do.
You know what? Now that you mention that, I think that they would also do that. And if anybody out there is trying to get started with the #1 daily fantasy sports app out there, I want y'all to download the app today. Use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Sign up today and get $50 instantly when you play $5. You don't even need to win to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed. Download the app today. Use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. PrizePicks, run your game. So the PrizePicks app right now does have options out there for the Raiders season long, more or less, and you guys can check them out. I will say this. They only have Geno Smith and Brock Bowers, more or less, which I wanted to be able to show you. So there's two important things that I do have to say about this screenshot. One, you can't use like Geno Smith passing yards and Geno Smith passing touchdowns. You have to only pick one, right? You can only use one player in your lineup. Also, you would have to add another team into it, so it can't just be all Raiders. It is important to mention. Chuck said, add Mahomes interceptions more. I mean, let's do it. If there's one on there for Jimmy Garoppolo, if it was Jimmy Garoppolo, half of an interception, I think I would take the more on that. I don't even know if it would be in there. It'd be fun to take, though. Giggity. Seriously, though, I just wanted to be able to show y'all what they have. And once, like, more and more signings end up happening, once more the Raiders roster is maybe a little bit more constructed, you'll be able to see some extra ones, which I'm going to be honest, now that I think about it, I wonder if they have, like, sacks. Because I only looked at the offensive side. Sometimes they do defensive side, too. I'll try to check to see if they also have somebody like Max Crosby, who would be the only player that they would have on the Raiders. Interesting, though, man. Jimmy Garoppolo. Evan, 24K. When is the 50-50 raffle? At the very, very end of today's show. Very, very end of today's show. Which I would say right now, if nothing happens by the thing that's going to tick me off, and I'm almost like there's almost a part of me where I just say we leave because then something's going to happen. It's happened every day, every time. Hour 15, nothing. I mean, yeah, all right. 5 o'clock right now if nothing happens. Wink, any rumors on Isaiah Simmons? I don't know personally of any rumors. I haven't really seen any out there. The connection with Isaiah Simmons is really good athlete overall, and I think that he could be used well by Patrick Graham. I'm not going to lie to y'all. He's just a freak athlete. And when he was first coming out of Clemson, I can remember how fired up Tom was about him. And Tom, to me, has been, honestly, probably one of the more consistent guys that I've ever really been around for NFL draft content. And because he's been so consistent, like when he's been off on a guy, I try to like write notes on why. Two of his biggest misses are Josh Rosen and Isaiah Simmons, so I almost wonder if it's a Cardinals problem.
Violator just tweeted this report out, or like this, he tweeted this article. I don't know what that is entailing, but I thought it was weird that he decided now to tweet out that article, right?
Yeah, I actually think that was a mistake. Had to be or something.
Right? Like that. I don't get the relevance of that article right now.
Yeah, I don't think there's any relevance, quite frankly.
He's just violating.
He's just
shout out. He might be watching us right now. Violator. Did you mean to tweet that? I know he watches the show.
I know
a
he
ton.
does. I know. That would be funny, dude.
Maybe his Twitter got hacked and violated. Waking up in Australia. Bonjour. Raiders rap, please. Like, you want us to make a Raiders rap? Or are you saying, like, wrap it up? Mitch is more of a rapper than I am.
That's not true.
But this is also spelled like a rap that you would eat.
I do. I mean, I eat a lot of wraps. It's because I also eat, like, a lot of tacos. And it's, like, very easy for me where I don't really do meal prep anymore, but I kind of do meal prep where I'll make a bunch of chicken. I'll cut up some vegetables, which are really only good for, like, 2 days. I'll get, like, a lot of vegetables in a bag, and I'll just come home, heat up the meat, make some tacos, make whatever I want. And I do that 4 or 5 times out of a day.
Raiders are the
out
best.
Out of a day. Out of the week.
Tell me something else that we don't know. About to go on the flow now. Hanging out with my man Taino. About to watch some highlights of my man Geno.
Please, no.
I need some more cheese. Make it the pecorino.
49ers signed Trey Brown, per a league source. Brown safety DeAnthony Bell will be visiting the Seahawks this weekend, a source says. Though, I feel like now saying, like, Brown's Anthony Bell shouldn't be what they're saying.
Yeah, free agent.
I mean, he's not a Brown anymore.
Yeah.
Andre James, not a Raider anymore.
Were they using a... Never mind.
Gardner Minshew, not a Raider anymore.
Never mind. I'm not going to say what I was
My wife told I've paid more attention to you guys than...
her this week.
I wonder if there's...
My wife said I've paid more attention to you guys than her this week. Maybe tell her she should bang?
Well, I read it as my wife told me I've paid more attention to you guys than in her this week.
Yeah, maybe tell her she's got to bang some more.
Oh, boy.
Cowboys,
DeMarcus Lawrence is signing with the Seattle Seahawks. That's a big one.
Interesting.
I want to see the contract details on that. DeMarcus Lawrence going to the Seattle Seahawks. Wow, dude.
Wow. He's somebody who I thought was going to be a Cowboy for life.
Really?
Those guys, like, even though they turn out bad, like, towards the end, like, I guess Tyron Smith wasn't. That is going to be the best trivia question in 5 years of where did Tyron Smith play his last season? Because nobody's going to think of Tyron Smith playing for the Jets.
Yeah, that's true.
No, like in 5 years, you're going to be like, he played for the Jets? Are you serious?
I mean, that was like the other day. It was the trivia you gave probably like 2 or 3 months ago. And you were like talking about a 49ers coach that got fired in his first year.
Yeah.
In 2016. And I'm like, I don't freaking know who it is. And you go, Chip Kelly. And I'm like, what?
Yeah.
When did Chip Kelly coach for the Niners?
Until I did that trivia, I had no recollection of Chip Kelly being the Niners head coach for a season.
And I'm not kidding you. I don't think I would know either. What's the cap situation looking like now that Geno trade and all the other moves official? So they are official. But you also got to understand, like, Spotrac and Over the Cap, they're not going to just be able to go. They're going to be doing some math. Because there's going to be a lot of things now that are working. I will do my best to try to keep you guys as up-to-date as possible. But at the exact same time, I don't think that they're going to have this fully updated. And Spotrac usually will, like, let you know. Like, he'll actually, like, tweet out when he's got it. I don't anticipate this being ready anytime soon. Yeah, no. I mean, right now, Over the Cap shows $41 million. But hang on, I can't see what this is. Holy shit, dude. That's funny. That's funny.
Oh, that's good. Next up, Suave. What would you offer for Chase if he's available? I honestly think the going price for Jamar Chase would start at least with 1 first-round pick and either another first-round pick or 2 seconds. I think that's the starting point, either 2 firsts or a first and 2 seconds.
And you have to pay him $40 million a year.
Yeah. So if you're willing to, I think you have to give more picks on top of that. I think it's 2 firsts and maybe like a 4th and a 5th, or a first, 2 seconds, and maybe like a 3rd.
DeMarcus Lawrence, 3 years, $42 million. Thoughts?
What was it?
3 for 42.
That seems a little high.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I want to see the $18 million guaranteed.
So maybe it's just
that's a 1-year prove-it deal.
Yeah, it's kind of like you said about the Nate Hobbs and Josh Jacobs contracts, where it's like after a year or 2 they can get out of it easily.
18 guaranteed. Man, I mean, he's had some injuries. I get it. But I can remember the way Tom, I think, also would have probably bet that DeMarcus Lawrence would have been a Cowboy for life.
Yeah.
33 next month. All right.
Interesting. And he's been injured a lot the past couple of years.
I think we've talked about the Jamar one for a while. We got asked yesterday, would you trade number 6 for Chase? And both of us said yes. Kupp or Lockett equals Jordy Nelson signing. I don't know if you're trying to compare them to a Jordy Nelson. I get Jordy Nelson was not a good signing when he joined the Raiders when John Gruden went out and got him. That's another great example. Jordy Nelson played for the Raiders. Jason Witten played for the Raiders. People forget about that.
Wasn't he bald?
Probably. The answer is probably. To this day, I don't know if I've ever seen a slower NFL player than Jason Witten with the Raiders. I mean, it was
bad.
It was pretty incredible. But I disagree with you because Lockett's still showing you he's got enough in the tank, and then Cooper Kupp has still shown when he's healthy he can be a good receiver. But I actually think that Kupp is the bigger risk. Lock is the safer pick, and I think because of that, they would look at Lockett. I think so. A lot of people are saying Elijah Moore. Yeah, good. I like Elijah Moore. I do. But at what price? What price?
Miles.
Elijah Moore in free agency and the receiver, I can never pronounce his name. Io Manor from Stanford.
Or
Trey Harris.
From Ole Miss.
I like Tetero McMillan, Arizona. But defense has better top-tier talent in the top 10 of the draft.
I will say this to Miles' point. I feel like you can get better wide receivers in the 2nd and the 3rd round, even though Ted McMillan's the best receiver in the draft. I think you can get better receivers in the 2nd or 3rd round than you could a defensive lineman or offensive lineman in the 2nd or 3rd round. I think the drop-off is way more heavy on defensive line and offensive line in the 2nd and 3rd than it is with wide receiver. Because I think you can still get some really good receiving help in the 2nd and 3rd round this year.
Denzel Perriman going back to the Chargers.
I thought you were going to say back to the Texans.
Honestly, Elandon Roberts is going to be he's going to be a Denzel Perriman type of defender where you're going, please don't tell me Denzel Perriman is in coverage right now. And then all of a sudden you're like, wow, that guy just freaking popped somebody. That's his style. Nelly, next bong gets Mitch a shot and a Raiders freestyle.
Deal?
Deal.
A bang for a freestyle and a shot?
Are you doing the freestyle?
No, he said for you.
Dude, I'm so bad at rapping.
You got to try it at least one time for a bang.
All right, fair enough. I'll try it.
You've done a much crazier. I mean, we can go back to last night. We've done much crazier for bangs than a freestyle. Which, speaking of that, Wild One, are you in the chat?
Oh man, Wild One.
Because Wild One
I
got me in a little trouble last night.
I actually hope Wild One's not here tonight.
Yeah, Wild One was trying to get me in trouble last night.
I mean, I know, like, sometimes when there's, like, nights like that, I mean, it gets to a delirium point where, not only were we banged up, but I'm tired. And I'm sure, like, there's at times, like, y'all can see that we're tired.
Oh, dude.
We've been working a lot.
When I tell you, me and Mitch have been quite literally the first people in and one of the last people out in the past 2 days. It's been... Wow.
I mean, we've had, though...
Yeah, yesterday...
Avery beat me in today. Moose beat me in today.
I will say yesterday...
Cullen's been a tank.
Yesterday, we worked a 13-hour day. Me and Mitch both got in at 8, and
I'll say this, though.
shit.
In all honesty, our whole team has been kicking ass, taking names. Like, we've all been working 12-hour days.
Everyone besides Sam.
Stop. No, I love Sam. Jonathan Martinez! Bang! Come on, man! All right, y'all, I'm not going to lie. I'm not a rapper, okay? Not a rapper.
Not a rapper.
Oh, man. We're gonna hang on here for a second. Here's the thing.
Listen.
See, I just think of songs that I can sing. Yeah, I'm kind of done on the fireball. Just got a bang from Jonathan Martinez. He said, hey, man, what are we gonna... I don't know. Jonathan, what rhymes with Martinez? This is proof of not everybody can do this. I'm not good at it.
Martinez, I go to your girl house. You want to know what she says. She says she want Mitch. She want Chuggs.
No, I think there's and this is the truth of, I always say to this day, I wish I was musically gifted, but the, like, words, like, rhymes, like, all that type of beat stuff, like, it just doesn't come to me. Like, it's why I felt bad when you said bang. I'm like, yeah, it's not going to happen, right? It's not going to happen. MC Chuggs. Somebody said this is why the Raiders aren't making any moves. You're not wrong. You know what, though? I feel bad. I'm not a rapper.
I don't know if you're referencing the like the old TikTok Vine where he's like, I'm not a rapper. Beep bop, boop bop, bam.
Legitimately, the only Vine I ever made. I'll chug a beer for you, Jonathan. That's on me.
Vanilla Chuggs.
Vanilla Chuggs. Yeah, I would be stale Mitch. I think, like, I always say this where, like, I think Chuggs actually is funny enough where he could do stand-up. I think also we have a guy here, his name's Petey. He's good enough at it. I think I'm a good storyteller, and I think I can interact with people, but it amazes me sometimes how everyone does think that, you can just step up here and talk about the Raiders for 6-7 hours.
Listen.
It's not that easy.
Listen.
Not everyone can rap either. Proof.
Listen. Akash, favorite cologne? Now, are you saying, like, mine would probably be in Germany?
I do like cologne. You want to hear a funny story about cologne? There is a cologne in Germany that smells like female body parts, and you can buy it, and women wear it because apparently it attracts men.
I wonder why.
They say the bears can smell it because of the menstruation. Name that movie. But my favorite cologne right now, I actually have my cologne out there because I've been... Mando works, but then when I go home, I don't want to stink too bad.
If you heard the saying, if it ain't snowing, we ain't going. Well, for Mitch, if it ain't spicy, then he ain't nicey. Mitch likes some Latina heat.
My favorite, like, perfume on a girl, I like Alex always wears or used to wear. Like, when I first met Alex, it was Alien, and every time I smell it, this might sound weird, it reminds me of 19-year-old Alex, but...
Oh, okay. Never mind.
What, Colts make it official?
No. I saw Cooper Kupp posted something Cooper Kupp. It was his goodbye message to the Rams. Navman. I know Navman's a good rapper.
Taking care of Raider Pug and the crazy puppy trying to have Raider name. Did you guys get my duck entry? Also, no running backs in round 1, 2, or 3. Sampson in the 4th. Sampson in the 4th is another good bowling ball of a back. If you want to, again, he's a thumper. And our Tennessee guys here who, I don't know where Joey is, but Petey told me about him. Petey said he liked him, but he doesn't know if he was, again, he's not an every down back, I don't think. What?
According to Ian Rappaport, the Cowboys are in the finishing stages of a trade for Titans linebacker Kenneth Murray Jr.
Oklahoma, right? Wow. Look at the Cowboys being active. A trade.
I won't put it in there yet. I'll see if anybody says it.
Stop. But you're not wrong.
Navman, Sea Chicken spinning some jack for nothing. Ha!
Same thing. Titans are finalizing a trade for the Cowboys, Kenneth Murray.
Well, no, it's the opposite. Cowboys are getting Kenneth Murray from the Titans.
Oh, I actually read that wrong from Jordan. Yep. What do you think they gave up for him? Because I do think the Cowboys are always notorious for overpaying.
No, so Rapp said it was a pick swap. So I'm guessing the Cowboys are going to probably send a 3rd, and they'll get a 4th or 5th back. Something like that.
Because I forget, what was the trade last year that Dallas did for a receiver?
Oh, dude, they traded a 4th-round pick to the Panthers for Mingo.
Yeah, Mingo.
And he had 1 catch for them. They traded a 4th-round pick for a receiver that got them 1 catch.
Mingo. I forget, I saw the tweet. It was like, Debo just went for this, and Mingo went for this. Which, again, I get it. Debo stinks, but, I mean, it's still a lot bigger of a difference.
Jacob P.
I will look at Venmo, guys. Sorry, that's on me.
Any UFA wide receivers that are worth more than $10 million a year? I think you might have answered this.
To me, really the only wide receiver that I want the Raiders to go out and get for more than $10 million is Keenan Allen. And that's more just because of his connection, with Chris Beatty and Raider. And when you listen to the way Caleb Williams talked about him near the end of the year, I mean, Caleb was very, very confident. And Keenan kind of turned into like that team's go-to guy near the end of the year, where a lot of people thought it was DJ Moore. Keenan was a solid receiver. So I know he's up there in age, but he is a good player when he's healthy. Besides that, though, I don't really want another guy.
I'm going to send you something real quick, Mitch.
Sounds good. All right, I see. Got a few people. All right, last time that I got in here was Luis Rod.
RNFL 2025. I just got your message. I'm going to send it over to Mitch right now.
Luis Rod, I got you in. Timmy Jones, I got you in. Charles G, I got you. Fabian Marino, I got you. Randy Rupert, got you. Jose Perez, I got you. Evan Berm, got you. Mark Call, I hear you. 93, got you. Fat, bearded dad. So right now, as it stands, it is a $20 Venmo. You would go home with $390. All right, sick, dude.
Here we go. Harold.
I just got to put this. Dude, I'm not going to lie. I actually thought I just saw Danville, PA. That's close. I really did. I
didn't know there was a Denver in Pennsylvania.
I'm not convinced that there is. I'm worried that he put PA instead of Colorado.
No, because Colorado's that's not even close.
No, I know. My old zip code was 17821. But that means it's got to be close. Khalil Herbert. Going to the Colts.
I'm no way Harold is a Tennessee fan at all. He said Sampson is a first-round pick.
Yeah, there's no chance.
James Pierce was supposed to be a first-round pick, but the reports are not
a very good person.
Kind of a head case.
Not a very good person. He's also should be a top 10 pick.
Talent-wise, probably.
Yeah, top 10's a stretch. He's a no doubt first-round pick.
I think talent, only considering talent, he's one of the top 3 edge rushers behind Abdul Carter. It's like him and those Georgia guys.
Shamar Stewart is also an athletic freak.
I know, but he had the thing I hate about that is he had like almost negative production in college.
But you just said athlete.
No,
I don't think James
prospect.
Pierce is a better. Oh, okay.
Like pass rushing prospect, like overall. I'm considering like your production.
I thought you were saying
athletic,
athlete.
Like
I got you.
Athlete alone, Shamar Turner might be a better athlete than Abdul Carter.
I know, that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah, but no, I'm saying like all together.
Shamar Stewart, I think, is Anthony Richardson. I think he's just this unbelievable athlete, but people are going, I don't know what to do with him.
Should have been in the Olympics, a high jumper or something.
Maybe, dude. Though I don't know how well you get paid. Devin White, a low risk, high reward option. See, the problem with Devin White is he wants to get paid a lot of money.
And this is the other problem with some of these guys, like a Devin White, is
he's actually bad.
The Texans actually had him on their team last year for the end of the season. They picked him up. I think he got released, and the Texans picked him up
by the Eagles.
The problem is though, and I was talking with Harrison Graham, one of our hosts here at Chat Sports. He does the Bears channel, and he made a good point about like a guy like Devin White or like a low-level cornerback. Is I think a lot of teams get not afraid, but they get turned off on signing some of these guys because if you're the second or third linebacker on the depth chart, you're expected to make a lot of help in the special teams department.
Yeah. And
guys like Devin White, who was a former star linebacker for his team,
doesn't want to.
They don't necessarily want to be on kickoff.
Exactly. And to me, this is, again, where you look at a lot of the moves that they're doing, they're adding a lot of competition at all these places where they're going to bring in players. And Spytek and Carroll, they said it multiple times. They want guys that love football. And I do think that you got to draft guys with talent. You got to sign guys with talent. I hear you loud and clear. But all of these players, we have to remember, are the best of the best. And I do think when you have somebody like Max Crosby that Max would look at all y'all in the eyes and say it. I mean, he told me, he goes, I think Tyree Wilson was a better athlete than me. Those are words that he has said. But nobody has that work ethic like Max does. And when your best player's doing that, and then you get a bunch of other guys that love football, they're going to try to match that mentality. I think it's actually low-key one of the reasons why Robert Spillane was as good as what Robert Spillane was with the Raiders, where Spillane, based off of, what I heard from players on that team, put himself, he literally was like, whatever Max Crosby does, I'm going to try to do it as well. And he was in there with Max, matching him all the time. And when you do that, and I think it paid off, right, obviously for Spillane, but again, for people to be that good, you got to put in the time and effort. And what scares the hell out of me a lot of times with some of these overpays that you're seeing now, like Trevon Merrick might not want to play. Kevin Zeitler going to the Tennessee Titans.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Texans.
Kevin Zeitler, $9 million, 1 year. I think it's a good deal for Zeitler.
He's
35 years old.
Shout out to him. He's getting his bread. But also, if you're Kevin Zeitler, you have to know,
that sucks.
It sucks knowing, one of your final years, you're going to be playing for a shitty team. I mean, he's getting that money.
Yeah.
But I thought he might want to play for a contender.
He might feel, though, he's got a few years left. He's still playing at a high enough level where he should play for another year, 2, 3. Yeah. If he plays, again, he was one of the better offensive linemen last year. That was also with Ben Johnson and an absolutely stacked team. Now, he could have a little bit of I'll call it the Alabama Alex Leatherwood effect, where he's going to get he's going to be out there on an island a little bit more now. But interesting, dude.
Yeah. That's
I
get it. Well, and also, at his age, every year could be your very last year in the league.
Yeah.
So I imagine that his agent just said him go to whatever team is going to pay him the most, and that was the Tennessee Titans.
Yeah.
Good move for them, though. Nick Sanchez, Spillane to the Pats, Diablo to Atlanta, Hobbs to Green Bay. What's our entire defense just up and leaving? I think it's the fact that, they're getting paid bukus of money elsewhere. Yeah. If I told you the Raiders signed Hobbs for $12 million a year on a 4-year deal,
I'd be more pissed than losing him. I would sit here and go, why the hell did we just do that? Trevon Merrick. If we would have signed Trevon Merrick to 17 a year, I would have said, I think we're going to be worse this season. And that's also a possibility.
They didn't sign him to 17 a year.
Trevon Merrick?
Oh, no. I thought you were talking about Spillane.
Oh, no. Spillane was 3 for 37. I mean, Spillane was the one that I was the most upset about, but you were able to bring back Adam Butler. I think that was actually a bigger priority. Malcolm Koonce, I actually think that was a bigger priority. So the fact that you're able to bring back, those players you're able to win on your defensive line at the price tag that you did, plus you went out and signed good players that can help try to replace those, they're still going to go out there and they're going to still try to find other players. But this is a regime that their entire careers, y'all, has been able to find great talent in the draft. Spytek and Carroll, every single team regime that they have been on, they have always been able to find talent. So I'm not all that surprised that this is the approach that they're going with because, again, this is the approach that, smart organizations do end up going with. Like Divine Diablo, 2 for 14. Are you kidding me? No, I ain't doing that.
Little Flapjack. The Raiders drafted DJ Uyunglele at 6.
Stop. Do you think he gets drafted?
No.
I was going to say, I don't think he does. Which I almost feel bad for him because
he's unathletic and he hasn't showed that he's a great thrower of the football. You can't be both those things. You have to be either athletic or a great thrower.
If he would have came out, I think if he would have came out the year after he played at Oregon State, I do think that somebody would have taken a chance on him. Because coaches would look at him, big arm, big body, I can work with it.
Jets signing Chukwuma Okorafor.
Chuma Okorafor.
Chucks, for people who...
Chuma Okorafor. Uncle Rico from Timothy Bush. We did just hit 2,500 likes. That's pretty dope. Patrick Roche. I don't know if I said your name already, but I do have you in the duck race, Mr. Roche. Which actually, I also got Richie. Patrick Roche. Dad, if you're watching the show, how close is Denver, Pennsylvania? I do know there's a Dallas, Pennsylvania.
It's such a cool ball. I'm just on Twitter. This other Texans guy.
I'm going to put in my dad.
He calls himself Big Sarge.
Okay.
All of his tweets, he puts #Sarge.
Oh, yeah, no. There was some guy, I forget who he was. We used to always, his Big Sills. Was that? I don't.
He says, #hear me out. Drink more water. #Sarge.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I say that again, but I get people going with their shticks. Right? I bet you there are people that laugh at us. Like, look at these freaking idiots screaming bang on a YouTube show.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I get it. Timothy, I think it was you. Nobody beats the Chuggs. Biz Markey. What up, Brent Perez? Do we kick the tires on Cooper Kupp? They're saying that there is some interest there. All right, we'll play a little bit of a game. Cooper Kupp, $16 million. Yes or no?
Cooper Kupp, how much?
16 mil. Okay.
That's a doom.
I agree. Cooper Kupp, $13 million.
Doom.
Okay. Cooper Kupp, 11.
Ding, 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 ding. That's the price that I would do.
12. I was going to say, you can't say yes to 11 and be like, to 12. No way. I'm seeing a lot of people, though. They want... See, I don't know what his going rate's going to be.
I would cap it at... If I was in negotiations with Kupp, I'd say, meet me in the middle, 11.5, we have a deal.
11.5, meet me. All right. Can you meet me halfway?
Let's see. 4 people, go to Canada, a lot of money. $4,000.
$4,000.
$60.
Oh, Coop. All right, keep it going. What up, Brent? Thank you. Nab, Joey got nothing. All-time leader at running back at Vols history. Tell Joey he's been away from the Vols too long if he thinks his average. Sampson's a beast. Beast mode. Okay.
I think he's good.
I've taken him in a mock before, which, and this is the truth, like over the past 2 to 3 weeks, I was doing more draft stuff, doing a lot of free agency stuff, a lot of quarterback stuff, obviously.
Luis has seen the bit. If you've seen the South Park bit, you get it.
That exactly, dude.
$50.
$50. Dude, I always say this. I don't know how our generation grew up to be so soft growing up on Family Guy in South Park.
Oh.
I mean, so last night, Alex and I, again, we're watching the Raiders report. Nothing's happened around the Raiders. We're going to talk about some random shit once in a while. Alex and I, we watched The Bachelor, Bachelorette. Not afraid to admit it. One of our golden bachelors here. Shout out to our guy. But I was telling Alex, I go, have you ever seen this dating show? And when I was a kid, there was a show. It was called The Flavor of Love.
Yep, Flavor Flav.
And then there was another one with like Bret Michaels in it.
Yeah, it was like something with like Thorn of Love, like something around like his song, like Every Rose Has Its Thorn.
You're right. You're right.
That.
I was watching the Flavor of Love one, and Alex was like, "No, I've never seen this." Juan Thornhill headed to the 49ers.
Wow.
Shit, dude.
Rock of Love. Okay, that's what it was. They're saying Rock of Love.
Juan Thornhill headed to the 49ers. Wait, on a visit.
Nice.
Oh, dude. Juan Thornhill headed to the San Francisco 49ers for a visit on Thursday. All right, I got to try to read it closer. I mean, when you see Juan Thornhill headed to the San Francisco 49ers for a visit.
John says he read
Just a visit. Just a visit.
I mean, this could probably be a theory. I wouldn't take this. This is a heavy grain of salt to kind of take. He said he read that Spillane was too slow, according to Carroll. I don't think Carroll would ever say that or let anybody know that that's what he thought about Robert Spillane.
Yeah.
I think people are assuming that Carroll thinks that he's too slow for him because he likes speedier linebackers.
Sure, but I would also say then, like, Elandon Roberts
isn't a track star.
That's not somebody that's going to be running very fast. And I get it. Elandon Roberts' job is not necessarily to replace Robert Spillane 1v1, but I do think Jeremy Chinn and Elandon Roberts combined are going to try to help replace what Robert Spillane brought to the table. But, again, I don't know who said that, but I think they were just maybe talking about something and didn't realize what they were saying.
Did you talk about this earlier, the Christian Roseboom?
Christian Rose?
Roseboom? The top, the signing.
Christian Rose. I don't know if I talked about it earlier.
That was a sneaky linebacker who I really wanted either the Raiders or the Texans to get. He's a sneaky linebacker that I really liked in free agency. Christian Roseboom. Because if you look at him, he is a guy who never got a lot of love in LA, but I mean, over the past 2 seasons, in 2023, before he was like a special teamer. 2023 gets 5 starts, 79 tackles, 2 tackles for loss. Pretty good, 4 PBUs. This year, he starts 11 games for the Rams, 135 tackles, 5 tackles for loss, 1 sack, 4 PBUs, and a pick. And he got a pick last year, too. So he's a really under-the-radar guy who 1 year, if it's under $5 million, steal. He's 28 years old.
Roseboom.
Harold, you're on.
What's up, Harold? What I was going to say, though, about the Flavor of Love thing, it just popped back up in my mind. Alex didn't realize that he gave the girls nicknames. Like, he literally was like, no way am I going to be able to remember these girls' names, so I'm just going to give them nicknames.
Cinnamon.
And literally, the first girl, he goes, Oyster. And she's like, I don't really want to be called Oyster. And he's like, Oyster. And he slaps a name tag on her boob and literally was like, I just want to feel chests. And I thought to myself, I'm like, that's one of the craziest things I've ever seen. They would never allow that today, which those types of shows are crazy to watch. But we always talk like Next, all those.
Next is one of my favorite bad shows.
The number one thing, I'm telling you right now, I would love to get a group of people and do Silent Library.
Every Christian Roseboom.
It would be so much fun.
They have a game show They have a game show place in Dallas that we can go to, and like they do game shows that you can do with your friends.
Interesting. All right, I'm listening. We got Josh Jacobs in the first round, and Samson is better. We need a running back. Samson is better than Camaro. I was a Bulls fan. All right, so you're saying he was better than Alvin Kamara? I think is what you're saying. Which I also think this, though, right? Because somebody was better in college doesn't mean that they're going to be a better pro. And, I mean, look at that. Look at Josh Jacobs on his own team. He wasn't even the main running back at Alabama. Like on his own team.
Wasn't TJ Yeldon?
No, it was he went to the New England Patriots. Damian Harris? Is that I don't know if that's the right name. But Jacobs was like the second running back. Nick Saban used to go with his like older back that he trusted. Mm-hmm. But I think it was the guy after Trent Richardson, after Derrick Henry, after Mark Ingram.
Was it the guy who played with the Patriots those couple years?
Damian Harris.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah, Damian Harris. I mean, Josh was better than him. Clearly was better than him. But Damian Harris got more work because I think just that was like Nick's guy that he trusted. But I would be, he's not like, no disrespect to Sam. Like, I hope that he's better than Alvin Kamara. Hope that he's better than Josh Jacobs. I personally just don't see that. I don't. I mean, Kamara also's ability to catch the football cannot be understated enough where, Samson to me, he can't catch the ball the way that Alvin Kamara can. At least I don't think that he can. Could be wrong, though. I didn't watch a lot of Vols tape, but getting 81 grabs 3 consecutive years in the NFL as a running back, that's tough to do. And Alvin Kamara has done that.
I don't know if y'all know this, but
Kaiser White, I thought he got signed.
The CJ Gardner Johnson trade is official.
Okay. Oh, I get it now. Did Kaiser White sign?
I don't think so. I haven't heard his name.
Maybe not. I actually thought that I saw that he did. No, he's still available. I mean, Chuggs and I have said a few times that we like Kaiser. I can remember maybe like 2 years ago, Jets veteran cornerback Isaiah Oliver. The Jets have agreed to terms with cornerback Isaiah Oliver.
Oliver close off. Another thought, I like Kaiser White. I thought he was a steal in free agency when the Cardinals were able to sign him. I thought he was a really good part of that Eagles Super Bowl team.
Yeah. What up, Paul Duel? What are you saying? Paul, I got you, bro. I got your address.
Yeah. He was part of the Eagles Super Bowl team in 2022, yes. And then they didn't win, and then he went to Arizona. And then, good production. Got hurt his first season, played in only 11 games. Last year, he played in all 17, had 137 tackles, 3 PBUs, 1 interception, 9 tackles for loss. He's a good sideline-to-sideline linebacker. Still 28 years old.
Trade compensation in here for Kenneth Murray. Titans get a 6th. Cowboys get Murray in a 7th.
It was going to late round pick swap.
Thoughts on J.K. Dobbins? I like Dobbins. A lot of injury concerns there. One of the better pass blocking running backs in the league. He was in a show that I did, which was all around like some of the best value running backs that the Raiders could potentially add. Also, I talked about some backs that I thought, just keep an eye on. He had a lot of rushing yards last season. I thought was a really good fit, quite frankly, in that offense. But also at the same time, like those injuries do concern me. It depends what he's going to get. If it's like a $5 million deal, I'm okay with it. But that then tells me like you're not going to go Ashton Genty. You're probably going to go running back. Earliest you would go then is more than likely round 3. I like Dobbins though because he can pass protect. Nathan Wolf, honestly, I was telling someone yesterday how you and Chuggs really do match each other well. Personalities blend well to make the show work. Recommended Chat Sports to others, but Raiders Report is where it is at.
You might be our biggest fan behind Mitch's dad. Every time Mitch's dad comes into town, he goes, Mitch will walk out of the room, and Richie will look at me and go, man.
This is also a pretty good fan.
Yeah, that's not bad. Every time Mitch walks out of the room when Richie's here, though, he looks at me and he goes, man, you and Mitch got something special, man. Every time. And I'm like, yeah, man, it's great. He's like, I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you.
No, I'm not. I've actually told my dad this a few times. Sometimes he like over compliments. Like he gets like he's a very like nice human being.
I felt like he was trying to take me out.
He'll over compliment.
I loved it.
But the way he talks at times is he's got a little John Gruden in him sometimes. Like he's a very like he just wants you to I don't know, like feel appreciated, and I feel like he's like really good at that. But
man, you're really grinding back.
He loved the fact that Nathan, you and your dad.
You met Richie in North Carolina.
Yeah, there was Nathan and his dad. We were golfing.
It was a dad's weekend. Wouldn't know.
Dads, stop. I'll say this: we have a lot of good shows here, and I'll say this, and I think I bet you other people would say the exact same thing about a lot of our other chat sports shows, and I think the reason why people watch this show is because you want to be able to feel a connection with somebody that you sit down, you talk to, somebody that you sit down, you listen to, and I'm the exact same way, right? Where there are shows that we do, and when it's just us sitting up here, it's not that I don't mind it, but when we have a constant flow, a two-way conversation, through this, there's nothing I would rather do. I mean, I've actually told my bosses this before, and it would be a huge, it would be a tough thing for y'all to do, and I get that. But if you wanted me to go live every single day, and if we wanted to just, chop it up, do stuff like that, if we had constant, and I mean, like today, we've had constant super chats flowing in, questions all day. I mean, we could do it. We really, really could do it. It's just, I know how difficult that is to be able to have a conversation every single day. It's easy during free agency, right? May, June, and July, on the other hand. But if you do want to hang out with us May, June, and July, Madden Sims.
Were you in here when somebody supered about that?
Oh, I don't know.
Somebody super chatted today asking when the Madden Sims are starting.
I actually wrote down an idea today about the Madden Sims that I think we're gonna have some fun with it. Though I might change it up a little bit this year. I might change it up a little bit. That's all I'm gonna say. Chuggs might have a little bit more power this year.
Will I be playing?
Maybe.
The Raiders win every game, 75-0.
I mean, no, I actually thought it would be kind of cool. What do you guys think? And maybe it's not cool. If you played as the Raiders and other people that watch the show, if they wanted to play against you, they had to be the other team. And I get it. Everybody would probably want the Raiders to win. I get it. But if you also had the opportunity to beat Chuggs live, and we'll pick random people.
They just purposefully play shitty.
It's like, first play of the game, first down and 10, hike. It's like run backwards.
Yes.
No, you can't do that. You'd have to. I would give them an award again, because last year I paid people $100 that beat Chuggs, or was that 2 years ago?
I think it was last year.
Was it?
I think it was last year, and we had. I think I played 7 games, and I think I lost 3 times, so was not as good as I thought I was.
That's usually how it goes.
Also, everybody was cheating, so
you're also not. I mean, I actually do wonder if it was more difficult because our Wi-Fi is bad in connection.
I will say, if anybody wants to game with me, I have been thinking about getting on
Jew Eagle
on Twitch. I have been thinking about doing a Twitch, but I'm just working so much that sometimes I'm like, I don't want to do another thing at home like that, like set up another thing.
Oh no!
But I will say I actually haven't been playing any sports games recently. I've only been playing Marvel Rivals. So I don't know if anybody else plays Marvel Rivals. Let me know if you do in the chat. I'm down to team up and play a little Rivals.
You're so nerdy sometimes. I love it.
Dude, it's so much fun.
I would, in my mind, it's got to be like Halo.
It is.
Okay.
So it's basically like you get teams of 6, and you pick your character, and each character has like a different weapon that they have.
Okay.
So then you have your 6 versus their 6, and one team's on offense, the other team's on defense, and you're basically trying to move this like car throughout a map.
Okay.
And the only way to move it is if the other team's not in front of you. So you have to kill them and get them out of the way with your 6 players.
Running through the 6 with my woes.
Evil Mitch says, I'm a dog at Rivals. I'm Groot. So my mains are I play as Namor, I play as The Thing, I play as Groot, I'll play a little bit as Doctor Strange.
You writing that down?
If I'm going to be a healer, I only play as 2 healers. I'm either
Papa Kicks, nothing like that.
I'm either Rocket or I'm Luna. Those are the 2 healers that I play as, Rocket or Luna. And then I like also playing as a little bit of Wolverine, and I like playing as Iron Man.
I think I need caffeine. Oh, man. Oh, I hear you out. I don't, not that I don't love video games. What?
Look at all these people playing Marvel Rivals. Jeff the Shark, Luna Snow. Yeah, Luna Snow's pretty good. Rocket.
I don't know.
Adam Warlock. Iron Fist. I can't get into Iron Fist. Eye of Agamotto. Nothing.
I mean, I have no idea. I can't add anything to this conversation. I don't even know if I can turn a PS5 on. Mice! Mitch, thanks for calming us down about this lack of moves, but for the amount of cap space they have this offseason, I was expecting some more splash. I don't know if you watched the video that I did this morning, but I'll kind of go in depth of what my my thoughts were, because there was a lot of fans that were worrying about the Raiders and them not being able to make moves, which I hear you loud and clear, but we could all agree. The Raiders this offseason have operated as a team that's trying to think smart, play it safe, right? I think we could all say that. When you look at every move that the Raiders make, one player on offense, everything else has been on defense. I do wonder if they kind of waited on the offensive side of the football until the Geno Smith trade became officially official, and I think that they're going to wait, to add some other pieces to that offense, or at least they are waiting, because they want to know how much they got to give Geno. They want to know what that contract looks like. That way, then again, they know in their mind, all right, this is how much money we have left to be able to spend at all these other places. They're trying to build a complete team with what they have, also knowing that they're going to have to go out and they're going to have to pay Geno Smith. But because this team has been operating so safe, I do wonder if the part of their mind had to go, imagine if we go out and we sign all these players on Monday and Tuesday, and it's the Raiders, and I get it. It's like a less than a 1% chance of it happening. But, we kind of just lost out on Cliff Kingsbury last season. What if Geno, God forbid, fails, a physical, or ends up, something happens where I don't know, and I don't know what it is. Trade ends up going through. You go out, you have all these players that you were pairing to put with Geno Smith, and now you don't have Geno Smith. I also think that it could be some players on offense, which, and I don't blame players on offense right now.
Benjamin St. Juste, former Washington Commander corner, signing with the Chargers.
Well, that was somebody that I know for a fact was on the Raiders' radar. But it also wouldn't surprise me if NFL free agents that were defensive players said, you know what? I will go play on that team, on that defense. That's a good regime. I'll go do that. I don't know if there's a lot of offensive players right now that are going to say, all right, I'm going to go play with those guys. You know what I mean? Like on offense. Because if it's not Geno, you don't want to come play football here on the offense. Why would you? I don't blame him. Jonathan Jones to the Commanders on a 1-year deal. 9 years, 11 interceptions. Jonathan Jones to the Commanders. Wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Come on, Raiders. I need something, dude. Chuggs and I did say if nothing happens, we would leave here by 5, which means that the Raiders are going to do something at 6.
Halfman said, hoop, there it is. Hoop, there it is. Folks, who want more money to stay a Raider can go F on. Patience, the first time ever we don't just grab the prettiest overpay. I like the process. We move on to draft to fill the holes. Sorry, I got cut off. We have talent in the practice squad as well. I half agree with you, Navman. I'll never say, F you to somebody who would take more money because, I love Mitch and I love Chat Sports. If somebody offered me $4 million more to work somewhere else, I would strongly have to consider that. Yeah. I would, and I think Mitch would understand if I made $4 million more somewhere else.
I said earlier to y'all, $10 million and I would be in here. and again, you guys could watch it for a whole year, $11 million, you could put me in a different room, no camera on me, right? Like, and I love being able to cover the Raiders, but it's also that standpoint of I got to be able to take care of my own first, and I don't think people would ever get mad at me for taking care of my own first. I mean, you guys know, I will always put Raider Nation at the very, very top, and I hope that you guys see how hard that I work, and I hope that you see how much Chuggs and I put into it. But at the same time, man, like if you told me, Mitch, I'm not watching the show ever again because somebody told me they're going to give me X amount of dollars to never watch the Raiders Report again, I would say, that sucks that I don't get to see you anymore. But at the same time, I'd be like, I get it, bro, because I want you to be able to take care of yours too, and I mean that. But I also know that we've been able to build a really, really cool relationship here, and I really, really, really think that overall, this is going to be a good year.
Yeah. Harold. Oh, wait,
no.
I think I skipped this one. Born a Raider fan, what free agent are you surprised is still available? I would say the free agent that surprises me is probably Asante Samuel Jr. He's young. Young, dumb, and broke. He's young.
Sorry,
He's played pretty well. I thought there would be a stronger market for him. Maybe he's looking for the right fit and the right, right situation for him. But I am surprised that Asante Samuel Jr. is still a free agent. Besides that, though, and Mekhi Becton. Mekhi Becton's the other one. Those two guys I thought would be signed on the first couple days, but you never know. And anybody that's a little bit older, which I talked about a little bit earlier while Mitch was gone, you'll see a lot of the veteran guys wait until after the draft. And then whatever teams don't get, like say you're a corner, like Asante Samuel Jr. isn't a good comparison there. But like Nick Chubb. Say you're running back Nick Chubb, and X team didn't really get in on any of the running backs in the draft. They didn't get the running backs that they wanted in the draft. Then you go and target those teams after the draft and free agency. Yeah. You'll see a lot of veterans do that sort of move. But Becton and Asante Samuel are on the younger side, so I don't expect them to wait until the draft. I am surprised that they're still on the board. I wonder what's behind the scenes with that. Because I do wonder if Becton is up here, and a lot of teams are like, you gave us 1 year of production. Yeah. You're only good for 1 year. So you're up here asking for all this guaranteed, asking for all this assurance. How do we know that you'll be good outside of the Philadelphia Eagles with that amazing offensive line? Because that's the other thing. Becton's really good, but that he's next to one of the best right tackles. I would say arguably the best right tackle in the last 10 years in Lane Johnson. And he was next to a really good Pro Bowl center in Cam Jurgens. Yeah. So when you're next to two all-pro, Pro Bowl level guys, you're going to look great. And I think a lot of teams are a little hesitant on that.
And I think it's also, I would say the offensive line coach that is the most respected in the NFL is Philadelphia's. Stoutman. Where, remember how much we love Carmen Brasillo, and Carmen Brasillo did a great job with the Raiders a few years ago. But then you also, you look at somebody like Rob Leonard. There are certain coaches there are teams that when they look at certain guys, they go, that guy's really good. Actually, I bet you the Raiders did it with Sam Darnold a little bit because Kevin O'Connell has that reputation around the league of he's a really smart coach and he works really well with quarterbacks. And I bet you there was a lot of teams out there that are going, Sam Darnold wants to get paid like a 35-touchdown, 12-interception QB coming off a 14-win season. Yes, that's very impressive. And I said before, there's not fluky 35-touchdown seasons. You have to be good to throw for 35 touchdowns in the NFL. But also, are you going to be able to replicate that when you don't have Kevin O'Connell? When you don't have that piece. And I think Mekhi Becton is probably one of those names out there that I am still a little bit shocked is still available. But we'll see.
Harold Horvitz. Start worrying about the front lines. So when are we? Are you saying like the offensive and defensive lines? Like, should we start worrying about them? Is that D-line? I would not worry about it at all. Are you talking about the O-line? I'm a little confused, Harold.
Start worrying. I mean, our defensive line is good, and I'm not afraid to say that. Our defensive line is legit. You got Max Crosby, Christian Wilkins, Adam Butler, Tyree Wilson, Malcolm Koonce. That is a strong front five. And there's actually, I actually think the Raiders are a lot more confident in John Ulalu than people kind of give off. And if he's like your sixth guy, cool. Charles Snowden was a knucklehead last year. I still do not stand with the Raiders keeping him. I'm not afraid to admit it. But if they are going to keep him, he is another piece to that defensive line where, again, he's not somebody you're going to go, that's somebody I want on the field. But if Charles Snowden is your seventh best defensive line player, I'm like, okay, like we're starting to do some stuff. But he's also somebody that, again, super long, lanky. It's somebody that John Spytek has kind of looked for and been able to work with. Even somebody like Pete Carroll, where Bruce Irvin, again, totally different style of player, but Bruce Irvin was this tall, lanky, athletic, outside linebacker, edge rusher type of person. And I think what they're going to try to do with Charles Snowden is, hold your ears, a little bit of Carl Nassib. But Nassib was a great player with Tampa Bay down there with John Spytek. So, yeah. Dude, look at the amount of first-round picks the Cowboys have added this offseason. Kenneth Murray, Kyer Elam, Javonte Williams is a running back, Solomon Thomas, Peyton Turner, Jack Sanborn, Robert Jones. Is Robert Jones? I don't know.
No.
I literally think Jerry's like, but we added 4 first-round picks.
What are we talking about? What gets more high profile than the first round?
Exactly. Jerry, wake up. It's 2025, man. Mando, what would you do if you're the Saints GM? It's random.
No clue, because I'm
going to be real with you, and that's what I was just going to say with Chuggs. I've been so locked into the Raiders, and we've been live here. I know they signed Chase Young. I know Derek Carr restructured a contract. I don't know what the Saints have done. And I'm not going to lie to y'all. I mean, we might have a graphic that shows it, right? But do you have it or no? We'd have to go find it. If I was the Saints GM, I would trade up to number 6 with the Raiders. And I would give them a extra first-round pick next season and a second-round pick this season.
Facts.
Did you hear that? Raider! Run! Bang! Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Usually when Raider Ron pulls up the shows, I got to leave looking like this. Usually when Raider Ron gets here, I leave looking like this. Mitch and Chuggs, trusting Spytek Pete, is on his hip at the moment. They are evaluating free agency versus the draft guaranteed. Spytek is sneaky good in the draft with Chip's college input. I'm not going to lie, I read Chip and I got a little bit nervous in there. I haven't seen Wild One yet to even offer the deal, but I don't know if he's going to show up in time.
Yeah, I mean, I say we go till 5:30, push it a little bit, because yesterday
I know
we left and then immediately came back, so maybe we give it an extra 30 minutes. I do say tomorrow's live. Maybe I don't know if we come in a little later, but
I'm with you.
I'm a theory of, I do think it is something with the West Coast of the Raiders right now are like, oh, it's only 1 o'clock.
Sure. It just blows my mind that Pete Carroll's not an early bird gets the worm type of guy.
I just feel like from the past couple of days, it's been like Raiders make a signing at 7.
It's been that every day. Geno Smith trade,
but they're
6
like,
o'clock.
But they're like, oh, you know what? It's
Adam Butler re-signed, 9:30.
They're like, it's noon our time.
Pete's like, I'm having lunch.
They're 3 hours behind us, right?
I got to run to the store, get 8 packs of Bubble Yum.
Yeah, 7 our time. They're like, oh, it's 4. We have time. We still have time to go to dinner.
Ron, I just woke up on the West Coast. There's no way, Ron.
See?
Or you work graveyard though, don't you? Once in a while. I mean, Ron's like, I just took a fat nap.
Maybe.
Ron's like, I just woke up from 2021 from that vineyard.
Appreciate. Ron was one of the guys who got me in trouble last night as well. It was a fun time, though. Fun time.
I mean, I've been waiting for Wild One because I told Wild One I would give him a deal today. And I don't know if that deal's going to be there.
Chuggs, you got to use Venom on Marvel Rivals. I hate
Venom.
playing. I hate playing against Venom.
That's one of Alex's hall passes.
Oh, the guy who plays Venom?
Yep. I actually don't know his name, but
you just call him Venom.
I call him Dude from Venom.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Venom is a menace in Marvel Rivals. His character and they each have like special abilities. His character has a thing where you get him down to like barely any health, and then he gets like an extra thing of health. It's so annoying. Like you think you're about to kill him, and then it's just like, nope, more health. Tom Hardy.
April Fools. I don't play video games, y'all. If I played a video game right now, it's either N64 Mario Kart, Halo. I'd play Halo. Fusion Frenzy. Adrian, reaction if we traded for McCaffrey. It's not likely, but
I mean, we'd probably be going crazy.
I mean, sure, right? Let me see what if we got Christian McCaffrey, yeah, I mean, I'm not even going to sit up here and lie to you that it would be a pretty crazy show. All right, so if the trade happened.
Dude, it is just.
I'll tell you this, Christian McCaffrey, $1.25 million it would cost the Raiders.
That would mean.
And he's got zero guaranteed in 2026 and in 2027. However, though, San Francisco would eat basically $17.9 million, and it would be against 8.4 against their cap. So either 8.4 against their cap to move on from him, or he plays this year with them at 9.4. Which, in layman's terms, means you're giving up a first for Christian McCaffrey. I mean, yeah. I like the question, though. I mean, let's be honest. If it happened, we would get pretty wild.
Dude, this Viking, I just looked up the Vikings video that he made.
A.J. Dillon is signing with the Eagles. Packers running back A.J. Dillon going to the Philadelphia Eagles.
What if they just make him the permanent guy behind Jalen Hurts for the tush push? You're the pusher.
I mean, you have Saquon Barkley, A.J. Dillon. Last year he didn't play. What was the injury he had last year? I don't remember. A neck.
Ew.
Suffered a cervical neck injury in week 17 in 2023. Okay? Did not play in the regular season. And missed. Yeah. A.J. Dillon missed the entire 2024 season with a neck injury. I actually did not know it was a neck injury. I remember him not playing well. I thought that was last year. It amazes me at times how often I'm like, oh, yeah, that did happen. What?
Nothing.
What?
Oh.
What?
It's in production. Just
go to the next one.
Mitch, got to have a strong stash for the wedding.
You know what's funny? I actually don't need to do a mustache now.
No, she's not for it, or she likes the full?
So when my hair is long, the beard's good. I mean, I agree.
I don't know.
And
that was just my first thought.
And to not let anyone know.
I mean, it sounds like he did, but I guess something else. I don't know.
All right, bro. I don't know, man.
Sign Mekhi, A.J. Dillon, and either Kupp or Keenan.
Well, A.J. Dillon literally just signed.
Yeah, here, I'll put that.
Like literally just signed. I actually don't even know if we have the full detail. Yeah, we don't. Well, my dad's saying he's going to tell a joke? I don't know.
Wait, what was the Jonathan Martinez joke we were talking about earlier?
I don't remember. You'd have to remind me.
Oh, it was so
I know
good.
Martinez banged.
He had a great joke.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Dad. Oh, man. What's the difference between... Hang on. Oh, man. We got to go back and find it. I don't want to butcher the joke. Dad, we got a joke for you.
Yeah, I can't find it. Oh, yep. What's the difference between beer nuts and deer nuts? Is what it was, or something like that.
What's the difference between beer nuts, Dad, and deer nuts? Beer nuts are $1.79.
Deer nuts
are under $1. I said that I thought you would appreciate that one. Beer nuts and deer nuts. $1.79. The other is under $1. Papa.
Caden.
Mike, you can't have a name like that and say ew. Trade back at 6 and load up for the later rounds. Yes, I'm in that idea. I am in for that idea.
Trade back at 6 and load up for later rounds. Yeah, I'm all in. Navman, my B-day is Friday after wife is done with. Oh wow! After wife is done with me, I got you two for my B-day shot. 54, the new 24, Mitch. Raiders.
All right, so here's going to be this little bit of an issue here with this. I found out yesterday that apparently we've had a wedding planned for a long time on our calendar on Friday. So when I told Alex, when she was like, so what time are you going to be home? Like, she's trying to figure out what time I was trying to be home for free agency because the last few days have been a little wild. And I was like,
you were like, Friday, probably like 7.
That's literally what I said. I mean, that's literally what I said. I go, I'll probably be home like 6, 7, probably 7 every day this week.
6, 7. The young kids in the chat will get that joke. I don't know, like 6, 7.
She said, well, we have a wedding at 5. And I knew I was like caught. You know what I mean? You're just like, I felt like Chuck.
After he shit in the house.
Like, do I go sit in a corner, right? I knew I was in trouble. The wedding reception that we are going, or the wedding whatever, what is it? When they actually say I do, I should probably know what it's called. But from 5:30 to 6 o'clock, that's when that's going to happen. And then the wedding itself goes until obviously late in the night.
Is it downtown at least? You know where it is?
I do. I don't want to just say.
Oh, no. But like.
Yeah.
It's downtown?
Downtown? No. It's in the area.
Okay.
Like it's driving distance, but.
Because I was going to say a very popular spot is in Little Elm. And that's like an hour.
No, it's about. Well, I should say this. Where they're doing their vows is about 20 minutes from here.
Oh, they're doing 2 location.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I also have a really funny
joke. But if
joke.
you want to party now, man, sorry. We're going to be live on Friday, obviously. But I have to leave here by 4 o'clock. Maybe, yeah, I probably got to leave by 4. I got to go home and shower. I have to be decent. She's going to kill me if I'm not. So I got to leave here by 4. If you guys, we'll go live a little bit, like 11 to 4, noon to 4. Noon to 4, something like that on Friday. And we'll just, man, show birthday.
I saw somebody saying something about it in the chat, but my father-in-law told me this joke. It's a kind of a dirty joke.
I mean, That's fine.
This is my father-in-law who told me this.
Okay.
He goes, how does a deaf gynecologist do his job?
Plays it by ear?
He reads lips.
Yikes. Oh, man. Yeah, my best joke is one that I actually don't think I can say. So I've said it actually, I think once or twice, like on a Thursday night football stream, but it's not going to happen today.
Cameron.
Could you put up a graphic that shows who is left for the Raiders to consider? I guess I would say if you want something like that, the way that our graphics are kind of designed, we have more stuff like that for free agency.
We do have something.
We do?
Hold on.
Okay.
I just haven't brought it in just because the computer was freaking out this morning.
So we could have started our live show a little bit earlier. But again, the computer was acting up a little bit.
Hold up, gotta scroll up past our fight. Give me 1 second.
Uno más. Uno más. Uno más.
Where is it? It was like way earlier today.
Also, I love that message that we were both laughing at. Nobody has acknowledged it. I mean,
they got it figured out, but
oh, okay.
I think they said something in.
I gotcha. Timothy, what do you got for me, man? Let it rip.
You know, it's okay.
Ron, you're off Friday?
We're about to hop off here anyway. I'll make sure it's Cameron. I'll make sure it's loaded up for our show tomorrow.
Yeah,
I'll say that. Which I'll make sure the computer's all set up an hour before because I came in
forever.
I came in 20 minutes before and the computer crashed. So that's why we were late. I went to set up the computer. Our computer had a legit freak out moment. It crashed. I had to restart the computer, and then
I don't know if you guys have noticed this. It's been some of the technical stuff here, which it just happens because think about it. Where if you were to turn on, I mean, we have like if you were to turn on 30 computers, man, probably close to 60 computers. Right, we have a lot of connections, but
yeah. Well, and also all the graphics that you see up here, where it's like A.J. Dillon and stuff, we keep on adding on top of that. So everybody that's signed is in there. So the more people we add, the more data the computer's having to basically relay.
Yep, mumbo jumbo. Mumbo jumbo.
All right, we got some more super chats. Wild One is always driving.
Yeah, that's
true.
That's a fact, dude. He's always working, and I really do. I respect it.
That's weird.
I respect it. Raider Ron, thank you, man, for always showing love to my dad. He's a big fan of yours, which I'm sure you already know. All right, y'all, we're going to keep going through some of these soups. Reminder, it is a $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365 if you want to get in for a chance to compete in our duck race. Gilbert Moreno, I see ya. I see ya.
Raider Ron, Raiders, Papa Renz, #respect.
My man, Nav, Wild One, got nothing, not scared. I mean, I'll say this. I am a little bit frightened. I told Wild One I would make him a chip deal, which, again, like, he's not here, right? So I'm not going to give out a deal that I promised to Wild One. But,
Ray Javon, I'm Chuggs' father-in-law.
I said that we would get the spiciest chip in the world. If you're down, Nav, man, I can give you that deal on Friday for your birthday.
Ray Javon, if that's the case, you owe us a lot of money for our wedding that we had.
Yeah.
And my other father-in-law would very greatly appreciate it. Jonathan Martinez, tell the joke to Papa Renz. We just did.
Yep.
Shane Gamble, the smooth operator.
Which team had the best and worst free agency signing so far? To be frank with you, I actually think one of the worst contracts out there is the Justin Fields one.
Oh,
because when you look at it, it's $30 million guaranteed. So they are giving him, technically it's 2 for $40, but they're giving him $30 million to be the quarterback this season, and then they're going to figure it out the next. Where if it's good, if Justin Fields is good, they're going to probably give him another contract then. If he's bad, you just gave Justin Fields $30 million, and then you're probably going to move on from him. And that's where I'm telling you, sometimes just bad organizations stay bad. And I was somebody sitting up here I like the idea of getting Justin Fields. I mean, Justin Fields for $30 million essentially is, that's how teams bury themselves. And I feel bad Fields is going to get his bag. I don't blame him. But he's got to look at that situation and be like, man, this is not good.
Yeah, I really didn't get the Dan Moore Jr. signing with the Titans.
That's a good one.
I thought...
Is it crazy to say Milton Williams has got to be up there in that conversation of good player? He's not Christian Wilkins. He's not close.
Yeah.
At least I don't think he is.
As I'm looking...
I actually do think that you could put the Trevon Merrick contract up there just because you look at what Merrick got compared to what a guy like Javon Holland got.
Yeah.
The
best ones out there, I do like the Jeremy Chinn signing, a low-level signing, but I think can be a high-level starter for you. Some other signings that I actually do really like.
You want me to be honest? I think the Malcolm Koonce re-signing is a very good deal. And I know we're just throwing out Raiders names, but think about what the projected price was on Malcolm, $20 million plus. PFF had him down. It was multiple years at $20 million.
Yeah.
And we got good value there. I'm trying to think off the top of my head. I just only really know Raiders moves right now.
I think, I don't know if it's the best value, but I think DJ Reed, 3 years, $48 million to the Lions. They needed another corner, and they got one. They drafted Terrion Arnold last year, who you really liked for the Raiders.
Yeah.
They have him, and now they add DJ Reed on the other side. You get Aiden Hutchinson, hopefully back fully strength. That defense is looking a lot better. I really like that deal. I'm just kind of scrolling up right now.
Nick, I did like Justin Fields, but I liked Justin Fields at $10 million.
What the Bears have done on their O-line is one of the biggest
the Bears is, but that's another organization where I actually think some teams should have had that bell go off in their head and going, here's a team that needs a lot of interior line help, and they're making trade after trade, big signing, right?
Yeah.
Or was it all three trades?
No, Drew Dahlman. They signed Drew
Dahlman was the third one.
3-year, 42, which.
But to me, that's a team that goes, you know what? If we're going to try to win with Caleb Williams, we got to be able to protect him.
Yeah.
And that's what they try to do.
And three for 42, so that's what, $14 million a year for Drew Dahlman, a really good center, 27 years old. You totally just have the center of your offensive line now to protect Caleb Williams. And he was, I believe, I saw a stat, he was the most pressured quarterback up the middle, up through the interior of his offense. So they get 3 new starters along the front line of the offense. I thought that was really good.
Actually, I thought the Javon Hargrave signing was not a very good one by the Commanders because they said, we'll let you go Jonathan Allen, but then they're going to give Hargrave $15 a year.
Yeah, that didn't make any sense to me. Why not just re-sign Jonathan Allen?
Well, if you were willing to give Hargrave that amount, you just, give Jonathan Allen 2 extra years, and I bet you he might have even done it for a little bit cheaper.
Not signings, but I think the Texans, 2 of their 3 trades were really good. Even though I'm kind of coming around to the Laramie Tunsil one, but I think the Christian Kirk for a 7th-round pick, great. They did that with Joe Mixon last year. They traded a 7th-round pick for Joe Mixon before he hit, which we were thinking maybe the Raiders would do that with Minshew or Andre James. No word on that yet. I think they are. Have they been
at this point? The Raiders have not posted anything, but at this point they are free agents.
Yeah, so getting those guys on late-round picks. Kind of like the Cowboys did with Kenneth Murray. I really like that move. And then I like the Texans move getting off of Kenyon Green for C.J. Gardner Johnson. I thought that was a really good move. Kenyon Green has been awful. Maybe one of the worst offensive linemen in the NFL for the Texans. They got him in the first round, a total bust. He goes, maybe can revitalize his career with the Eagles, and they get a safety to pair with the insane second. Texans might have the best secondary in the league now.
Somebody said Hargrave and Allen are the Vikings. Who's the defensive tackle then that the 49ers or the Commanders brought in?
Oh, they brought in Javon Kinlaw.
Kinlaw. That's on me, guys. That's on me. I remember it was a bust, basically.
I made the same mistake.
Yeah, Kinlaw. That's on me. Because it was Kinlaw, I think they gave, 3 for 45.
Yeah.
That's on me.
Born a Raider, what free agents are you hoping that we sign out of the guys? We've talked a lot about Asante Samuel Jr. We talked a lot about Mekhi Becton and Tyler Lockett, Keenan Allen, as well as another name that we've really mentioned a ton. on the show. I still kind of like Kaiser White as well as a guy to help out. I wouldn't mind a Justin Simmons in Las Vegas as well.
I think Justin Simmons can still play at a high level. I would say, like, it does truly depend what position that they're looking to
draft.
To sign. I really think that they are going to look for value at all positions, where it might not be somebody that you're going, yes, that's a great move. It's a lot of money. But I also know the feeling of when you're able to find that Robert Spillane for $9 million, and you're like, dude, it really can really help your defense or offense, whatever position it is, team, really get going in that right direction. And, like, this is a football team that we want to win right now. And they are, I actually think with Geno Smith, they can be a playoff caliber team. Geno took a bad Seahawks team. They were 10-7 last year. You can make the playoffs with Geno Smith. And I mean that. Like, he's actually that good. Again, you got to watch the film on him. If you're a doubter, please just watch the film on him. But also at the exact same time, I do think the Raiders' window is 2 years from now. So if you thought your team was a 2-year window from now, you're trying to figure out players to get you to that window. Right? Like, you're trying to get contracts at that window. And that's kind of why I was saying I want people, when they see these contracts go down, if a deal goes down for 3 years, that should scream, we really value this player, who is an Adam Butler. Really value that player, 3-year deal. Jeremy Chinn, it's a 2-year deal. We've seen some of these deals already come in for the Raiders. A lot of 1-year deals, because I think what they're trying to do is build depth to just kind of get that ball rolling, build that chemistry, build that locker room, and finally show that they're building something. PG. So 2 o'clock on Friday until 2:30. Yikes.
I'll probably be doing the drinking for Mitch just because he'll.
I mean, here's the thing, and this is why I'm like kind of battling this in my mind. I want to be able to have a good time. I really do, okay? But also at the same time, like, these are Alex's really good friends, and if it was my wedding with Alex and one of her friends brought her significant other and he was just banged up, it would piss me off. I mean, it would. So, like, I'll have some drinks. I'm not afraid to have some fun, but the deal that I'm going to give y'all on Friday is going to be more of, I can put down some drinks and I'll be okay. I'm not going to get the way I was last night. I'm not going to get the way that I was Friday, Geno Smith. But I'll give you guys a deal Friday that if you're down, it'll be painful for me. How about this? We'll do a good deal on Friday.
Mm-hmm. Harold. I hope not.
No, he's not. Not quite.
I've said his name correctly probably twice. Incorrectly.
He started off the year strong last year.
Probably 98 times I've said Mr. Nico's name incorrectly. Lama Yamaleva. Maybe. I don't know.
He started the year out strong last year, but
and
fizzled out a little bit.
The thing about college and the thing about stuff like this is, who was supposed to be the number 1 pick this year? Carson Beck.
Yeah, that's true.
People were like, oh, Carson Beck's going to be probably the number 1 pick next year.
Who was supposed to be the number 1 pick before that? Spencer Rattler was getting mocked at number 1. A lot of things can change.
If you look up Chat Sports 2023 NFL mock draft, I guarantee you'll find Tom Downey saying Spencer Rattler at number 2.
It's early, and a lot of things can change really, really quick, man. And I bet
you got to do Chat Sports way too early in NFL mock draft.
There you go. I'm serious when I say this too. Like, I bet you Carson Beck would have been a first round, maybe not a first round quarterback.
Do you think he's kicking himself now, seeing like how all these other quarterbacks are undervalued?
Yes and no. Again, I don't know what some of these NIL deals that some of these kids are getting.
I think he got like $4 million to go to Miami.
Exactly. He just got a bag to go to Miami. So I see that,
and he's dating one of the Cavender twins. They're the basketball girls in college,
okay.
The twins.
I think I know who you mean.
They played at one of them, or I think they played at TCU that one year. They're the blonde ones.
There are twin blonde basketball girls that I've seen on Instagram.
That's them.
Okay. Then yeah. That's
Derek.
What up, Derek? First ever super chat. Love y'all. I want Genty and Will Johnson from Michigan. Derek, you know what? Sometimes
Will Johnson
always remember your first.
Will Johnson's been kind of weird in this cycle because he was like coming into the offseason like right after the college football playoff ended and stuff, people were like, oh, Will Johnson, probably a top 10 pick. Now I think he's still a first rounder. I think he goes in the teens.
I think he goes in the teens as well. And when that happens, it's usually due to, because I think a lot of people thought, no doubt, Will Johnson is the number one corner.
I think it's Jahdae Barron now.
There's a lot of people, one of the biggest things that we got from the NFL Combine was teams thought Jahdae Barron was a more versatile corner. Now, Will Johnson was the outside guy. And, didn't have as good of a year this year as he did the year before. But at the exact same time, there are teams that value Jahdae Barron's flexibility on a defense because they want to be able to use him all around the field, where you're seeing a lot of good defense. Like Kyle Hamilton is a name that I'll keep on throwing out there for Baltimore, where that Ravens defense was really, really bad last season, and then all they did was they changed Kyle Hamilton's position, and they kind of let him be this, I'll say like a joker, where he's just roaming, and they're like, hey man, go out there, do your thing. I don't know exactly what it's called. I'm not going to sit here and lie that I watched a lot of Ravens games, but they changed up his position, and guys like that are getting paid, and Jahdae Barron could be the number one corner taken. Mike, who she's Harry. Happy birthday to 93 Nav Man. His birthday is going to be on Friday. Johnny.
Love the show. You guys rock. Thank you, Mr. Johnny Rada.
LeBron James has returned to Los Angeles per medical recommendations as he continues to progress well from a groin strain, with the team finishing road trip Thursday in Milwaukee and in Friday, Denver, league sources.
Interesting. Does Chip's offense require a fullback? Not usually.
Yeah, I was going to say, not usually.
He has evolved his offense as the years go on.
Try to make a usually joke there, but I think, Pete Carroll's old teams, they did use a fullback. Chip's more about, I'm going to spread you out, and we'll figure it out from there. But the one different part about Juszczyk is he is, a very, very versatile fullback. And, one of the things that I used to always say about Bowers is, Bowers, the way that they would use him at Georgia is kind of the way Shanahan used to use Juszczyk with San Francisco. They would line him up as a tight end. They would line him up out wide. They'd line him up at fullback. They'd line him up at, they would just line him up everywhere because they trusted him. And you could maybe see a role like that. But, if you want somebody to play a Kyle Juszczyk role in Chip Kelly's offense, I'd say let's just let Brock Bowers do that. Let Mayer then hop up to the tight end spot, and then let's go out there with two wide with Jacoby Myers, and we'll figure out somebody else. I don't know if I trust Juszczyk outside of Kyle Shanahan's system. What up, Mando?
How many starters do you think we can get in the draft?
I would say you're hoping for 4. I mean, and the way that this team's building this roster, I would say, whoever you take at 6, whoever you take at 37, or if you take at 68, you're hoping that those guys are your starters. We'll see what they do at pick number 107 now, but
all right,
don't really know.
I
would say I'm hoping for 4.
We're about done with today's live show. We're going to do one more thing, which is the duck race, which, Mitch, if you want to get the last names in there for the
gotcha.
Taquito race.
I gotcha. All right, y'all. I see Todd B. What up, Todd B? I got you in, my man. I see Darth, fat ass. I got you in. Amanda, Frazier, Ian. And then I think we're all caught up. So as it stands right now, it is a $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. Winner's going to go home with 500 buckaroos, which is a little bit less than a few beer nuts. 50 buckaroos is worth about 31 beer nuts.
All right.
Dylan says half of though.
All right. If you want to send me the names, I can get the.
I did.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yep. All right, y'all. So here's what's the game plan. We're going to do the duck race. I'm going to leave, and then probably in 30 to 45 minutes from now, maybe an hour, the Raiders will probably actually end up doing something. So when that happens, make sure you're subscribed. Make sure your notifications are turned on, and we'll go from there. I'm telling you this right now, though. If the Raiders actually end up Jonathan Martinez. All right. Whoa. I got a few more people. Hang on. Martinez, I got you. Todd B, Darth Fatass. I had to refresh my phone. I just got a few extras. I see we're going to put in Mario Guevara. Raider Ron, Common, Raider, Luis Mass. Got it. All right. So now winner's going to go with $540 here on today's show. Going to the winner. But if the Raiders do end up signing somebody tonight, okay, nothing. I just saw a big old picture of Cooper Kupp. I was like, oh no. Diana Rossini is linking Cooper Kupp right now to the Jacksonville Jaguars, where she's saying Cooper Kupp remains unsigned. It's worth noting that former Rams executive and now Jags GM James Gladstone was with Kupp in L.A. Josh Reynolds and Devin Duvernay were cut last week in Jacksonville. The Jags have openings at receiver. We'll see. I guess we'll see, Diana. All right, I sent you those names. I see. Got a few more now. And then after this, y'all, that is it. I got Joe Mald. I see you. Aaron Wynn. I got you. Justin Soul. I got you. Former Packers center Josh Myers has agreed to terms with the Jets on a 1-year, $3.5 million deal.
A 1.5?
3.5. 1-year, $3.5 million deal. Former Packers center Josh Myers going to the Jets. Going to the Jets. There's only one person happy about that move in this chat. And his name begins with an R. Last name begins with an R.
Yeah?
His name also rhymes with Richard Renz.
Oh.
Richard.
Because he's a big Josh Myers fan.
Big Josh Myers fan. Big Josh Myers fan. I will say, like, today's been a little bit of a slow day overall.
Yeah.
But if the Raiders end up signing somebody late tonight, I will obviously come back. We'll make a show, depending on like how big of the news is. I'm not going to lie to y'all, but we'll kind of see what the signing is. We'll go from there, and then if there is a move tonight, I do think almost like no matter what, we might just go live a little bit later tomorrow. I don't know, maybe noon.
Yeah,
keep pushing it back. Like
I just have a feeling like. I do feel like the Raiders are going to sign somebody tonight, and it'll be like at like 7 or 8. It might be a big name, might not be. I do have a feeling like it'll be like 8 or 9. They're going to sign somebody.
If they do, I'll talk to James and Brett, and I'll just say we're going to go live a little bit later tomorrow. I'll make a video in the morning. All right.
It's just been like all the Raiders moves. I feel like even the Geno trade. The Geno trade happened at like 6:30 because I was literally on my way. The
last 3 times breaking news happened, I was literally getting ready to shut my computer down, head home. Alex will tell you, I texted Alex yesterday. It was like 5:45 my time, and I was like, I'll be home in an hour if nothing happens. I was getting ready to leave at like 6:20. It takes me about 15 minutes to walk home. Breaking news, Eric Stokes. Wild stuff. All right. Winner's going to go home with, let me just check. Winner go homes with $580. 3, 2.
That would be hilarious if Mark Davis did watch the Raiders report and waited for us to get off.
Nah, Mark wouldn't do that to me. I don't think he would.
He's off.
I actually think Mark respects me. How about that? because I make Mark a lot of money. I talk about his business. That has to be noteworthy to Mark. Mark Call. Mark's pulling the strings right now. Jerry Kester, Randy Rupert, Joe Mile. Watch out for Mr. Fat Ass pulling up here. Mark Call's been running a really good race. Amanda Frazier's in an interesting spot.
Like we didn't know that Mike Hushi's Harry is actually Mark Davis.
I could just see Mark just chilling with us on some days.
Mark is actually Lord Only Dan's.
Guevara!
Oh, wow.
That was a good race.
Where did Nathan Wolf finish?
Oh, I actually didn't even think about that. I don't see him on screen.
Harry Boot? Harry
Boot?
Boots on Bears? He just gave me a thumbs up.
Yep. Boots on Bears. That's funny.
It's like socks on Fox.
Congrats.
Hats on Cats. Oh, Ty.
Well, we haven't done anything, so.
Same with us. We heard from the GM and coach, though.
Nice.
Oh, a little racy.
Yeah, James Guevara.
Oh, someone already won.
Yeah.
Yeah. James Guevara. James, can you please confirm down below that you just received $580? Reminder, y'all, if any breaking news happens, which it's probably going to happen as soon as we leave, hit that subscribe button. The Commanders are expected to re-sign
We said the Bears were our
Kevon
free agency
Seymour.
winner. We did. We said the Bears are our free agency winner for what they did on the interior.
Ready to run through a wall for great.
Yeah?
He's gonna
Change it.
change the law.
You
I like it.
You think so? What did he like? Did he already like? Is there a reason? I don't know if he like had a press conference or something. Oh, okay. Just the thought of Grady Jarrett getting his hands on another man has me riled up right now.
I literally said, I kind of spent the arms here.
Yeah?
I said, I'm going to listen to Grady Jarrett's presser. Grady Jarrett's going to put
Our Bears guy's talking about signing Grady Jarrett.
tonight, just like
Oh.
Spicy.
Damn. Okay.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
I see. Anytime Boot Harry comes around, I like Boot Harry. Harry Boots dropping bars. All right, y'all, we're getting ready to sign off. We're trying, man. I don't know. We're trying. We're trying to get
It's been
the
a
Raiders.
long day.
I'll be live sometime when they sign someone, maybe.
It's been a long day, ladies and gents.
So as a reminder, if any breaking news happens, I will get you guys a video tonight. If nothing really happens today, then I might reconsider going live a little bit later tomorrow. That way we can stay live a little bit later tomorrow. I'll keep you guys up to date. Let's say right now, what time? Do you think like noon or 1?
We can go live at noon.
Noon? All right, so here's what we'll do. 1 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow is the time that I'm going to set. The deal that I'm going to put out there, okay, is going to be around for Navman's birthday on Friday. So since I can't get all crazy on Friday because I have the wedding, we'll get a little bit wet and wild tomorrow here on the Raiders Report. It's Thursday. It's Friday happy hour. I'll give you guys a deal, okay? And it's going to be very similar to the deals that we used to do on Thursday Night Football where, if you do something.
Get the dress.
Not the dress. I'm going to give you guys a deal tomorrow. And then if you guys get that deal done tomorrow, Friday, I'm going to do something special. It's not going to involve drinking, but I think that this chat, Navman, it's actually probably, Navman, the best thing that I could give you for your birthday.
Otis.
That's what I'm going to say.
Otis, that's real respect. He said, us old people get it. I'd play for the Raiders for a Gatorade and a Happy Meal.
Gatorade and a Happy Meal. I wouldn't mind a Happy Meal right now. All right, y'all. I got to get the heck out of here. Appreciate everyone tuning in. Shout out to all y'all that pulled up today to the Raiders Report. And I also got to give a special shout out, dude, to everybody that banged today's MVP, Rebrand. I believe that's the first time he's ever been an MVP. Rebrand, what you did today, man. Greatly appreciate it. To everybody that pulled up today, seriously, from the bottom of my heart, that's what Raiders Report is all about. If they do anything, reminder, we'll be back here on the show. Make sure you're subscribed. Make sure those notifications are turned on. We're out.